Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Under the glow of luminous pearls and formation light, the underground chamber was as bright as daylight. Wei Tu scanned the room and noticed that, unlike Danqiu Mountain's auction house, which was divided into 3 floors, this underground auction had only a single grand hall. On the western side of the hall was the auction stage, designed similarly to Danqiu Mountain's auction house. A jade table stood in the center, and several auction items were covered with red cloths on top of it. On the eastern side was the VIP seating area, furnished with over 100 sandalwood chairs. At this moment, 70 to 80 cultivators were already seated. As Wei Tu stepped into the hall, these cultivators, each dressed uniquely, glanced at him briefly. After noticing that he was a new face, they quickly withdrew their gazes. His eyes met Ko Honging's from across the room, and they exchanged a subtle nod before Wei Tu chose a seat neither too close nor too far from her. At least half of these people are using disguises, but their techniques are rather crude. After sitting down, Wei Tu extended his divine sense, surveying the other cultivators. With the Thousand Faces Phantom Art, one of the rarest illusion arts in the cultivation world, he had honed his disguise skills for decades. To his trained eyes, many of the cultivators in the underground auction had poor disguises, easy to see through. Pil Master Shu, Ren Feng, Chun Tang, Huang Xiaoshan, Master Yu Kuei. A quick scan, and Wei Tu recognized several familiar faces among the 70-plus Foundation establishment cultivators. Pil Master Shu, Ren Feng, and Chun Tang were all well-known wandering cultivators in Danqiu Mountain. Meanwhile, Huang Xiaoshan and Master Yu Kuei were Foundation establishment cultivators from Hashan Huang clan, whom Wei Tu had met at the exchange gathering. Huang Xiaoshan was one of 12 Foundation establishment cultivators in Hashan Huang clan. Wei Tu also noticed that several Foundation establishment cultivators were casting frequent glances at Ko Hongying. Some were well aware of her strength, while others were clearly drawn to her beauty. Good thing I didn't enter with Hongying. Just being close to her would be enough to attract unnecessary trouble. Beauty is truly a double-edged sword. Wei Tu silently sighed in relief. Even though Foundation establishment cultivators were generally more disciplined than Shi refinement cultivators, there were still plenty of fools blinded by lust. Wei Tu had arrived a little late. Over the next 2 days, another dozen Foundation establishment cultivators trickled into Songlong Mountain, and soon, the Baibao Pavilion Underground Auction, held once every 20 years, officially began. To Wei Tu's slight surprise, the auctioneer this time was none other than Chai Ping, the female Foundation establishment cultivator who had delivered his auction invitation. However, compared to before, Chai Ping's attire was much more modest, unlike the revealing dresses that Lu Hong used to wear. Fellow Taoists, thank you for attending Baibao Pavilion's underground auction, held once every 20 years. As a token of appreciation, Baibao Pavilion will present each participant with a small gift after the auction. Additionally, I must take a moment to explain the auction's rules for those who are new here. Standing on the auction stage, Chai Ping smiled confidently. She spoke fluently, showing no signs of nervousness. One particular rule caught Wei Tu's attention. After the official auction, participating cultivators could freely trade with each other using this platform. A free trade session? No wonder this auction has attracted so many Foundation establishment cultivators. Wei Tu was impressed. Having nearly 100 Foundation establishment cultivators in one place was no small feat. This was roughly 1/3 of all wandering Foundation establishment cultivators in Zheng Kingdom. Of course, after excluding clan-affiliated and sect-affiliated cultivators like Ko Hongying and Huang Xiaoshan, the remaining number was still a significant portion of independent cultivators. The first auction item is a low-grade Tier 2 artifact, the Water Mist Shield. This defensive artifact not only enhances protection, but also generates an illusion array, the water mist formation, making it an excellent tool for evasion during battle. The starting bid is 300 spirit stones. Each bid increment must not be lower than 50 spirit stones. Chai Ping's crisp voice echoed through the hall. 400 spirit stones. 450 spirit stones. 600 spirit stones. As soon as she finished speaking, several impatient bidders immediately started raising their prices. Too expensive. Wei Tu was momentarily interested in the water mist shield, but once the price exceeded 600 spirit stones, he abandoned the idea. His foundation establishment stage was still recent, and compared to most cultivators present, his wealth was limited. In the end, the water mist shield was sold for 1,050 spirit stones to a mysterious male cultivator wearing a black cloak. The second auction item soon followed. It was a top-tier, Tier 1 flying boat artifact. Although its rank was lower than the water mist shield, its price skyrocketed, doubling that of the first item. An hour passed. More than a dozen items have been successfully auctioned, with none failing to sell. Everything is rare and valuable, but too expensive. Wei Tu finally realized how poor he was compared to these foundation establishment cultivators. If he spent his entire fortune, he could only afford a single item. Next time, I'll come better prepared. He consoled himself. However, just as the auction was drawing to a close, a particular item caught Wei Tu's full attention, making him completely abandon his previous thoughts. The next auction item is a method for crafting a magical treasure. As everyone knows, magical treasures are exclusively wielded by golden core cultivators, standing a tier above ordinary artifacts. With a magical treasure in hand, nothing is insurmountable in battle. Even talisman-based pseudo-magical treasures, imbued with powers similar to actual magical treasures, can easily overwhelm regular artifacts in combat. And this particular magical treasure, even foundation establishment cultivators can forge on their own. Chai Ping's words immediately stirred excitement among the gathered cultivators. Their eyes burned with interest as they fixated on the pale jade slip resting atop the auction table, eager to learn more. However, her next words poured cold water on most of their enthusiasm. This magical treasure is called Ice Jiao Sword, a talisman sword magical treasure. Talisman sword? The crowd's interest quickly waned. Talisman sword magical treasures were notorious in the cultivation world as pseudo-magical treasures. While foundation establishment cultivators could indeed forge them, the process was extremely costly unless one was a skilled talisman master. Even among talisman masters, not all could afford the exorbitant price required to forge such an item. This was because talisman swords were crafted by stacking layer upon layer of talismans onto a weapon embryo, gradually transforming it into a magical treasure through sheer accumulation of talisman energy. However, this process often required over 100 Tier 2 talismans, with no guarantee of success. Even the cheapest Tier 2 talisman cost at least 200 to 300 spirit stones per piece. Spending tens of thousands of spirit stones to create a pseudo-magical treasure made little sense when one could simply buy a few talisman-based magical artifacts for a fraction of the price. A talisman-based magical artifact typically cost only a few thousand spirit stones per piece. Even so, the starting price for the Ice Jiao Sword's crafting method was set very high, beginning at 500 spirit stones. Bidding quickly escalated to 700 spirit stones. Wei Tu felt tempted and joined the bidding. The Ice Jiao sword crafting method included several Tier 2 talisman techniques. For those techniques alone, the auction was already worth it. Moreover, he was different from other talisman masters. With his late bloomer destiny, his success rate for crafting talismans reached perfection once he attained mastery. This meant that, unlike others who wasted countless talismans in failed attempts, he could forge the Ice Jiao sword at a fraction of the usual cost. Wei Shu, I have 800 to 900 spirit stones on hand. If you need them, I can lend them to you. There's nothing else in this auction that interests me. At that moment, Ko Hongying's voice sounded in Wei Tu's ear. She had clearly noticed his repeated bids and sensed his strong desire for the Ice Jiao sword crafting method. Good. Wei Tu nodded, accepting her offer without hesitation. Opportunities like this are rare. Even though talisman sword crafting techniques were considered impractical by most, that didn't mean they were easy to find. 1,400 spirit stones. After calculating the value of his own assets, plus the spirit stones borrowed from Ko Hongying, Wei Tu boldly raised the bid by 200 spirit stones in a single leap. Inside the auction hall, the flurry of bidding voices suddenly fell silent. Before Wei Tu's bid, the highest offer had been 1,200 spirit stones. Wei Tu's large jump in price left everyone momentarily stunned. 1,400 spirit stones? The previous bidders instinctively turned their heads to look at Wei Tu, committing his face to memory. This wasn't because they intended to rob him. Most Foundation establishment cultivators weren't foolish enough to become bandits over a mere talisman sword technique. Rather, they knew that talisman swords wielded considerable power. If they ever encountered Wei Tu in combat, knowing he owned a talisman sword magical treasure would help them prepare accordingly. 1,400 spirit stones. Chai Ping waited for 9 silent breaths. Seeing no further bids, she brought down the auction hammer, sealing the sale. Shortly after, the second half of the auction began. This portion of the event was dedicated to the 3 most valuable items, the main attractions of the auction. The quality of these items was undeniably high tier. Wei Tu noticed that several familiar cultivators were discreetly negotiating, pooling their spirit stones in hopes of securing one of the final treasures. The first grand finale item, a talisman treasure created by Yin Guang True Lord, the Fire Dragon Halberd. Following a brief intermission, Chai Ping reached into her storage pouch, retrieving a jade box. Carefully, she lifted the lid, using her spiritual power to suspend a faint yellow talisman paper in midair. This is a talisman treasure? Wei Tu's curiosity was piqued. As a talisman master, he had never seen a real talisman treasure before. Talisman treasures were unique. Crafted by golden core cultivators, they sealed a portion of a magical treasure's power inside a single talisman, creating a one-time use weapon of immense strength. Most talisman treasures were hoarded within powerful cultivation clans, rarely circulating in the open market. Under the gazes of the cultivators, the true form of the yellow talisman gradually became visible. Emblazoned on its surface was a crimson halberd, exuding a strange sense of vitality. At times, the halberd's image twisted, transforming into a flaming dragon, as though it were struggling to break free from the talisman paper itself. Yin Guang True Lord was a wandering golden core cultivator from 700 years ago, renowned throughout Zheng Kingdom's cultivation world. Moreover, Yin Guang True Lord wasn't just any golden core cultivator. He was a late-stage golden core grand cultivator. Chai Ping's voice echoed throughout the chamber. Most wandering cultivators lacked extensive knowledge of cultivation history. But upon hearing Chai Ping's introduction, they immediately erupted in fervor, eager to compete for the Fire Dragon Halberd Talisman treasure. This talisman treasure has a starting bid of 3,000 spirit stones, with a minimum increase of 50 spirit stones per bid. Chai Ping struck the jade table with her auction hammer, declaring the opening price. 3,300 spirit stones. At that moment, Pill Master Shu, whom Wei Tu had been quietly observing, finally broke his silence, stepping forward to bid on the Fire Dragon Halberd Talisman treasure. Only an artifact of this caliber could entice a high-level Foundation establishment alchemist like Pill Master Shu to participate. 3,500 spirit stones. Huang Xiaoshan placed a bid, beginning his battle against Pill Master Shu for the talisman treasure. Unlike talisman swords, talisman treasures were true foundational assets for a cultivation family. As an elder of the Hashan Huang clan, Huang Xiaoshan naturally wouldn't let such a valuable artifact slip away. Beyond that, A talisman treasure was a devastating weapon in the hands of a Foundation establishment cultivator, possessing 1 mint, an additional life-saving trump card, and an immense advantage in battle. Within half a cup of tea's time, the price of the Fire Dragon Halberd Talisman treasure was driven up by multiple high-ranking Foundation establishment cultivators, surpassing 5,700 spirit stones. 7,000 spirit stones. A deep, aged voice suddenly echoed through the auction hall, shaking the room. That's the cloaked cultivator who bought the water mist shield? Wei Tu, along with the other cultivators, turned their heads toward the source of the bid. It was the mysterious man in the black cloak. Wei Tu raised an eyebrow. Previously, when this cloaked man won the first auction item, the water mist shield, everyone had assumed his cultivation was only early to mid Foundation establishment at best. But now, seeing him compete for a talisman treasure against high-level Foundation establishment cultivators, his true power became evident. This level of confidence, he must be at least late-stage Foundation establishment or higher, Wei Tu speculated. A cultivator carrying vast amounts of wealth without sufficient strength was simply inviting disaster. If this cloaked man had been weak, at least 30% of the cultivators here would have already considered robbing him. Such murder for treasure incidents were commonplace in the cultivation world. Old Demon Jia, hearing the aged voice, Pill Master Shu's expression subtly changed. His lips moved slightly as he whispered the identity of the cloaked man. His voice was faint, barely above a breath. But among Foundation establishment cultivators, whose senses were razor-sharp, everyone in the hall clearly heard those 3 words. Instantly, a wave of murmurs spread across the hall. Old Demon Jia? You mean Jia Yunqing, the strongest Foundation establishment cultivator in Qisong Jia clan, second only to their golden core ancestor. He's actually attending this underground auction? Ko Hongying, sensing that Wei Tu was unfamiliar with the name, leaned slightly toward him and transmitted a quiet explanation via voice transmission. False Core True Lord? Wei Tu felt his heart tighten upon hearing the term. Beyond Foundation establishment lay the Golden Core realm. However, breaking through to the Golden Core stage was far from easy. Cultivators who failed to form a proper Golden Core but survived the process, often gaining immense strength despite the setback, were called False Core True Lords. Though they were not as strong as true Golden Core cultivators within the Foundation establishment realm, they were nearly invincible. Had Old Demon Jia belonged to any other family, Wei Tu wouldn't have cared. But the problem was, Old Demon Jia was from Qisong Jia clan. Although the Hashan Huang clan and the Qisong Jia clan weren't direct enemies, the Huang clan was allied with the Qiyue Zhao clan. As a Hashan Huang clan guest elder, if Old Demon Jia discovered his affiliation, it could spell trouble. After all, a Tier 2 talisman master like Wei Tu could influence the balance of power between Jia clan and Zhao clan. I've only been in Foundation establishment for a few years. Old Demon Jia shouldn't even know I exist yet. Wei Tu steadied his thoughts. The Thousand Faces phantom art altered his physical structure and facial features at a fundamental level. Even if Old Demon Jia considered him a threat, he wouldn't be able to see through the disguise. Unless Old Demon Jia had met him in person before and memorized his aura, he had no way of identifying him. To Old Demon Jia and his allies, Wei Tu was simply another nameless wandering cultivator. Moreover, there were plenty of other cultivators here with grudges against Qisong Jia clan. If anything, Wei Tu wasn't even a priority target for someone like Old Demon Jia. Since many of you already recognize me, I see no reason to hide anymore. Old Demon Jia chuckled coldly and removed his cloak, revealing his true appearance. To the surprise of the gathered cultivators, Old Demon Jia was not the monstrous, bloodthirsty figure they had imagined. He wore a black combat robe, his silver brows and white hair giving him a refined, almost scholarly demeanor. His complexion was ruddy and healthy, and he looked more like a kind old grandfather than a ruthless cultivator. 7,000 spirit stones. Is there anyone else willing to raise the bid? Old Demon Jia's soft voice carried a casual confidence. as if mocking the idea that anyone would dare compete against him. His mere presence was intimidating enough, forcing weaker cultivators to second-guess whether bidding further was worth the risk. He had clearly planned this moment. Even if Pill Master Shu hadn't accidentally revealed his name, old Demon Jia would have exposed his identity anyway, all to pressure the other bidders into backing down. But of course, he wouldn't admit this openly. 7,000 spirit stones. Any further bids? On the auction platform, Chai Ping sighed softly. Seeing no immediate responses, she resumed the auction process. Although she had expected a fierce bidding war, old Demon Jia's sudden move had silenced most potential competitors. The underground auction, on the surface, only invited rogue cultivators while excluding members of major factions for two reasons. First, for secrecy. Second, to prevent major forces from intimidating other bidders, making them afraid to compete. However, the latter was difficult to strictly enforce and could only be minimized to avoid direct conflicts. Seeing no one respond, Chai Ping hesitated for a moment before gently reminding the cultivators present, "Fellow Taoists, if you want a valuable treasure but cannot transport yourselves, Baibao Pavilion can escort it for you. Baibao Pavilion also guarantees your personal safety." Baibao Pavilion was jointly established by several Foundation establishment families. Though it was not as powerful as Qisong Jia clan, it was still strong enough not to be easily intimidated. However, after these words fell, the hall remained silent. Talisman treasures were rare, but as long as one attended enough auctions, they would eventually appear. No one here was willing to provoke old Demon Jia over this one artifact. After a brief pause of 9 breaths, Chai Ping struck the auction hammer, announcing that the Fire Dragon Halberd was sold to old Demon Jia. This time, old Demon Jia's participation did not violate the auction's rules. It was Pill Master Shu who exposed old Demon Jia's identity, making the other cultivators hesitate to continue bidding. Chai Ping could have encouraged the cultivators not to fear old Demon Jia, but she could not deliberately force the auction to fail. Otherwise, Baibao Pavilion would be openly making an enemy of Qisong Jia clan. And for just one talisman treasure, such a move wasn't worth it. However, when a second major treasure of the auction was about to be presented, old Demon Jia was suddenly escorted out of the auction hall by Baibao Pavilion's own false core true lord, citing violation of the auction's anonymity rule. With that, the oppressive atmosphere in the auction instantly lifted. Without old Demon Jia's intimidating presence, the remaining bidders could finally participate freely. As the final treasures were brought out, the bidding intensity skyrocketed. The second-to-last item was a set of 3 high-tier Foundation establishment-grade tiger-shaped puppets. These puppets could form a battle formation, capable of fighting against peak Foundation establishment cultivators. The final treasure was a rare spirit plant, the Heavenly Purity Flower, known for purifying a cultivator's true qi. Half a day later, the auction officially ended. The attending cultivators shifted into free trade mode. At this moment, Wei Tu noticed something strange. Old Demon Jia, who had been escorted out earlier, had now returned to his original seat. Clearly, though Baibao Pavilion had removed him from official bidding, they hadn't outright banned him from participating in free trades afterward. The first cultivator to step onto the stage for trading was Pill Master Shu. Standing where Chai Ping had previously been, he pulled out multiple pill bottles from his sleeve, placing them on the jade table. With a wave of his hand, he briefly explained the function of each pill. Without exception, every single pill was a high-grade Foundation establishment pill, the kind rarely found in the outside world. As expected, seeing the pills, many rogue cultivators immediately surged forward to negotiate deals with Pill Master Shu. After Pill Master Shu completed his transactions, several other cultivators stepped up, trading various spiritual materials and weapons. Once the trading frenzy began to settle, Ko Honging stepped onto the auction platform and placed down Wei Fei's 1 chi pouch technique for sale, clearly stating, minimum price, 1,000 spirit stones. To their lack of surprise, the reaction was lukewarm. A few elderly cultivators approached, intending to negotiate a lower price, but upon seeing Ko Hongying's firm stance, they reluctantly backed off. Neither Wei Tu nor Ko Hongying were particularly shocked at this outcome. After all, methods for enhancing qi refinement cultivators' spiritual energy were not unique to the one qi pouch technique. Some special medicinal pills could achieve the same effects. Moreover, most of the cultivators present were already at the foundation establishment stage and had no need for such techniques. In the end, it was Huang Xiaoshan, a family cultivator from Hashan Huang clan, who purchased the technique from Ko Hongying. After completing the deal, Ko Hongying stepped down from the stage. For a brief moment, Wei Tu hesitated. Then, under Ko Hongying's surprised gaze, he stepped onto the stage himself. Fellow Taoists, does anyone here possess iron magnetic spirit wood? I am willing to purchase it at a generous price. If you do not have it on hand, I'm also willing to pay for reliable information on where to find it. Wei Tu's voice carried through the hall as he scanned the room, carefully gauging the reactions of those present. Hearing his words, Ko Hongying suddenly realized something. Looks like Wei Shu already has geomagnetic yuan light forming within him. Iron magnetic spirit wood wasn't an exceptionally rare material. However, it only grew in specific environments, making it difficult to find in the cultivation world. As for its primary function, it was the only known catalyst that could refine geomagnetic yuan light, transforming it into a powerful force known as yuan heavy low restriction. With this ability, Wei Tu's combat strength would soar to the top tier among his peers. If I go to the Demon Wolf Mountain range in the future, I'll need to keep an eye out for this material, Ko Hongying noted silently. Suddenly, a voice responded from the crowd. I happen to know the location of some iron magnetic spirit wood. An elderly foundation establishment cultivator stepped forward, stroking his beard with a faint smile. But the question is, what price is fellow Taoist willing to offer for this information? What surprised Wei Tu was that the first cultivator to respond to his inquiry was none other than Master Yu Kuei, someone he was familiar with. That makes sense, Wei Tu thought. Master Yu Kuei was an expert in crafting puppets, so knowing where to find iron magnetic spirit wood was only natural. Wei Tu and Master Yu Kuei began communicating through transmitted voice messages. Soon, the two settled on a price for the information. Afterward, a few other cultivators also contacted Wei Tu, each providing different potential locations where iron magnetic spirit wood might be found. Wei Tu bought all the information, paying a total of around 100 spirit stones. Once the free trade session ended, Wei Tu and Ko Hongying proceeded one after another to pay their spirit stones and complete their transactions with Baibao Pavilion. When leaving Songlong Mountain, both remained on high alert, even more cautious than when they had arrived, ready to activate their magical artifacts at any moment in case of a robbery attempt. After traveling dozens of miles, the two still had not encountered any danger. It's probably because old Demon Jia revealed his identity at the auction, Ko Hongying said with a slight smile as they arrived at a mundane city and met up at a tavern. The presence of a false core cultivator must have made those rogue cultivators hesitant to make a move. Compared to Wei Tu's low-key disguise, her Jade Rakshasa identity was far more likely to attract robbers. That's likely the case, Wei Tu nodded. Old Demon Jia had disrupted the sale of the Fire Dragon halberd, but in doing so, he had also inadvertently protected the auction attendees from being targeted by bandits. After all, who would dare provoke a false core cultivator? A few days later, the two returned to Baisher Lake Marketplace. Ko Hongying handed over the 1,000 spirit stones earned from selling the one qi pouch technique to Wei Fei. She also returned the 2 mid-grade magical artifacts she had borrowed from him. As it turned out, mid-grade Foundation establishment artifacts were practically worthless at the underground auction, something Ko Hongying had not anticipated before attending. Thank you, Hongying. Wei Fei was visibly emotional, eyes glistening with tears as he held the 1,000 spirit stones. With this amount, along with his remaining savings, he was finally able to purchase a Foundation establishment pill. Sensing the atmosphere, Ko Hongying quickly excused herself, leaving the private room so that Wei Fei and Wei Tu could speak alone. Once Wei Fei calmed down, Wei Tu asked about his plans. Will you enter seclusion immediately to break through? Wei Tu inquired. Or will you wait until you reach Shuangjia age before attempting foundation establishment? This, Wei Fei smiled awkwardly. I actually haven't thought that far ahead. I just felt anxious seeing you enter seclusion for your breakthrough, so I wanted to be prepared in advance. Hearing this, Wei Tu secretly sighed. His guess had been right. Among the forsworn brothers, Wei Fei had always had the weakest Dao heart. There was no way he had the same do-or-die determination as Fu Zhizhou when attempting to break through foundation establishment. I plan to go to Xinjing in a few days, Wei Fei finally revealed, to get married and have children. Wei Tu was slightly taken aback. There are still 15 years before I attempt my breakthrough, Wei Fei continued. That should be enough time for me to have an heir. A bitter smile appeared on his face. I know my chances of survival are slim if I fail my foundation establishment attempt. Before stepping onto the cultivation path, Wei Fei had been adamant about not following in Wei Tu and the others' footsteps. He had refused to marry or have children, unwilling to suffer the pain of watching loved ones age and die while he remained unchanged. On this matter, Wei Fei still believed he wasn't wrong. What he regretted, however, was how he had squandered his time, wasting away years in aimless leisure instead of dedicating himself to cultivation or family. He had neither advanced on the Tao nor built a family. Third brother, I really envy you, Wei Fei sighed. You're the only one among us four who managed to balance both cultivation and family. But I failed at both, he said bitterly. And fourth brother, he only pursued cultivation, completely neglecting family. Wei Fei's eyes reddened, and tears began to streak down his face. Establishing a family and legacy. I refuse to lose to him in this as well. Wei Fei gritted his teeth. Ever since the Righteous Society was founded, his biggest obsession had been not losing to Fu Zhizhou. Now, it was obvious to anyone. Both of them would be attempting foundation establishment without the aid of a foundation establishment pill. Yet everyone knew Fu Zhizhou's chances of success were far greater than his own, and if Wei Fei failed, his fate would be complete annihilation. My name, Wei Fei, false flight. I've always felt like this name has cursed me. It's like no matter how many opportunities one get, I can never truly grasp them. Clearly, I was the one with the best fortune among us four, Wei Fei murmured. With a self-deprecating laugh, he wiped his tears away. When I have a son, I'll give him a good name. I won't let him end up like me, a failure on the cultivation path. 2 years later, after returning to Yuna Mountain, Wei Tu had just emerged from seclusion when he received news of Wei Fei's marriage and the birth of his child. The wedding was not a grand affair. Much like Helian Xiong's wedding, it was a simple gathering of close friends and family. Wei Fei's wife was a branch member of the Qiyue Zhao clan, named Zhao Ting, a cultivator at the 5th level of the Qi refinement realm. Because of his seclusion, Wei Tu had missed both Wei Fei's wedding and his child's full-month celebration. Wei Xianer. Wei Tu opened the letter and saw the name Wei Fei had given his daughter, shaking his head slightly. The character Xian clearly reflected Wei Fei's aspirations for his daughter's future cultivation path. However, such names were too common in the cultivation world, almost everywhere one looked. After carefully storing the letter inside a jade box for safekeeping, Wei Tu looked up just in time to see a wind-cleaving eagle bringing another letter to him. A letter from fourth brother? Seeing the signature on the envelope, Wei Tu's expression brightened. He quickly opened the letter and read its contents. Fortunate. Fortunate indeed. After finishing the letter, Wei Tu repeated the word fortunate several times, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Fu Zhizhou's letter was filled with the joyous news of a successful foundation establishment, not the tragic failure that Wei Tu had feared. Turning the letter over, he checked the date and saw that it had been sent half a month ago. After thinking for a moment, he decided to make a trip to Danqiu Mountain. Back when he had successfully reached foundation establishment, Ko Hongying had helped him plan for his future and advised him to join a cultivation clan. Now that Fu Zhizhou had also reached foundation establishment, it was Wei Tu's turn to assist him in planning his path forward. Whether Fu Zhizhou would accept his advice or not was another matter. It was simply a duty Wei Tu felt he had to fulfill. Additionally, during this trip, Wei Tu intended to search for iron magnetic spirit wood. The geomagnetic yuan light within his body could absorb iron magnetic spirit wood, evolving into yuan gravity light, which not only had combat applications, but could also be used to refine and purify his spiritual energy. With this in mind, Wei Tu returned to his cultivation chamber, gathering a stack of talismans and retrieving a floating silver short sword emanating a cold aura. This silver sword was a prototype he had forged based on the Ice Jiao sword talisman sword technique. Of course, at this stage, it was far from the level of a true spiritual treasure. Based on Wei Tu's estimation, its power was roughly equivalent to a full-force strike from a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. With his various talismans and this half-finished Ice Jiao sword, Wei Tu believed he had enough strength to escape from an advanced foundation establishment cultivator if necessary. Since his strength was sufficient, there was no reason to delay his search for iron magnetic spirit wood any longer. The leads he had obtained from Master Yu Kuei and others all pointed to locations deep within the Demon Wolf Mountain range. Wei Tu arrived at Danqiu Mountain. The small courtyard on Yonge Street, where he had once stayed, had been rented out to Fu Zhizhou decades ago. Even after all these years, Fu Zhizhou had never changed residences. He had remained in the same courtyard, living alongside Helian Xiong and others. Sensing Wei Tu's presence drawing near, several cultivators stepped out of the courtyard to greet him. Wei Tu scanned the group and saw that, besides Fu Zhizhou, there were Helian Xiong and his wife, Rinny Feng, and several other well-known Foundation establishment cultivators of Danqiu Mountain. It has been many years, yet Wei Daoist remains as impressive as ever. Helian Xiong was the first to speak, greeting Wei Tu with a nod. Unlike the last time they had met, when he had been somewhat nervous, Helian Xiong now appeared much more composed. Wei Daoist. Rinny Feng also cupped his hands in greeting, though he did not seem to recognize that Wei Tu was the same cultivator he had met at Helian Xiong's wedding all those years ago. The others followed suit, offering polite salutations. Fu Zhizhou, waiting for the formalities to conclude, suddenly stepped forward and pulled Wei Tu into a firm embrace. This gesture, though wordless, made its meaning abundantly clear. No matter how much time passed, their brotherly bond remained unshaken. Since Wei Daoist has come, we shall take our leave and allow Fu Daoist to reunite with his old friend. Rinny Feng and the others exchanged glances before bowing once more to Fu Zhizhou. As for what we discussed earlier, we hope Fu Daoist will consider it carefully and give us a reply soon. With that, the group took their leave, leaving behind only Wei Tu, Fu Zhizhou, and Helian Xiong's family in the courtyard. What business did Rinny Feng and the others have with you? Wei Tu found it a bit odd that those cultivators had gathered here. He distinctly remembered that back at Helian Xiong's wedding, Rinny Feng had simply gifted a Foundation establishment pill before departing, showing little interest in deepening ties. Now that Helian Xiong had reached Foundation establishment, the fact that Rinny Feng was visiting again suggested a more complex relationship. Noticing Wei Tu's curiosity, Helian Xiong gave a slight smile and said, Wei Daoist may not be aware, but for independent Foundation establishment cultivators, there are more options beyond joining a cultivation clan. One such path is forming or joining a rogue cultivator alliance. Wei Tu nodded slightly, signaling for him to continue. The group that Rinny Feng belongs to is called the Shuyun Alliance. The alliance is led by a Foundation establishment alchemist, Master Shu, and a false core cultivator. Wei Tu remained silent as he listened to Helian Xiong explain the situation regarding the Shuyun Alliance. He had indeed heard of rogue cultivator alliances before, but had not expected that Danqiu Mountain had one operating within it. Then why has this Shuyun Alliance never extended an invitation to me? Wei Tu frowned slightly. After reaching Foundation establishment, he had never received any word from the Shuyun Alliance. He had always been cautious in Danqiu Mountain, never making enemies or causing unnecessary trouble. let alone offending a powerful force like the Shiyan Alliance. As for his past enmity with Gongwon, Master Shu and the others shouldn't have known that Wei Tu was the one who killed him. There was no obvious grudge between them that would explain why he wasn't invited. Shiyan Alliance already has a Tier 2 Talisman Master. Fu Zhizhou answered. Wei Tu immediately understood. So that was the reason. The Alliance already had a Talisman Master, so they had no need for another, making it unnecessary to recruit him. As the conversation continued, the three of them entered the courtyard on Yonge Street. Tong Pei Pei poured tea for them, and the group sat down. Cultivators like Wei Daoist, who possess a specialized craft, are easily recruited by cultivation clans as guest elders. But for those of us who fight for a living, it's different. We can only join rogue cultivator alliances to seek protection and support. Helian Xiong's voice carried a hint of bitterness. No matter how one looked at it, joining an established cultivation clan was far better than joining a rogue cultivator alliance. In Zheng Kingdom's cultivation world, the 3 great sects and 7 golden core clans held absolute dominance, while groups like the Shiyan Alliance merely survived by picking up whatever scraps these great powers left behind. Wei Tu, however, didn't express any opinions in front of Helian Xiong. He merely nodded in agreement and did not comment further. Instead, he waited until evening, when he was alone with Fu Zhizhou, to finally bring up the subject. I came to Danxiu Mountain not only to congratulate you, but also to discuss your future plans. Wei Tu said frankly. Joining the Shiyan Alliance might seem beneficial at first. You'd gain access to Master Shu's pills and the Alliance's resources, but in the end, we're just being used as stepping stones for their own advancement to Golden Core. Fu Zhizhou sneered coldly. His previous hesitation, shown in front of Helian Xiong, had vanished. Now, his expression carried nothing but contempt. Over time, he had come to understand Helian Xiong's true nature. He wasn't a villain, but he also wasn't someone who treated Fu Zhizhou with genuine sincerity. Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou continued discussing the matter late into the night. Ultimately, they decided to wait for Ko Hongying to arrive before making any final decisions. As things stood, Fu Zhizhou's future was not as limited as Helian Xiong made it seem. Aside from the Shiyan Alliance, he could also consider joining a Golden Core clan. Both Qisong Jia clan and Qiyue Zhao clan actively recruited battle-oriented cultivators like Fu Zhizhou, not just talisman masters or alchemists. Compared to the Shiyan Alliance, joining a Golden Core clan would offer far greater opportunities. Of course, there was one major risk. The 2 clans were currently at war. If Fu Zhizhou joined, he would undoubtedly be dragged into the conflict, making him far more likely to perish in battle. Ko Hongying arrived in Danxiu Mountain. She listened carefully as the 2 of them explained the situation. Joining a Golden Core clan is dangerous, but it also comes with greater opportunities. This is a matter of life and death, and I cannot make this decision for you, Fu Zhizhou. It's something only you can decide. If you succeed, you will rise to great heights. If you fail, you will have no one to blame but yourself. Her voice was calm and analytical. Hearing this, Fu Zhizhou hesitated. Back when he was in Qi Refinement Realm, he had no other choice but to become a hired blade. Now that he had reached Foundation establishment, he had hoped to enjoy some level of freedom, but reality had given him a harsh awakening. If he retreated, he might find himself stuck in the same predicament as Wei Fei. If he advanced, he would be risking his life in a battle that was far more dangerous than fighting spirit beasts in the Demon Wolf Mountain. Fu Zhizhou looked up at the sky, his voice filled with bitterness. The path of immortality is truly cruel. At this moment, he felt like a caged bird. He had thought that he had finally escaped his prison, only to realize that he had merely entered a larger cage. Wei Tu and Ko Hongying exchanged a knowing glance. They both let out a silent sigh. Among the 4 sworn brothers, Fu Zhizhou's path had been the most difficult. No spiritual roots, no innate talent, no background. He had made it this far relying solely on his own swordsmanship and sheer willpower. Yet, Even after reaching Foundation establishment, he still found himself trapped in a deadlock. Looks like Fu Zhizhou is giving up. Ko Hongying saw the same despair in Fu Zhizhou's eyes that Wei Fei had shown years ago. That was the look of someone losing faith in the immortal path. She sighed softly and prepared to take her leave, intending to give Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou space to talk privately. But just as she was about to stand, Fu Zhizhou suddenly spoke. His voice was exhausted but firm. I have cultivated for so many years. I will not give up so easily. Ko Hongying paused mid-step, turning back to look at him. Fu Zhizhou let out a crazed laugh, his eyes filled with madness. With a wave of his sleeve, he released a surge of spiritual power, shattering the window in front of him. He gazed coldly at the sky beyond and spoke 4 words with unwavering determination. If I die, so be it. These words were resolute. There was no hesitation in his tone. At that moment, Fu Zhizhou had made his decision. No matter the risk, no matter the consequences, he would not back down. Wei Tu listened to Fu Zhizhou's words and shook his head slightly. The cultivation world was full of stories about those with poor talent but unwavering willpower rising to greatness. However, among the vast population of cultivators, only a handful ever managed to truly defy the heavens with determination alone. Or rather, willpower alone could only set the lower limit, but it could never define the upper limit. Among rogue cultivators in the Qi refinement realm, there were plenty with willpower just as strong as Fu Zhizhou's. But most of them never even reached Foundation establishment and ended up dying with regrets, let alone attempting to reach Golden Core. The only reason Fu Zhizhou had succeeded at reaching Foundation establishment at 100 years old was that he had managed to gather all 3 key elements necessary for a breakthrough: willpower, opportunity, and strength. Even though he never received a great fortune directly, his connection to Wei Tu and Ko Hongying allowed him to indirectly obtain opportunities that others couldn't. For ordinary rogue cultivators, reaching Qi refinement 9th realm before 120 years old was already an impressive feat. But getting access to a Foundation establishment pill or an alternative method to break through is something most could only dream of. However, the Foundation establishment realm was different. Fu Zhizhou wouldn't be able to replicate his previous success the same way. The same fortunate encounters that helped him in the past were unlikely to happen again, because opportunities to reach Golden Core weren't like Foundation establishment opportunities. They were rarely something that benefited multiple people at once. And even for Wei Tu and Ko Hongying, who had their own paths to Golden Core, their chances were still uncertain. After finishing their talk about Fu Zhizhou's future, Wei Tu brought up his own plans. He intended to head to Demon Wolf Mountain to search for iron magnetic spirit wood. I've spent the past years cultivating in Danxiu Mountain and Yuna Mountain, never stepping foot into Demon Wolf Mountain. So, I want the 2 of you to accompany me this time. Wei Tu spoke seriously. The spiritual grounds where iron magnetic spirit wood grew were all deep within Demon Wolf Mountain, where encounters with Tier 2 demon beasts were likely. Although Tier 2 demon beasts were generally weaker than human cultivators of the same level, their raw survival instincts made them extremely dangerous in battle. While cultivators aimed to win with minimal risk, demon beasts fought desperately to survive, making them deadly opponents. Hearing his request, Ko Hongying and Fu Zhizhou immediately agreed without hesitation. After all, Wei Tu had spent years quietly supporting them, providing aid without asking for anything in return. Now that he finally needed their help, neither of them could refuse. Traveling with Uncle Wei into Demon Wolf Mountain, the 3 of us working together will allow for greater gains. Ko Hongying smiled. She had never personally witnessed Wei Tu in battle, but she understood well just how terrifying a Tier 2 talisman master could be. Additionally, since Wei Tu was a Foundation establishment cultivator like her, he wouldn't be a burden in Demon Wolf Mountain. He would be an ally, not someone she had to protect. Unlike Ko Hongying, Fu Zhizhou didn't say much. He simply nodded and accepted the request. Over the past decade, Ko Hongying had already repaid Wei Tu's past kindness. But he hadn't. So no matter how dangerous Demon Wolf Mountain was, he couldn't refuse. Of course, Fu Zhizhou knew Wei Tu wouldn't treat his life lightly. Word of Ko Hongying's arrival quickly spread, and before long, members of the Shuyan alliance once again came knocking, hoping to persuade Fu Zhizhou to join them. I have made my decision. Fu Zhizhou shook his head and cut off Helian Xiong's attempt to convince him. I plan to join Qiyue Zhao clan. Hearing this, Helian Xiong frowned. Brother Fu, forgive me for being blunt, but Qiyue Zhao clan is a dangerous place. If you join them, you're throwing your life away. He hesitated before lowering his voice, looking around to make sure Wei Tu and Ko Hongying weren't present before continuing. It's true that Wei Talisman Master is your friend, but that doesn't mean he isn't using you. Hashan Huang clan and Qiyue Zhao clan are allies. Don't you think it's suspicious that he's pushing you toward them? For all we know, he might even be profiting off this arrangement. Helian Xiong spoke carefully, his tone filled with false concern. They say one should be wary of distant relatives and trust those closest to them. But I'm telling you this for your own good. Listen to me. Stay away from Wei Talisman Master. He is not on the same path as us. He is a Tier 2 Talisman Master, already favored by Golden Core clan. But us? We have no such backing. If we don't stick together, we'll be swallowed up sooner or later. Helian Xiong watched Fu Zhizhou's expression closely as he spoke. However, Fu Zhizhou's face remained completely indifferent. Seeing that his words had no effect, Helian Xiong stood up and let out a long sigh. I have said my piece, Brother Fu. I just hope you won't let yourself be sold, and still help your seller count the money. With that, he turned and left. But as he walked away, his pace was slow, almost as if he was waiting for Fu Zhizhou to change his mind. Back in his own room, Helian Xiong's expression darkened. So Fu Zhizhou really intends to join Qiyue Zhao clan. He stared towards Fu Zhizhou's residence, his gaze thoughtful. Under the cover of darkness, Wei Tu, Ko Hongying, and Fu Zhizhou left Danxiu Mountain and made their way toward Demon Wolf Mountain. During the journey, Fu Zhizhou mentioned Helian Xiong's behavior during their conversation. Helian Xiong tried to drive a wedge between us. There must be a reason for it. Either the Shuyan alliance promised him great rewards, or they're threatening him with severe punishment if he fails. Hearing this, Wei Tu's eyes narrowed slightly. In either case, it means the Shuyan alliance is far more desperate to recruit you than we initially thought. We should remain cautious. Fu Zhizhou nodded. Now that they had openly rejected the Shuyan alliance, it was possible that trouble would follow. But at this point, he had already made his decision. Even if he had to risk his life, he would never turn back. Wei Tu made his judgment. He had known Helian Xiong for some time and understood his nature. Without enough incentive, Helian Xiong would never go to such lengths for the Shuyan alliance. Offending 3 Foundation establishment cultivators just for the sake of an alliance? That seemed highly unlikely. Thus, as the 3 traveled, they began analyzing Helian Xiong's true motives. The Shuyan alliance is led by Pill Master Shu, and Pill Master Shu once had a grudge against Qiyue Zhao clan due to Geng Wen's death. During the underground auction, Pill Master Shu unintentionally exposed Jia Yunqing's identity, forcing the other cultivators to back down from bidding. By the second day, Ko Hongying, who was keenly observant, had already pieced together the real reason why the Shuyan alliance was trying to stop Fu Zhizhou from joining Qiyue Zhao clan. Hongying, are you saying that the Shuyan alliance is secretly aligned with Qisong Jia clan? Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou immediately caught on her implication. The Shuyan alliance is merely a group of rogue cultivators. While they may be powerful, they do not have a golden core, true lord among them. Pill Master Shu is already at the late Foundation establishment stage, and his next step is to break into the golden core realm. Qisong Jia clan just so happens to be able to provide him with a Tier 3 spiritual vein and experience in forming a golden core. Ko Hongying reasoned. I see. Wei Tu was surprised to realize that killing Geng Wen had, in some way, altered the power dynamics within Zheng Kingdom's cultivation world. If Geng Wen hadn't died, and his murder of Zhao Qingluo hadn't been exposed, perhaps Pill Master Shu would have remained neutral or even chosen to side with another Golden Core family instead of allying with Qisong Jia clan against Qiyue Zhao clan. Helian Xiong was willing to risk offending us just to drive a wedge between us. It seems he has secretly pledged loyalty to Qisong Jia clan as well. Fu Zhizhou's expression turned cold. This was the only explanation that made sense. At first, Helian Xiong's efforts to persuade him into joining the Shuyun alliance had been lukewarm. But the moment he mentioned joining Qiyue Zhao clan, Helian Xiong suddenly became relentless, even going as far as to try to break his relationship with Wei Tu. Because if Fu Zhizhou really did join Qiyue Zhao clan, Qisong Jia clan would surely hold Helian Xiong accountable for his failure. From now on, the three of us must be wary of the Shuyun alliance. Wei Tu, as the leader of the Righteous Society, made the concluding statement. Understood, third brother. Got it, Uncle Wei. Fu Zhizhou and Ko Hongying nodded in agreement. Demon Wolf Mountain spanned multiple national borders, serving as a natural barrier between the 5 demon sects and the 7-nation Righteous Cultivation Alliance. The region was riddled with perilous hidden grounds, and at its core, there were even heavenly demons, terrifying beings feared by both the righteous and demonic factions alike. Like human cultivators, demon beasts were divided into tiers that corresponded with the human cultivation stages: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, and nascent soul. These were classified as Huang, yellow, Xian, mysterious, Di, earth, and Tian, heaven. Heavenly demons were the equivalent of nascent soul true lords. Their power was unfathomable and ranked among the greatest forces in the Grand Song cultivation world. A few days later, after a long journey, Wei Tu, Fu Zhizhou, and Ko Hongying finally reached the outskirts of Demon Wolf Mountain. Demon Wolf Mountain is divided into 3 regions: the outer region, the inner region, and the core region. The outer region typically only has Tier 1 demon beasts, with the occasional appearance of a Tier 2 beast. The inner region. As they traveled, Fu Zhizhou and Ko Hongying, who had extensive experience navigating Demon Wolf Mountain, briefed Wei Tu on its dangers. These survival rules were learned through blood and death. You must not take them lightly, Fu Zhizhou warned. Wei Tu nodded, committing their advice to memory. Not far ahead is Ichuan Mountain Marketplace. The market was established by the 3 great sects and has a golden core true lord station there. If we encounter a beast we cannot defeat, escaping to the marketplace should ensure our safety. From the sky, Wei Tu listened to Ko Hongying's explanation and looked ahead. Sure enough, amidst the endless black mountains, he could see a human settlement standing firmly within the wilderness. Demon Wolf Mountain experiences a beast tide every 500 years. The next one is still over 20 years away. Recalling the past, Wei Tu suddenly remembered that before he had reached Foundation Establishment, a Shangjiang clan cultivator named He Peng had once told him about the Demon Wolf Mountain beast tide. It was likely that the 3 great sects had built Ichuan Mountain Marketplace, not just to profit from trading demon beast materials, but also as a stronghold against the inevitable beast tide. After passing Ichuan Mountain Marketplace, Wei Tu and his companions directly entered the inner region of Demon Wolf Mountain, heading toward Lihua Lake. According to the clues provided by Puppet Master Yu, the Iron Magnetic Spirit Wood was located near Lihua Lake. 100 miles, 200 miles, 300 miles. Under Ko Hongying's guidance, the group steadily ventured deeper into the inner region. There's a pack of demon beasts ahead, including 2 Tier 2 beasts. We should avoid them for now. Wei Tu's expression suddenly changed. He quickly stopped Ko Hongying from moving forward. As the strongest of the 3, Ko Hongying was naturally leading the group, while Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou took the rear. What? 2 Tier 2 beasts and a whole pack. Ko Hongying froze. Her spiritual sense had not detected any nearby demon beasts. But before she could ask further, Wei Tu didn't hesitate. He grabbed her wrist and immediately activated a burrowing talisman, dragging them both into the earth. Just a few breaths later, a massive black demon wolf, as large as an ox, lunged at the very spot where Ko Hongying had been standing. It sniffed the air, pawing at the ground in confusion. Finding no trace of the human scent it had just detected, it stood there bewildered. A deep, resonant howl pierced through the forest. The massive black demon wolf tilted its head back and howled again. In an instant, over 20 smaller wolves, resembling in appearance but slightly smaller in size, emerged from the shadows. Under the command of the black demon wolf, these wolves spread out, sniffing the air and searching for Wei Tu and the others. Their howls echoed across the mountains. That was close. Hiding 10 zhang underground, Ko Hongying used her divine sense to observe the scene above. She patted her chest and let out a small sigh of relief. Demon beasts had exceptionally strong physical bodies, but their spiritual perception was often weaker than that of human cultivators of the same level. Because of this, she could safely spy on the wolves from below without fear of being detected. If it weren't for Uncle Wei, I might not have died, but I definitely would have been in serious danger. Ko Hongying retracted her hand from Wei Tu's grasp, sneaking a glance at him. A rare trace of gratitude flickered in her eyes. Ever since her father, Ko Liang, had passed away, Wei Tu was the only person who gave her a true sense of security. Uncle Wei, how did you sense the incoming wolf pack? A thought lingered in her mind. Her cultivation technique was superior to Wei Tu's lesser spring and autumn art, and her cultivation level was higher than his. By all logic, she should have sensed the wolves before he did. Smell. Wei Tu pointed at his nose. I practiced the heavenly fragrance silk technique and cultivated fragrant silk nose, which greatly enhances my sense of smell. I can detect scents within a 5-mile radius. Demon beasts, unlike human cultivators, rarely concealed their scent, making it easy for Wei Tu to detect their presence as soon as he entered Demon Wolf Mountain. It was as if he had been born for this terrain. Fragrant silk nose? Ko Hongying was taken aback. The last time Wei Tu had explained how he detected the Qingye snake, he had briefly mentioned this ability. Afterward, she had tried cultivating the heavenly fragrance silk technique herself, but she had never been able to develop such a keen sense of smell. Could it be that Uncle Wei has a special physique? A suspicion took root in her mind. The cultivation world was filled with various unique constitutions. While treasure bodies and Tao bodies greatly enhance cultivation speed, there were also rare constitutions that granted special abilities, such as enhanced smell, touch, or hearing. Though not as overpowering as treasured or Tao bodies, such abilities could be invaluable in certain situations. Uncle Wei, the Tier 2 demon wolf, and its pack have left. Half a day later, Ko Hongying scanned the surface with her divine sense and confirmed that the wolves were gone. But another Tier 2 beast remains. Wei Tu's face remained vigilant. Another one? Ko Hongying raised an eyebrow and followed Wei Tu's gaze toward the northwest. Soon enough, within the outermost range of her divine sense, she spotted a flame ape demon hiding atop a tree, stealthily observing their group. It had positioned itself precisely at the edge of her detection range, making it difficult to notice without concentrated effort. However, the wolf pack is gone, and this lone flame ape demon is no match for the three of us. We should kill it. Wei Tu quickly analyzed the situation. With 3 Foundation establishment cultivators, dealing with a single Tier 2 demon beast was far from difficult. All right, I'll follow your lead, Uncle Wei. Ko Hongying's eyes flashed with excitement. Though she had earned her Jade Rakshasa reputation in Demon Wolf Mountain, she had only ever hunted Tier 1 demon beasts. Whenever she encountered a Tier 2 demon beast, her first instinct was always to flee. This time, however, they had a real chance to take one down. If they succeeded, the flame ape demon's materials alone would be worth enough to sustain her cultivation for 10 years. A quarter of an hour later, the flame ape demon, which had been spying on Wei Tu and the others, was now battered and bruised, glaring down at them with undisguised rage. Its killing intent boiled over. The surrounding forest floor was filled with razor-sharp earth spikes and shifting sand pits, hindering its movement. Above, a golden eagle circled high in the air, screeching sharply as it dove at the flame ape demon's vital points. "Damn humans!" The flame ape demon roared, its blood-red eyes locking onto Fu Zhizhou, who stood with a gleaming silver spear in hand. With a thunderous pounding of its chest, it spat out a deep brown demon core. It then channeled its raw, overwhelming power into the core before charging straight at Fu Zhizhou. A demon beast core was its greatest essence, much like a golden core cultivator's golden core. A demon beast would never use it lightly. But once unleashed, it could unleash devastating power, enough to turn the tide of battle. A blinding light erupted from the brown demon core. Under its immense pressure, Fu Zhizhou, who had previously been holding his own, began to lose ground rapidly. His silver spear clashed against the demon core, but he could only dim its radiance slightly, not enough to inflict any serious harm on the flame ape demon. However, just as the flame ape demon's massive hand swung toward Fu Zhizhou, a thin water barrier materialized in front of him. Ko Hongying, hovering in the air, muttered an incantation as several water elemental spells manifested around her. Each one radiated immense energy. Water prison technique. Water arrow technique. The spells launched in quick succession. A translucent blue prison momentarily trapped the flame ape demon, while hundreds of shimmering water arrows rained down on its thick hide. However, despite the relentless assault, the flame ape demon's tough body, which rivaled high-grade artifacts, shrugged off the attacks with only minor scratches. "Once I kill this black-robe brat, I'll deal with you next." The flame ape demon roared, breaking free from the water spells and rushing at Fu Zhizhou once again. But at that moment, a gleaming sword light descended from above. It shot straight toward the flame ape demon's forehead. Just another petty magic sword. The flame ape demon sneered, believing this attack to be no different from the ones before. After all, it had already swatted down multiple flying swords. But then, a hole appeared between its brows. Blood poured freely from the wound. The flame ape demon staggered for a moment, then collapsed with a loud crash, its face frozen in disbelief. If it had been prepared, it might have dodged the attack. The sword light that had pierced through the flame ape demon spun rapidly in the air before returning to Wei Tu's hand as he emerged from underground. Slightly damaged, but compared to the harvest, this loss is negligible. Wei Tu glanced at the ice jiao sword, a faint smile appearing on his lips. The flame ape demon had a high bloodline ranking among Tier 2 demon beasts, boasting formidable combat strength. Moreover, this particular flame ape demon had cultivation at the pinnacle of early Foundation establishment. If not for their combined efforts, slaying it without sustaining injuries would have been no easy feat. The reason the ice jiao sword managed to penetrate its defenses and kill it in one strike isn't just because of the sword's power. My geomagnetic yuan light also played a crucial role. Wei Tu analyzed the battle. Unlike most cultivators, when he controlled the ice jiao sword, he didn't rely solely on divine sense. He also infused it with geomagnetic yuan light. By merging these two forces, the intensity of his divine sense reached the level of a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. With this enhanced control, his sneak attack became overwhelmingly lethal, catching the flame ape demon completely off guard. Of course, the battle's success was also due to the efforts of Ko Hongying and Fu Zhizhou. Their relentless assaults had worn down the demon beast, setting up the perfect moment for his finishing strike. If I can refine Yuan gravity seals, the Ice Jiao sword's lethality will increase even further. Wei Tu made a mental note. After storing the flame ape demon's corpse in a storage bag, the three of them quickly left the area, masking their presence before stopping 20 miles away. Only then did they begin distributing the loot. Uncle Wei, while Fu Zhizhou and I did our part in wearing the beast down, the true deciding factor in this battle was your Ice Jiao sword. Ko Hongying analyzed the battle, attributing the majority of the credit to Wei Tu. This wasn't out of favoritism, it was simply the truth. Raw effort did not equate to contribution. Many Foundation establishment cultivators could have played their role, but few could have replicated Wei Tu's decisive killing blow. Moreover, they had used several of Wei Tu's talismans during the fight. Without them, both she and Fu Zhizhou would have been seriously injured. Wei Tu nodded in agreement. A brotherhood that thrived on blind loyalty never lasted. Precise distribution of benefits was the key to keeping an alliance stable. While he hadn't been at the front lines, the fact remained: the Ice Jiao Sword strike was what secured their victory. It was only fair that he claimed the major share of the loot. After 15 minutes, the division of spoils was complete. Wei Tu took the most valuable parts: the flame ape demon's hide and demon blood. Ko Hongying claimed the beast's demon core and a portion of its flesh. Fu Zhizhou took the remaining demon flesh. The flame ape demon's core had been damaged, significantly reducing its value. Hence, it was worth less than the hide. No one had any objections to the split. Fu Zhizhou, while your Lingwu unity served you well in qi refinement, at Foundation establishment, its limitations are showing. Once you join the Qiyue Zhao clan, you should consider training in a Tier 2 body refinement technique. That way, you'll be able to fully utilize the benefits of this demon flesh. After finalizing the split, Ko Hongying turned to Fu Zhizhou, offering a strategic suggestion. At first glance, demon flesh seemed less valuable than demon cores or hides. However, with the right cultivation method, it could be extremely beneficial. Body refinement techniques? Fu Zhizhou fell into thought. Among the 4 members of Righteous Society, Ko Hongying had the broadest knowledge, having trained in an immortal sect. Wei Tu's smooth cultivation progress was largely due to her advice. It was she who had once recommended that he switch to the lesser spring and autumn art. Back then, Fu Zhizhou had ignored her advice. As a result, he had wasted years overcoming bottlenecks. Now, she was offering him new guidance. Fu Zhizhou felt it was worth serious consideration. Training in body refinement was expensive, time-consuming, and required immense effort. But it might be his only chance to survive the impending war between the 2 great Golden Core clans. After dividing the spoils, the 3 took a brief rest before continuing their journey toward Lihua Lake. Lihua Lake was located deep within the inner region of Demon Wolf Mountain Range, a highly dangerous area. Thus, along the way, even when encountering lone Tier 2 demon beasts similar to the Flame Ape Demon, the 3 chose not to engage, prioritizing safety. Is it the Iron Magnetic Spirit Wood? Upon reaching the lakeside, Wei Tu spotted several towering ancient trees with a deep black hue. Their appearance was identical to the Iron Magnetic Spirit Wood he had seen in cultivation manuals. To verify, he guided a wisp of grayish geomagnetic yuan light from his dantian and sent it toward the Iron Magnetic Spirit Wood. The finger-sized geomagnetic yuan light was immediately absorbed upon contact, merging seamlessly into the trees. Looks like this is indeed the Iron Magnetic Spirit Wood. Yukue wasn't lying. Wei Tu's expression lit up with joy. 4th brother, Hongying, I'll need you both to guard me while I harvest these Iron Magnetic Spirit Woods. Wei Tu transmitted a message to Ko Hongying and Fu Zhizhou as he approached the Iron Magnetic Spirit Wood. Although this material was not a valuable treasure and had no use for most demon beasts, the process of harvesting it could still attract unwanted interference. Thus, Ko Hongying and Fu Zhizhou would stand guard. Sitting cross-legged near the Iron Magnetic Spirit Wood, Wei Tu used his talisman sword to slice off a section of the tree trunk. Then, channeling his innate energy, he exhaled a stream of orange-red flame. This flame was none other than innate true fire, a fundamental skill that all Foundation establishment cultivators possessed. It was a simple technique, requiring only fireball art and Lakidai's spiritual energy to activate. A few years back, Wei Tu had purchased a pill furnace to refine pills. Although he had yet to succeed in creating a single pill, he had mastered the flame manipulation technique used to control innate true fire. The Iron Magnetic Spirit Woods were massive trees, far too large to fit inside a storage pouch. Thus, Wei Tu had no choice but to burn them down with innate true fire, refining them into their essence. Extracting spiritual materials was also a basic alchemical skill. Under the intense heat of orange-red flames, the 10-foot-long trunk gradually shrank, eventually condensing into a thumb-sized black droplet of spiritual liquid. Wei Tu named it Iron Magnetic Spirit Liquid. Storing the Iron Magnetic Spirit Liquid into his storage pouch, Wei Tu repeated the process, using innate true fire to refine the remaining Iron Magnetic Spirit Woods. Time passed slowly. Days went by. After fully refining one Iron Magnetic Spirit Wood, Wei Tu had gathered an entire jade box of Iron Magnetic Spirit Liquid. Taking out a mid-grade spirit stone, he replenished his spiritual energy before moving on to the next two trees. During these days, the demon beasts around Lihua Lake began noticing their presence, occasionally harassing them. However, these were merely Tier 1 demon beasts, incapable of posing a real threat to them. In the Demon Wolf Mountain Range, Tier 2 demon beasts were rare. Most were tribal rulers, difficult to encounter under normal circumstances. Half a month later, Wei Tu completed the refining of the remaining 2 Iron Magnetic Spirit Woods. With their objective achieved, the 3 left Lihua Lake. Days later, the group arrived at another spiritual land known to contain Iron Magnetic Spirit Wood. However, Wei Tu was disappointed. Someone had already harvested the Iron Magnetic Spirit Wood from this location years ago. The intelligence wasn't false. He had simply been beaten to it. Nonetheless, Wei Tu remained undeterred, continuing his search for more Iron Magnetic Spirit Wood throughout the Demon Wolf Mountain Range. The more Yuan gravity seals, the better. With his current supply, he could only generate a force of 500 Jun using the Yuan gravity seal. The Yuan gravity seal controlled gravity, and its strength was measured in units of force. 1 month later, Wei Tu finally located the last site referenced in his leads. However, unlike Lihua Lake, this location held an additional treasure, a rare Xianyu grass growing near the Iron Magnetic Spirit Wood. Its rich spiritual energy had attracted a Tier 2 scarlet-eyed python, which now acted as its guardian. This scarlet-eyed python is slightly stronger than the flame ape demon, but not by much. Wei Tu assessed the beast's aura and made a judgment. Unlike human cultivators, demon beasts never concealed their presence. On the contrary, they deliberately emitted their aura to intimidate rivals. This beastly aura was known as demonic qi. The stronger the demonic qi, the stronger the beast. First, let's eliminate all the Tier 1 demon beasts within a 20-mile radius. We can't risk them being mobilized by the scarlet-eyed python to swarm us. Wei Tu took out 2 jade slips and recorded the movements of the surrounding demon beasts he had detected before handing them to Fu Zhizhou and Ko Hongying. 2 days later, the 3 of them slaughtered all the nearby demon beasts and regrouped at their original location. Wei Tu patted his beast pouch, releasing the wind-cleaving eagle to survey the area. Then, he retrieved a shattering stone talisman, channeling geomagnetic yuan light into it before sending it into the scarlet-eyed python's lair and detonating it. Boom! The ground trembled violently. A blood-soaked, scale-shattered scarlet-eyed python burst from the cave, its scarlet pupils radiating fury as it charged toward Wei Tu. Water prison art. Water arrow art. Ko Hongying's precast spells struck the python, attempting to halt its movement. The scarlet-eyed python lashed out with its massive tail, shattering the spells with ease before continuing its relentless pursuit of Wei Tu. Just then, a sharp eagle cry echoed from the sky. The wind-cleaving eagle swooped down, heading straight for the Xianyu grass growing near the Iron Magnetic Spirit Wood. Seeing its treasured plant about to be taken, the scarlet-eyed python's eyes widened in rage, and it immediately turned back, rushing toward its cave in a desperate attempt to protect its prize. However, at that moment, Fu Zhizhou, who had been lying in wait, hurled multiple talismans at the serpent. Heavy stone and earth rained down, crushing the python beneath a massive weight. Tier 2 talisman, heavy stone talisman. The scarlet-eyed python let out a mournful hiss, its movements significantly hindered. Seizing the opportunity, Ko Hongying and Fu Zhizhou immediately activated the talismans Wei Tu had given them, launching a barrage of attacks at the python. Under the overwhelming talisman bombardment, the scarlet-eyed python began to falter. Finally, a sword light shot forward, aiming straight for the python's head. Unlike the flame ape demon, the scarlet-eyed python noticed the incoming ice jiao sword and instinctively concentrated its spiritual energy into the scales on its head to block the lethal strike. Rip! The sword strike was successfully blocked by its reinforced scales. The ice jiao sword failed to instantly pierce the python's skull. Explode! Wei Tu wasn't surprised. He mouthed a silent command, activating the hidden talisman seal embedded in the sword. The talisman energy erupted. A foot-long ice dragon phantom surged from the sword's blade, letting out a piercing cry as it charged directly at the python's forehead. Crack! Crack! The python's defensive scales shattered, and the sword pierced through its skull, ending its struggle. The scarlet-eyed python convulsed violently before finally falling limp. Wei Tu glanced at his ice jiao sword, feeling a pang of heartache. This loss is far greater than when we fought the flame ape demon. Although the sword wasn't completely destroyed, it was now 70% ruined, requiring significant time and effort to nurture and repair. Third brother, hurry and refine the iron magnetic spirit wood. We can't afford to stay here for too long. Fu Zhizhou reminded Wei Tu. The iron magnetic spirit wood was located right at the battle site. Staying too long might attract other tier 2 demon beasts. Wei Tu nodded, wasting no time as he began refining the materials. Fortunately, this time, he was able to complete the entire refining process without any interruptions. 1 month later, the three of them left the inner region of the Demon Wolf Mountain Range and arrived at Yuchuan Mountain Market, a trading hub near the mountain range. After renting 3 guest rooms, they began dividing the spoils. As before, since Wei Tu contributed the most, he had the first pick. Wei Tu chose Xianyu grass, the scarlet-eyed python snake skin, and its essence blood. Xianyu grass was a tier 2 spiritual herb capable of enhancing a demon beast bloodline. His wind-cleaving eagle had followed him for years and had already reached the peak of tier 1. The Xianyu grass would be key to its breakthrough. As for the snake skin and essence blood, they were valuable materials for talisman crafting. The remaining materials from the scarlet-eyed python were divided between Ko Hongying and Fu Zhizhou. After finishing their transactions, they did not linger at Yuchuan Mountain Market. A few days later, after leaving Yuchuan Mountain Market, the three had barely traveled a short distance when Wei Tu suddenly issued a cautionary warning. Fourth brother, Hongying, were being followed. Stay alert. Through his wind-cleaving eagle's vision, Wei Tu spotted a group tailing them from the market. It's Rennie Feng and Chun Tang. Accessing his eagle's memory, Wei Tu immediately identified the 2 stalkers. Bandit cultivators? Or was this related to the Shuyun Alliance? Ko Hongying narrowed her eyes. As a Foundation establishment disciple from an immortal sect, she rarely encountered bandit cultivators. Such rogue cultivators usually wouldn't dare target someone of her background. Besides, they were a group of 3 Foundation establishment cultivators. Even though Rennie Feng and Chun Tang were both mid-stage Foundation establishment, they still wouldn't have an overwhelming advantage in a fight. No, they're tracking someone else. After a brief pause, Wei Tu inhaled deeply, catching a faint fragrance lingering in the air a few miles behind them. Gong Shulan. They're after Gong Shulan. Wei Tu immediately recognized the scent. It belonged to Gong Shulan, whom he had encountered before. However, what shocked him the most was that Gong Shulan had unknowingly reached Foundation establishment. Gong Shulan. Ko Hongying frowned slightly, unfamiliar with the name. She had never heard of a Foundation establishment cultivator named Gong Shulan within Danqiu Mountain. Fu Zhizhou briefly explained her background. A female cultivator who engages in that kind of business? Ko Hongying's cheeks flushed slightly as she scoffed. Rennie Feng and Chun Tang are tracking Gong Shulan, and she has now successfully reached Foundation establishment. That means Gong Shulan must have something they, or perhaps even the Xian alliance, greatly covet. Back then, Gunlun was likely just another pawn used by the Xian alliance. Wei Tu hesitated for a moment. His instincts told him Gong Shulan must be carrying a great opportunity, one that could change the fate of an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator. It was the same kind of opportunity he had seized when he killed Gungwon and obtained the Foundation establishment pill. If he played his cards right, he might be able to save himself decades, or even centuries, of struggle. However, Ren Yifeng and Chun Tang were both mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, while his talisman sword was damaged, and most of his talismans had been depleted. Acting recklessly could lead to disaster. No need to worry, Uncle Wei. Ren Yifeng and Chun Tang wouldn't dare touch us. Ko Hongying saw through Wei Tu's concerns and chuckled softly. Yuchuan Mountain Market has a golden core true lord from Mirror Water Pavilion Station there. If I crush my distressed talisman, the golden core true lord will be alerted and will immediately come to our aid. With this assurance, Wei Tu no longer hesitated. He nodded firmly and immediately formulated a plan. Fu Zhizhou would stay behind as backup, while he and Ko Hongying would move in stealthily to investigate why Ren Yifeng and Chun Tang were pursuing Gong Shulan. Fu Zhizhou had only recently reached Foundation establishment and had not yet learned to completely conceal his aura, making him an easy target for Ren Yifeng and Chun Tang. Understood, third brother. Fu Zhizhou accepted the signal talisman Wei Tu handed him and nodded. 15 minutes later, Wei Tu and Ko Hongying arrived at a cliffside, a location that Gong Shulan was bound to pass through. The two waited in ambush, ready to observe the impending confrontation between Gong Shulan and Ren Yifeng's group. As expected, it didn't take long before Gong Shulan, pursued by Ren Yifeng and Chun Tang, arrived at the cliffside. Gong Shulan landed on the ground. Her face was pale, her lips stained with blood, and she coughed lightly as she turned to face Ren Yifeng, who stood in her way. Uncle Ren, my father was once your friend. Is this how you treat his daughter? She activated a protective barrier of spiritual energy, her voice sharp with indignation as she attempted to sway Ren Yifeng's resolve. If all you had was the Foundation establishment treasure that the rumors speak of, I would not only refrain from pursuing you, but would also protect you. Unfortunately, Gong Shulan, you carry far more than just a single Foundation establishment treasure. Ren Yifeng smirked as he looked her up and down. As he spoke, Chun Tang arrived, cutting off Gong Shulan's escape route from behind. The two had her completely surrounded. Gong Shulan, you were quite clever, sneaking out of Danqiu Mountain while we were attending the underground auction and establishing your Foundation in Demon Wolf Mountain Range. But in the end, all your scheming has fallen just a step short. Chun Tang laughed coldly. Several years ago, he and a group of Foundation establishment rogue cultivators from the Xian Alliance had left Danqiu Mountain, not only to participate in the underground auction, but also to lure out Gong Shulan, forcing her to leave the mountain on her own to retrieve the Gong clan's treasure. If you hand over the Gong clan's secret treasure to the Shuyun Alliance and swear loyalty as our servant, your Uncle Run and I might consider sparing your life. It wouldn't be pleasant to be slaughtered right after reaching Foundation establishment, would it? As he spoke, Chun Tang summoned a black longblade and slashed toward Gong Shulan's protective spiritual barrier. After just a few strikes, the barrier began to waver on the verge of collapse. However, Chun Tang did not press the attack to finish her off. Instead, he held back and continued trying to persuade her, clearly more interested in securing the Gong clan's treasure than in outright killing her. Watching from their hiding spot near the cliff, Wei Tu and Ko Hongying exchanged glances. In an instant, they both understood Chun Tang's true intentions. The Shuyan Alliance was only aware that Gong Shulan carried a great treasure, but they had no idea what it actually was or whether she still had it on her. Soul-searching techniques were exclusive to Golden Core cultivators. That was likely why they had not immediately killed Gong Shulan, instead waiting for her to successfully reach Foundation establishment. Since both uncles wished to obtain the treasure, This little woman has no choice but to comply and hand it over. However, I ask that once I surrender the treasure, the two of you will let me go. Gong Shulan bit her lip, a sorrowful expression appearing on her face as she seemed to plead for mercy from Ren Yifeng and Qin Tang. As long as you hand over the Gong clan's treasure, letting you go is a trivial matter, Ren Yifeng responded immediately. But Qin Tang, standing beside him, added another condition. Gong Shulan, word is that you're quite skilled at serving others. If you can serve me well, not only will I let you go, but I'll even reward you handsomely. His eyes gleamed with vulgarity, his gaze trailing from Gong Shulan's slender neck down to the curves of her body, lingering shamelessly. Here is the Gong clan's secret treasure. Gong Shulan seemed to steel herself. She opened her mouth and spat out a jade pendant, glowing with a ghostly green light. Good, good, good. Ren Yifeng's eyes gleamed with joy as he raised his sleeve and infused his spiritual power, drawing the jade pendant toward him. However, just as Ren Yifeng reached out to receive the pendant, the carved skull on the pendant suddenly came to life. Its hollow eye sockets flashed with eerie green light. The pendant transformed into a floating, skull-sized head, pulsating with an eerie green glow, and lunged at Ren Yifeng's throat. Everything happened in an instant. Even with Ren Yifeng's vigilance, he was caught completely off guard. He instinctively activated his spiritual shield, attempting to block the green skull, but his barrier was as fragile as paper, instantly pierced and torn apart. The green skull sank its fangs into his throat. In the blink of an eye, Ren Yifeng's body shriveled up, his eyes bulging in horror, as his flesh and blood were completely drained. A demonic cultivator? Qin Tang's expression twisted in shock as he stared at Gong Shulan, muttering those four words. Even though Ren Yifeng had just been killed, he did not flee. He was certain that Gong Shulan was completely exhausted, her strength already depleted. Overcoming his fear, he remained where he was, prepared to seize the treasure for himself. Meanwhile, the green skull, having absorbed Ren Yifeng's life force, suddenly grew limbs. Its glowing jade bones fused together, flesh rapidly forming, until it took the shape of a pale, beautiful woman. Hu Yao, watching from the shadows, Wei Tu froze. His hand covered his mouth, his eyes widening in disbelief. The skull jade pendant transformed into Hu Yao, a woman whose appearance and cultivation were identical to Gong Shulan, both at the early Foundation establishment realm. Qin Tang, didn't you say you wanted Shulan to serve you? Hu Yao, now fully materialized, stood unclothed, her fair skin glowing with a strange, eerie radiance. She let out a playful, sultry laugh, her delicate curves trembling, an enchanting sight capable of stirring one's bloodlust. Qin Tang's face darkened. He glanced warily at Gong Shulan, his expression turning grim. Is this the puppet technique of the ghost puppet sect? The ghost puppet sect, while not among the 5 great devil sects, was still a notorious demonic faction in the Grand Song cultivation world. Their puppet techniques were a variant of the puppet arts, refining living cultivators into humanoid puppets using ghostly arcane methods. These puppets were indistinguishable from real people, making them extremely difficult to detect. The current Hu Yao bore all the hallmarks of such a ghost puppet. Puppet technique? Hiding near the cliff, Wei Tu's eyes narrowed as his gaze toward Gong Shulan turned murderous. Hu Yao had once been his ally. Back in his chi refinement days, she had helped him on multiple occasions. For instance, when Bing plotted against him, it was Hu Yao who had warned him, allowing him to be prepared in advance. And now, she had become a puppet? You're quite knowledgeable. Hu Yao licked her lips, her body shrouded in Gong Shulan's spiritual aura as she charged at Qin Tang. As she soared through the air, green, ghostly flames erupted around her. The black long blade in Qin Tang's hand, once brimming with spiritual essence, let out a miserable cry, its spiritual energy rapidly diminishing, causing it to slow in midair. Seeing this, Qin Tang's expression changed drastically. He quickly flicked his sleeve, tossing several black orbs at Hu Yao. These black orbs were thunderfire pearls, purchased at an immense cost. They were crafted by artifact refiners, using collected heavenly lightning to specifically counter demonic cultivators. It was precisely these thunderfire pearls that gave Chun Tang the confidence to stand his ground even after witnessing Ren Yifeng's gruesome death. The moment the thunderfire pearls made contact with Hu Yao, they detonated instantly. A blinding explosion erupted. Flames surged, lightning crackled. The green ghost flames surrounding Hu Yao diminished, her once flawless skin now marred with severe burns. Some wounds were deep enough to expose bone, making her appear grievously injured. Gong Shulan, let's see how you fight me now. Chun Tang sneered, summoning another longsword, slashing toward Hu Yao. Gong Shulan had only been in Foundation establishment for a few years. He refused to believe she had any more tricks up her sleeve. However, the next moment, what happened completely shattered his expectations. Despite her severe injuries, Hu Yao's pale flesh rapidly regenerated, the burn marks vanishing. Once again, her body was enveloped in green ghost flames, looking completely unharmed as if the thunderfire pearls had done nothing at all. As Chun Tang's longsword slashed down, Hu Yao casually raised her hand. With just a flick, the green ghost flames melted half the blade on contact. Impossible! Chun Tang panicked. He frantically glanced at Hu Yao, then at Gong Shulan, his mind racing. Gritting his teeth, he abandoned the treasure, deciding to flee at once. No treasure was worth his life. However, the moment Chun Tang took his first step to escape, Hu Yao shot forward like an arrow, her speed unnaturally fast. Their figures clashed midair. Chun Tang's face contorted in terror. He immediately activated a Grade 2 talisman, forming a defensive shield around him. But the green ghost flames surged, shattering the protective barrier instantly. Then, bone spikes erupted from Hu Yao's body, piercing straight into Chun Tang's chest. Moments later, Chun Tang's corpse crumpled lifelessly onto the cliffside, his body now nothing more than a dried husk. What should we do now? Hiding in the shadows, Ko Hongying sent a sound transmission to Wei Tu. Even she was unsure how to approach Gong Shulan. After all, 2 mid-foundation establishment cultivators had been slaughtered effortlessly by her puppet, and she and Wei Tu were only at the early foundation establishment realm. If they miscalculated, they might share the same fate as Ren Yifeng and Chun Tang. Those thunderfire pearls weren't ineffective. Wei Tu responded grimly. But Gong Shulan absorbed all of Hu Yao's wounds onto herself. His fragrant silk nose technique allowed him to perceive the thick scent of blood beneath Gong Shulan's robes. That meant, whenever Hu Yao was injured, the damage was transferred to Gong Shulan instead. So, what you're saying is she's actually at her limit. Ko Hongying's eyes lit up. She had been hesitant to engage, but if Gong Shulan was truly weakened, then the Gong clan's treasure was within their grasp. We can't be sure. Wei Tu shook his head. Her abilities are too unpredictable. If we act recklessly, we might end up just like Ren Yifeng and Chun Tang. Gong Shulan is no ordinary early foundation establishment cultivator. His voice was solemn. Then should we abandon this? Ko Hongying hesitated. The Gong clan's secret treasure was too tempting. Simply walking away felt like a tremendous waste. No. Wei Tu's gaze sharpened. We don't know if she's at her limit yet, but we need to wait for the right moment, an opportunity to strike and kill her in one blow. He didn't believe Gong Shulan could maintain Hu Yao's form indefinitely. No matter how strong she was, her spiritual energy was finite. Every second she sustained her puppet, her own reserves dwindled. Hongying, go to Ichiyuan Mountain Market and see if you can rent a formation array. We'll use it to trap and kill Gong Shulan. Wei Tu's voice was cold and decisive. Renting a formation array was expensive, but for a treasure of this magnitude, money wasn't a concern. Understood, Wei Shu. Ko Hongying nodded, preparing to sneak away from the cliff and head for Ichiyuan Mountain Market. As Ko Hongying made her move, Gong Shulan's gaze immediately shifted toward their hiding place. Fairy Ko, Gong Shulan narrowed her eyes, a faint smirk appearing on her lips. A foundation establishment cultivator from Mirror Water Pavilion, resorting to sneaky tricks? Doesn't that tarnish the reputation of your sect? Seeing that she had been exposed, Ko Honging no longer bothered to conceal herself. She stepped out into the open, flashing her sect's command token at Gong Shulan. Gong Daoyu, don't make a mistake. If you try to attack me, I can summon a golden core true lord for my sect. Even with your puppet, do you really think you can escape? At the sight of the sect command token, Gong Shulan's expression immediately became wary. She recalled Hu Yao's puppet to her side, refraining from launching an attack. After a moment of silence, she furrowed her brows and said, "You've been eavesdropping for so long, yet you didn't immediately crush the token. I assume it's not because you're here to uphold justice, but because you have your own designs on the Gong clan's treasure. Unfortunately, as you can see, I don't have the Gong clan's treasure. What I do have is only this puppet. How about this? Let me go, and I will repay your kindness in the future." The emergency rescue tokens issued by the three great immortal sects could not be used lightly. However, if the purpose was to eliminate a demonic cultivator, that was another matter. If Ko Hongying crushed the token to call for reinforcements, not only would she not be punished, but she would even receive a reward. Because of this, Gong Shulan's attitude remained soft. Even though she was facing a mere early foundation establishment cultivator, she chose not to be aggressive. No need for future favors. Ko Hongying refused outright. She glanced at the storage bags on the dried corpses of Ren Yifeng and Chun Tang, chuckling. Those two had quite the fortune on them. Gong Daoyu, perhaps you could spare those? If she couldn't take the Gong clan's treasure, then settling for the spoils of war was a good alternative. Two mid-foundation establishment cultivators. Their collected resources would surely be worth a fortune. You're being too greedy. Gong Shulan's face turned cold. She moved to control Hu Yao, preparing to strike. After all, taking down Ren Yifeng and Chun Tang had cost her greatly. If she simply handed over their storage bags, then this battle would have been a complete loss for her. Of course, Gong Shulan had no intention of actually fighting Ko Hongying here. They were too close to Ichiyuan Mountain Market. She wasn't foolish enough to take that risk. Her intent was simply to threaten Ko Hongying into backing off. Giving up one storage bag was acceptable, but what if I join in as well? A calm voice echoed from the nearby cliffside. Wei Tu. Hearing his name, Gong Shulan's expression changed slightly. A second-tier talisman master, an immortal sect disciple from Mirror Water Pavilion. These two together, while not as powerful as Ren Yifeng and Chun Tang, posed a greater threat. After all, she was no longer at her peak. More importantly, Wei Tu and Ko Hongying had seen her entire battle. They understood her methods. Gong Daoyu, or should I say, Hu Daoyu? Wei Tu stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Gong Shulan, his brows furrowed slightly. The puppet technique of the ghost puppet sect was not something he was too familiar with, but judging from Chun Tang's reaction, it was clear that even he hadn't known about Gong Shulan's ability to transfer injuries to herself. This suggested one of two possibilities. 1. Gong Shulan's puppet technique was far superior to the commonly known ghost puppet sect arts. 2. There was another reason behind her abilities, and the fact that her puppet was Hu Yao, a cultivator he was once acquainted with, raised even more questions. Hu Yao had always been cautious, never one to leave Danxiu Mountain recklessly. She certainly wouldn't allow herself to be captured by Gong Shulan, let alone be turned into a puppet, which led Wei Tu to a bold speculation. Gong Shulan and Hu Yao were the same person. During the earlier battle, Gong Shulan's detached, indifferent demeanor was identical to how he had seen Hu Yao cultivate back in the slums of Danxiu Mountain Market. Of course, it was just a hypothesis. But, Wei Daoyu, you're quite perceptive. Gong Shulan smiled, her voice shifting, becoming identical to Hu Yao's. I won't hide it. I am a ghost spirit body, one soul, two bodies. Hu Yao was always my backup vessel. Now addressing Wei Tu directly, Gong Shulan seemed almost relieved to find someone to talk to. She let out a soft sigh, then began recounting her past in Danxiu Mountain. Over 200 years ago, my grandfather, Gong Clan's foundation establishment cultivator, obtained the blood ghost jade. Despite being at the end of his potential, he suddenly broke through, shocking the entire Danxiu Mountain. As Gong Shulan continued, Wei Tu finally understood. The skull jade pendant she had spat out earlier was indeed the Gong clan's ancestral treasure. But it was also a deadly weapon. The blood ghost jade not only created a puppet, but it could also absorb blood essence, enhancing one's talent and potential. However, unless one possesses a ghost spirit body, using the blood ghost jade to enhance their talent comes at a cost. Lifespan. Both my grandfather and father died prematurely because of it. Gong Shulan smiled bitterly. Her words carried an obvious message. She was trying to convince Wei Tu and Ko Hongying to abandon any ideas of seizing the blood ghost jade. After all, it was a demonic artifact. It wouldn't suit them. Of course, Wei Tu did not believe her completely. Even her claim of being Hu Yao, he remained only half convinced. Wei Tu revealed himself right after Ko Hongying, directly stating that Gong Shulan was actually the same person as Hu Yao, someone he had once collaborated with. This wasn't just to expose the truth, it was also a strategic move to maximize their own benefits. Since Ko Hongying had already been discovered, their original plan of trapping Gong Shulan using a formation was immediately rendered useless. There was simply no time to head to Ichuan Mountain Market and rent a formation to use against her. Had Ko Hongying remained undiscovered, Wei Tu could have silently tracked Gong Shulan, waiting for Ko Hongying to return with a formation for support. Now, with that option off the table, they had to adapt. On the cliffside, Wei Tu and Ko Hongying stood opposite Gong Shulan and her puppet, Hu Yao. Your past is tragic, Gong Daoyu, and I sympathize, but these two storage bags, Ko Hongying and I will not let them go so easily. Wei Tu's tone was calm but firm, cutting off any further attempts by Gong Shulan to elicit pity. Hearing this, Gong Shulan paused for a moment before narrowing her eyes at Wei Tu. Then she nodded. Now that Wei Daoyu and Fairy Ko have joined forces, and with your sex command token as a safeguard, I am indeed at a disadvantage. I can hand over these two storage bags. However, I am willing to exchange one of them for another treasure. Would Wei Daoyu be interested? Her voice was steady, as though she had already seen through the situation. From the way Wei Tu held back instead of attacking outright, she had already guessed his mindset. If Wei Tu had absolute confidence in defeating her, he wouldn't have hesitated. Instead of standing there negotiating, he would have already made his move. Very well. Wei Tu pretended to hesitate, then finally nodded. He and Ko Hongying didn't have complete certainty of killing Gong Shulan, so they had no reason to push her into a desperate situation where she had no choice but to fight to the death. At this, Gong Shulan smiled slightly. This is a ghost puppet sect inheritance, a second-tier puppet refinement technique. With a wave of her palm, she produced a black jade slip, channeling spiritual power into it before sending it toward Wei Tu. However, Wei Tu did not reach out to take it himself. Instead, he summoned the wind-cleaving eagle, having the spirit beast grasp the jade slip to inspect its contents. He hadn't forgotten what happened to Run Yifeng, how he had accepted the blood ghost jade, only to be instantly killed. Though the wind-cleaving eagle had limited spiritual awareness and couldn't examine the entire jade slip, even a fragment of the recorded information was enough for Wei Tu to confirm that it was a genuine inheritance. A second-tier puppet inheritance is valuable, but I don't have the time to cultivate it. Wei Tu raised an eyebrow and looked at Gong Shulan again. This is a bone fragment from a third-tier demon beast, ideal for crafting a high-grade puppet. Consider it my gift to Wei Daoyu, as you were quite helpful to me back in Danxiu Mountain. With another gesture, Gong Shulan sent forth a pale yellow bone, which emitted a faint oppressive aura, indicating its extraordinary nature. Her attitude was entirely composed. She showed no resentment toward Wei Tu's opportunistic behavior. Seeing this, Wei Tu nodded slightly, signaling his agreement. Then, he commanded the wind-cleaving eagle to grab Chun Tang's storage bag, while Gong Shulan turned and left, retreating into the distance. Once she was far enough away, Wei Tu turned to Ko Hongying. She immediately understood. Without hesitation, she crushed the sect command token in her hand. Weeds must be uprooted completely. Wei Tu didn't know for sure if Gong Shulan was truly Hu Yao, but even if she was, he couldn't allow her to live. If she was really Hu Yao, then all the past events, the assassination attempt by Ying Bing, the feud with Gong Wen, the enmity with Ren Yifeng, all of these could have been orchestrated by her. A few breaths later, from the direction of Ichuan Mountain Market, a pale blue streak of light shot through the sky. It was far faster than any Foundation establishment cultivator, appearing like a shooting star as it streaked toward the cliffside where Wei Tu and Ko Hongying stood. The light came to a sudden stop, revealing a stunning female cultivator with phoenix-shaped hairpins and elegant, slanted brows. Senior Gong. Ko Hongying immediately bowed respectfully, offering a formal greeting. Gong True Person swept her gaze across Ko Hongying, then lingered on Wei Tu for a brief moment. Finally, she spoke. Hongying, why did you crush your sect's emergency token? From a moment she sensed the command token being used, she had assumed that a disciple was in grave danger, so she had rushed here as quickly as possible. Yet, when she arrived, she found that Ko Hongying was completely unharmed. Senior, I discovered a cultivator suspected of being from the Ghost Puppet sect. She killed 2 Foundation establishment rogue cultivators from Danqiu Mountain. Ko Hongying kept her explanation concise and to the point. As soon as she finished speaking, Gong True Person immediately flew off in the direction where Gong Shulan had fled. For the righteous sects, demonic cultivators were sworn enemies. Even if Gong Shulan hadn't just killed Ren Yifeng and Chun Tang, Gong True Person wouldn't have let her go. Hunting down demonic cultivators was one of the 3 great sects' responsibilities. Wei Tu and Ko Hongying watched Gong True Person disappear into the distance, then waited on the cliffside for news. Half a day later, Gong True Person returned. She carried a lifeless female corpse, shaking her head. This was merely a puppet from the Ghost Puppet sect. She used it to deceive you too. By the time I tracked her, her aura had already disappeared into Demon Wolf Mountain. Whether she is dead or alive remains uncertain. My guess is that she intends to cross Demon Wolf Mountain and flee toward the 5 great demonic sects. But I have memorized her aura. If she ever tries to leave Demon Wolf Mountain, the 3 great sects will not let her escape. Seeing the look of unease on Ko Hongying's face, Gong True Person gave a reassuring smile. The 3 great sects have been blocking the demonic path for many years. If the 5 great demonic sects had been able to launch an invasion, they would have done so already. The natural dangers of Demon Wolf Mountain were one reason, but another major factor was the 3 sects' relentless watchfulness. For Gong Shulan to return to Zheng Kingdom, it would not be easy. Furthermore, entering Demon Wolf Mountain was already a death sentence. Even Gong True Person herself wouldn't recklessly venture too deep for Gong Shulan. This was a desperate gamble to stay alive. Her chances of survival were slim. Watching Gong Zhenjuan leave, Wei Tu and Ko Hongying made their way to reunite with Fu Zhizhou. After making a copy of the second-rank puppet techniques inheritance for Fu Zhizhou, Wei Tu and Ko Hongying divided the contents of Chun Tang's storage pouch. Once the division was complete, Wei Tu acquired a 3rd-rank beast bone and 800 spirit stones, while the remaining miscellaneous items went to Ko Hongying. For itinerant Foundation establishment cultivators, aside from those like Pill Master Shu, who possessed a specialized craft, most were penniless. Finding wealth worth nearly 2,000 spirit stones in Chun Tang's storage pouch was already quite decent. Midway, Ko Hongying parted ways, heading toward the Baishur Lake Marketplace. Wei Tu, on the other hand, continued traveling with Fu Zhizhou to Chiyue, home to the Zhao clan of Chiyue. Both Chiyue and Cloud Crane Mountain housed 3rd-rank spiritual veins, making them some of the top blessed lands in Zheng Kingdom. Upon learning that Fu Zhizhou intended to join the Zhao clan of Chiyue, the clan leader, Zhao Tinghai, personally welcomed them, treating Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou as honored guests. Furthermore, he arranged for his daughter, Zhao Qingluo, to accompany them at the banquet. Much like the Huang clan of Cloud Crane Mountain, while the Zhao clan of Chiyue had a higher number of foundation establishment cultivators, they still numbered fewer than 20. Fu Zhizhou's decision to join the Zhao clan was a significant event, particularly since the clan was preparing for an impending conflict. During casual conversation, Wei Tu emphasized that Fu Zhizhou was not just an ordinary recruit, but a sworn ally, a blood brother to him, and a close elder to Ko Hongying, the foundation establishment cultivator of Mirror Water Pavilion. This was a crucial distinction. If left unspoken, the Zhao clan might see Fu Zhizhou as nothing more than a dispensable soldier. If they treated him as mere cannon fodder during wartime, Wei Tu would regret not having made things clear. For mere mortals to this day, walking the path of immortality together, the bond between Wei Daoyu and Fu Daoyu is truly enviable. Zhao Tinghai expressed admiration. Inside his mind, however, he had already elevated Fu Zhizhou's status, ranking him above several of the clan's own foundation establishment cultivators. After all, a lone family cultivator was expendable, and their deaths carried little consequence. But if Fu Zhizhou were to die, the Zhao clan would have provoked not one, but two formidable cultivators, especially Ko Hongying. Zhao Tinghai was well aware that Ko Hongying was regarded as a potential golden core candidate within Mirror Water Pavilion. She was not someone to offend lightly. Besides that, does clan leader Zhao know about the Shuyun alliance of Danqiu Mountain? After a moment of contemplation, Wei Tu decided to sell this information to the Zhao clan as a means to further solidify Fu Zhizhou's standing. The Shuyun alliance? Zhao Tinghai furrowed his brows, evidently unfamiliar with this faction. This ignorance was unsurprising. Much like how the Zhao clan was unaware of Wei Tu, Fu Zhizhou, and Ko Hongying's small alliance, a group of itinerant cultivators forming a faction in secrecy would naturally go unnoticed. Wei Tu exchanged a glance with Fu Zhizhou, signaling for him to speak. Fu Zhizhou carefully chose his words and disclosed the Shuyun alliance's cooperation with the Qisong Jia clan. This is quite serious. Hearing this, Zhao Tinghai's expression immediately changed, and he began pacing restlessly. Ordinarily, the Shuyun alliance was insignificant in the eyes of Golden Core clans. However, under the current circumstances, if the Shuyun alliance had truly joined forces with the Qisong Jia clan, the Zhao clan of Chiyue would undoubtedly suffer a major setback. This matter will be recorded as a merit for Fu Daoyu. When the time comes for selecting second-rank inheritances, Fu Daoyu may choose 2 instead of 1. Additionally, I will grant Fu Daoyu an Emerald Radiance Pill. Zhao Tinghai made his stance clear. Thank you, clan leader Zhao. Fu Zhizhou smiled, visibly pleased. Unlike Wei Tu, Fu Zhizhou had limited rights as a new recruit within the Zhao clan. He was originally allowed to choose only 1 second-rank inheritance. However, with Zhao Tinghai's reward for his intelligence, he now had the chance to select 2, meaning he could finally choose the body refinement technique recommended by Ko Hongying. Zhao has other matters to attend to. Qingluo, I leave the arrangements for Wei Daoyu and Fu Daoyu in your hands. A short while later, Zhao Tinghai excused himself and left the hall. Zhao Qingluo nodded in acknowledgement and personally escorted Fu Zhizhou to the cave residence designated for the Zhao clan's honored guests. On the way back, Wei Tu took the opportunity to bid farewell. Wei Daoyu, do you think the Shuyun alliance defected to the Qisong Jia clan because of me? Was it my actions, my relentless pressure on Pill Master Shu, that pushed him into their camp? Zhao Qingluo ignored Wei Tu's farewell, her voice carrying a hint of melancholy and regret. Wei Tu was slightly puzzled. After all, his relationship with Zhao Qingluo wasn't particularly deep. He speculated that due to her arrogance and difficult personality, she had few people she could confide in. And as one of the few who never openly opposed her, Wei Tu had always humored her whims, never directly rejecting her, even if he found her attitude difficult. Additionally, the situation with Pill Master Shu also involved his apprentice, Gung Wan, who had developed a grudge against Zhao Qingluo. And it was Wei Tu who had first caused friction between Gung Wan and Zhao Qingluo. Princess Qingluo, I wouldn't know. I'm not inside Pill Master Shu's mind. Wei Tu shook his head. He understood one fundamental truth. Aside from family bonds, one should never lecture others about their personal troubles. Even if one's advice was correct, it was rarely welcomed. Zhao Qingluo fell silent. Neither spoke as they made their way forward. Upon reaching the exit of Qiyue's territory, Wei Tu clasped his hands in a respectful farewell before flicking his sleeve and soaring into the sky. After leaving Qiyue, Wei Tu adjusted his flight path toward a first-rank spiritual land nearby, Zijing Forest. A few years ago, after Wei Fei had married and started a family, he relocated to Zijing Forest, choosing to live with his wife's family. Third brother, you're here. Wei Fei was enthusiastic when he saw Wei Tu arriving with gifts in hand. He quickly called out to his wife, Zhao Ting, asking her to prepare a meal for their guest. Inside the hall, after briefly playing with Wei Fei's young daughter, Wei Xian'er, Wei Tu got straight to the point. Previously, I promised second brother that I would gift him beast refining talismans along with the necessary beast essence. This is the essence of a second-rank scarlet-eyed python. Wei Tu retrieved a jade bottle from his sleeve and placed it on the table. A high-quality beast refining talisman could catalyze a first-rank beast essence into a pseudo-second rank, but it would still fall short of a true second-rank beast essence. However, the scarlet-eyed python's essence that Wei Tu had acquired from their recent hunt perfectly matched Wei Fei's fire attribute, making it ideal for his foundation establishment breakthrough. A second-rank beast essence. Wei Fei was stunned by Wei Tu's generosity. Second-rank beast essence was extremely rare. In certain circumstances, its value could even rival a foundation establishment pill at an auction. This was merely a small effort. Wei Tu shook his head, downplaying his contribution. Expecting Wei Tu to risk his life just to hunt a second-rank spirit beast for Wei Fei's foundation establishment breakthrough was unrealistic. Hunting the scarlet-eyed python was primarily for his own path of cultivation. Even if it was done in passing, it is still a rare act. There are few people in this world like you, third brother, who would go out of their way for such a thing. Wei Fei clenched the jade bottle tightly, his tone filled with gratitude. Spirit beast essences must be used within a limited time frame, or they risk dissipation. I suggest that second brother begins preparations for foundation establishment within the next few years. Wei Tu reminded him. This was one of the reasons why he had chosen to gift the scarlet-eyed python's essence to Wei Fei. Even if he had been more selfish and kept it for himself, he wouldn't have been able to sell it at a high price in the short term, nor would he have been able to fully utilize it. Rather than letting it go to waste, it was better to honor the bond of brotherhood and help Wei Fei this time. Wei Fei nodded firmly, taking Wei Tu's advice to heart. As Wei Tu soared into the sky, leaving the Wei residence, Wei Fei watched his disappearing streak of light and bowed deeply toward him, unmoving for a long time. 1 month later, Wei Tu returned to Cloud Crane Mountain. Upon his return, he immediately began the process of refining the iron magnetic spirit liquid. However, refining iron magnetic spirit liquid was no easy task. After 6 months, he had only managed to refine half a box of it. Moreover, Wei Tu realized that refining this material severely drained both his internal energy and focus, comparable to inscribing talismans. Even so, remembering the benefits of the Yuan gravity loss seal, Wei Tu persisted. Each time he recovered his qi and spiritual power, he immediately resumed refining the iron magnetic spirit liquid. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had gone by. Finally, it's done. This is Yuan gravity loss seal. After refining 3 full boxes of iron magnetic spirit liquid, the geomagnetic Yuan light in Wei Tu's Dantian underwent a transformation. The grayish magnetic light took on a faint 5-colored radiance. This multicolored glow moved at his will, able to take any shape. When Wei Tu stretched the glow to its limit, he could see countless intricate runes densely packed within it. These mysterious runes were what composed the natural law seal of the Yuan gravity law seal. Wait, there's a new line of text on my late bloomer destiny trait. As Wei Tu was about to withdraw his Yuan gravity law seal, he noticed that his golden purple destiny trait had revealed a new inscription, and it was related to the Yuan gravity law seal. Yuan gravity law seal 1/100 meditate for 5 hours per day, and it will be perfected in 500 years. The Yuan gravity law seal wasn't a cultivation technique. Wei Tu couldn't immediately comprehend what this 500 years to completion meant, but he assumed it referred to a higher-level transformation of the Yuan gravity law seal. However, the phrase meditate for 5 hours per day immediately made him think of a possibility. Sitting cross-legged, Wei Tu activated Lesser Spring and Autumn Art, drawing spiritual energy from the surroundings. Sure enough, his assumption was correct. With each cycle of Lesser Spring and Autumn Art, the Yuan gravity law seal in his body subtly expanded. Though the increase was microscopic, far less efficient than refining iron magnetic spirit liquid. But with enough accumulation over time, this tiny growth could eventually lead to an overwhelming power. Wei Tu could already imagine himself unleashing thousands or even millions of gene of gravitational force in battle. When the Yuan gravity law seal was fully refined, a single pulse of energy could crush his enemies into pulverized blood mist. For now, I'll hold off on refining the rest of the iron magnetic spirit liquid. There's no rush. Wei Tu waved his sleeve, opened the door to his cultivation chamber, and stepped out. In another year, the Huang clan of Cloud Crane Mountain would hold their once-every-8 years cultivation exchange. And he still had pending orders from the previous exchange that needed to be completed. He had already finished some of the commissions, but his journey hunting spirit beasts had caused losses. 2 letters. The moment Wei Tu exited his cultivation chamber, he saw 2 letters sitting on a small table outside his door. The envelopes had gathered dust. He brushed off the dust and picked up the first letter. It was from Wei Yan. Opening it, he began reading. Wei Yan wrote about the progress of her cultivation alongside Wei Shouwen, as well as some minor incidents in Baisher Lake Marketplace regarding their cultivation. After consuming the spiritual apricot gifted by Fu Lin, Wei Yan had broken through to Qi Refinement 8th layer. As for Wei Shouwen, though he had not consumed a spiritual apricot, he had still managed to catch up due to Mei Yuanfeng's guidance, and had also reached Qi Refinement 8th layer 6 months ago. At the end of the letter, Wei Yan also mentioned that Fu Lin had sent her a letter inquiring about her marital status. The second letter was from Wei Fei. The date on the envelope indicated that it had been sent a year ago. It seems second brother is truly blessed. He must have successfully broken through to foundation establishment. Wei Tu smiled with anticipation as he opened the letter. Without a foundation establishment pill, failure in the breakthrough process usually meant instant death. A cultivator who failed would not have been able to write a letter. So the moment Wei Tu saw Wei Fei's letter, he assumed that his brother had succeeded. However, as he read, the smile on his face gradually disappeared, his expression eventually shifting into a deep sigh. This breakthrough, Wei Fei had indeed survived, but he had not successfully reached foundation establishment. Instead, he had unexpectedly reached Qi Refinement 10th layer, an extremely rare state, comparable to a false core cultivator, but even rarer. For a moment, Wei Tu didn't know whether Wei Fei's breakthrough was a blessing or a tragedy. The blessing was that he did not perish. The tragedy was that he failed foundation establishment and all of his accumulated resources had been exhausted. Moreover, there was another unfortunate reality. Wei Fei could no longer use qi condensation pills or spirit beast essences to attempt foundation establishment again. If Wei Fei had succeeded, his injuries from the breakthrough would have healed naturally. But because of his failure, the hidden damage in his meridians remained. Taking another qi condensation pill would be no different from consuming poison. This time, the one left behind is his second brother. Wei Tu sighed and put the letter away. Unless a miracle occurred, Wei Fei's cultivation path would end at qi refinement. Foundation establishment pills were rare treasures, not easily obtainable. Even Foundation establishment cultivators struggled to acquire just one. And even if Wei Tu somehow obtained one, his first priority would be his own children, not Wei Fei. A year later, the Golden Moon Cliff Exchange Gathering was underway. Wei Tu set up his stall, waiting for customers who had pre-ordered talismans from the previous gathering. This time, he wasn't the only craftsman setting up a booth at the Offering Hall Pavilion. In addition to himself and Yu Kuei, there was now also Xia Qi. It was apparent that Xia Qi had given up on pursuing Huang Xiyu during this exchange. Wei Tu wasn't sure whether Xia Qi's change of heart had anything to do with him. All he knew was that 2 years ago, Xia Qi had married a Qi refinement female cultivator from the Huang family. At that time, Xia Qi had even sent him a wedding invitation, asking him to attend the ceremony. However, Wei Tu politely declined, citing his seclusion as an excuse. He had no interest in spending money on a gift for a near stranger. Giving a cheap gift would have been even more awkward. Later, Wei Tu heard from Yu Kuei that not a single Offering Hall craftsman had attended Xia Qi's 100 Refinements Workshop wedding. Only a few Huang family cultivators showed up out of obligation. This had left Xia Qi utterly humiliated, becoming the subject of ridicule among fellow cultivators. From then on, he became a laughingstock for having terrible social connections. Master Wei, fellow Taoist Wei, you had your eye on my Qingyang furnace last time, didn't you? This time, I'll give you a discount. No, let's say 30% off. How about that? Xia Qi finished setting up his booth and saw that Yu Kuei and Wei Tu were chatting while completely ignoring him. He gritted his teeth, put on a forced smile, and shamelessly walked over, trying to sell his Qingyang furnace. He even offered an immediate discount on this first-grade high-rank alchemy furnace. This was the complete opposite of how things had been 8 years ago. Back then, Xia Qi had flatly refused to negotiate a lower price with Wei Tu. But now, he was the one making offers. One does not slap a smiling face. Wei Tu paused his conversation with Yu Kuei, glanced at the Qingyang furnace, and shook his head. Fellow Taoist Xia, I already purchased a furnace at the last exchange gathering. I have no use for the Qingyang furnace anymore. You should find another buyer. Hearing this, Xia Qi's face turned stiff with embarrassment, and he quickly stuffed the furnace back into his storage bag. However, now that he had failed to use the furnace as a conversation starter, he had no idea how to mend relations with Wei Tu and Yu Kuei. Haha, old Xia, I heard you have a first-grade mid-rank flying boat in your possession. Why don't you lower the price and sell it to me or fellow Taoist Wei? Yu Kuei grinned mischievously, seizing the opportunity. He was an old fox and could tell that Xia Qi wanted to be accepted back into their Offering Hall circle. Forcing Xia Qi to sell the flying boat at a discount not only gave Xia Qi a way to save face, but also allowed them to benefit from his predicament. A flying boat. Xia Qi's brow twitched. His first instinct was to refuse outright, but when he remembered the disapproving look from his father-in-law, he gritted his teeth and reluctantly took out a palm-sized yellow flying boat. This is the Huangyan boat. At full speed, it can rival a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator's flight speed. For normal travel, it's about as fast as an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. I previously priced it at 1,500 spirit stones, but I'll lower it to 1,200 spirit stones for the two of you. Xia Qi made a painful concession. 1,200 spirit stones? Wei Tu hesitated slightly. A flying boat had numerous uses. It could be used for travel, pursuit, or escape, making it an extremely valuable asset. Using a flying boat consumed spirit stones and a small amount of qi, but overall, it was very cost-effective. The only issue was the price. Wei Tu shook his head. Unfortunately, he had too many talismans stocked up and didn't have excess spirit stones to spend. You can trade talismans or puppets instead. Xia Qi quickly added. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of bartering before. However, he was a reclusive blacksmith, rarely venturing out of Cloud Crane Mountain. He had no practical use for puppets or combat talismans. This was why, in the past, he never accepted bartering deals. But now things were different. His father-in-law had specifically instructed him to rebuild relationships with Wei Tu and Yu Kuei so that he could acquire cheaper talismans and puppets for the family. Although Xiaoqi wasn't sure what kind of trouble his father-in-law was anticipating, he knew one thing. His father-in-law was a high-ranking figure in the Huang family. Second only to the Golden Core cultivators, his status ranked among the top 5 power holders in the family. This was not someone he could afford to ignore. The three of them haggled. In the end, Yu Kuei withdrew from the deal, giving Wei Tu the priority to buy the Huangyan boat. Wei Tu paid 500 spirit stones and exchanged 3 second-grade talismans for the first-grade mid-rank flying boat. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Wei, on acquiring a flying boat. Yu Kuei clasped his hands in congratulations. At the same time, he secretly transmitted a message to Wei Tu, explaining that he already owned a flying boat. He had intentionally pushed Xiaoqi to sell it cheaply, so that Wei Tu could benefit from the deal. Many thanks, fellow Taoist you. Wei Tu arched his brow, making a mental note to be more cautious when dealing with Yu Kuei in the future. After this transaction, Xiaoqi successfully reintegrated into the offering hall circle. At least on the surface, neither Wei Tu nor Yu Kuei showed any signs of hostility toward him. 2 or 3 days later, customers who had pre-ordered talismans from Wei Tu at the last exchange meeting gradually arrived, making their final payments and claiming their orders. This time, the Fong family's talisman order is more than double what they ordered last time, and the other families have also increased their purchases. Could it be that a war is brewing in the Zheng Kingdom's cultivation world? Wei Tu noticed this unusual trend and couldn't shake a sense of unease. A single leaf can foretell autumn. Even though the Huang family's vassal clans had lacked a second-grade talisman master after their old craftsman passed away, that still didn't explain the sudden surge in orders. After all, talismans had a limited shelf life. Over time, they would gradually lose their effectiveness. If storage weren't an issue, every Golden Core family would hoard talismans like crazy. Wei Tu knew about the war between the Qisong Jia clan and the Qiyue Zhao clan, but he doubted it was severe enough to affect the Huang family's talisman business this significantly. Maybe Xiaoqi knows something? Wei Tu's gaze fell on Xiaoqi, who was tending to a stall nearby. He didn't believe that Xiaoqi was seeking reconciliation just to rejoin the ranks of the offering hall and avoid ridicule. I'm a talisman master. Even if war breaks out, the Huang family of Ishan wouldn't send me into battle unless they were truly desperate. No rush. Wei Tu shook his head. He wasn't well acquainted with Xiaoqi. There was even some lingering resentment between them. If he rashly inquired, Xiaoqi might not reveal such a sensitive matter. Besides, exposing Xiaoqi's true intentions would be embarrassing for him. Wei Tu wasn't socially clumsy enough to make such a blunder. Taoistly, why have you bought so many more talismans than last time? Wei Tu turned to one of his customers, probing for information. I don't know. The Foundation establishment cultivator surnamedly shook his head. I just heard that talismans in the surrounding marketplaces were completely bought out a few days ago, so I followed the trend and stocked up. Later, Wei Tu asked several more people. Their answers were all similar. They were buying talismans because others were buying them first. However, a few days later, Zhao Qingluo arrived, making Wei Tu's eyes light up. Compared to the other Foundation establishment cultivators, Zhao Qingluo's status was far superior. If anyone knew the real reason behind this sudden rush for talismans, it would be her. Mass purchases of talismans. Zhao Qingluo raised her eyebrows in mild surprise. She pondered for a moment before shaking her head. If it's about that matter, then perhaps it's related to the sudden demand for talismans. Half a day later, Zhao Qingluo returned to Wei Tu's stall and shared her speculation. When I was young, I once overheard my father mention that the Huang family of Hashan controls a secret realm called the Clouds, a secret realm. The Clouds, a secret realm exists in a separate dimension and opens once every 200 years. Only cultivators below the Golden Core realm are permitted to enter. By my calculations, it should be opening soon. Inside the secret realm, There are numerous rare spiritual resources not found in the outside world. Many of the materials used by the Huang family to refine foundation establishment pills come from this realm. Some of the treasures within are even valuable to golden core cultivators. Zhao Qingluo spoke calmly. A secret realm? Wei Tu's heart trembled slightly. He was no longer an ignorant newcomer to the cultivation world. He understood the significance of a secret realm. These isolated worlds were rich in spiritual energy and contained countless precious materials. Many cultivators who rose to prominence had done so because of fortuitous encounters within secret realms. Although the Huang family of Hashan is powerful, they're not strong enough to monopolize the Cloud's secret realm. Whenever it opens, they invite allied forces and cultivators from the three great immortal sects to explore it together. Since you are an offering member of the Huang family, you should be among those invited, Zhao Qingluo added. Hearing this, Wei Tu finally understood why cultivators like Li and the others knew nothing about the Cloud's secret realm. Because their families were only vassals of the Huang family, not true allies. The only allies of the Huang family were the other two Golden Core families, the Qiyue Zhao clan and the Xiefeng Zheng clan. However, some foundation establishment cultivators from subordinate families must have obtained entry quotas, which led to people likely following suit and purchasing talismans. Wei Tu mused to himself. Cultivators were not much different from mortals in some ways. If he himself were not a talisman master, but just another foundation establishment rogue cultivator, upon seeing talismans being rapidly bought up, he too might have blindly followed the trend, thinking it wise to prepare in advance. Because if we're truly broke out, by then, it would be too late to purchase talismans. Wei Tu continued his inquiries about the exact opening date of the Cloud's secret realm. The Huang family of Hashan uses formations to access the realm's spatial node, so the precise timing is uncertain. But based on my estimation, it should be within the next 10 years. Zhao Qingluo thought for a moment before replying. Having received an answer, Wei Tu expressed his gratitude to Zhao Qingluo and offered her a small discount on her talisman order. Seeing this, Zhao Qingluo smiled slightly and graciously accepted his gesture. From observing Wei Tu, she seemed to have gained some insight into the art of dealing with people. After the exchange conference ended, Wei Tu temporarily set aside his personal cultivation and focused all his efforts on producing talismans for sale. However, just a few months later, the Huang family of Hashan issued an invitation to a foundation establishment assembly, abruptly interrupting his plans. The foundation establishment assembly was a meeting that gathered all foundation establishment cultivators of the Huang family. Wei Tu suspected that this assembly would likely include official details regarding the Cloud's secret realm. Stepping out of Talisman Heart residence, Wei Tu made his way toward the Clan Affairs Hall to attend the meeting. Just as he left the courtyard, he saw Si Qing emerging from the adjacent residence, gracefully lifting her skirt as she stepped forward. Wei Tu halted and greeted her politely. Array Master Si. Unlike Yu Kuei and Xia Qi, Si Qing had always been reclusive. In the 11 years since she had joined the Huang family, Wei Tu had only encountered her twice. Talisman Master Wei. Si Qing stopped in her tracks, her bright, beautiful eyes sweeping over Wei Tu's day. A soft smile appeared on her flawless face, and she returned the greeting with a slight bow. Talisman Master Wei must have also received the clan's invitation to the Foundation Establishment Assembly. Why don't we go together? Si Qing offered. Wei Tu was briefly surprised, but nodded in agreement. With a woman as beautiful as Si Qing, Wei Tu usually avoided traveling with her to prevent drawing unnecessary attention. Together, the two headed toward the Huang family's Clan Affairs Hall. By the time they arrived, most of the Huang family's foundation establishment cultivators had already gathered. Half a day later, the foundation establishment assembly officially began. As expected, the topic of discussion was none other than the Cloud's secret realm. However, the details revealed during the meeting contained several unexpected differences from what Wei Tu had learned earlier. 170 years ago, true monarch Wan Hai from Qingzhou Mountain approached our ancestor and exchanged a piece of purple thunderwood for 6 entry slots into the Cloud's secret realm. However, decades ago, during the war between the Jia and Zhao families, Qingzhou Mountain explicitly sided with the Qisong Jia clan. Now that the Cloud's secret realm is about to open again, our ancestor predicts that Qingzhou Mountain will act against the Foundation establishment cultivators inside the secret realm. They might even allow Qisong Jia clan cultivators to join in as well. The Huang family patriarch, Huang Changshun, swept his gaze across the gathered Foundation establishment cultivators, his voice deep and serious. As his words fell, the room fell silent. The Foundation establishment cultivators exchanged uneasy glances. Even Wei Tu felt a tinge of uncertainty. Previously, he had viewed the Cloud's secret realm as an opportunity. After all, those entering the secret realm were all allies of the Huang family. He hadn't expected much internal conflict. But with Qisong Jia clan thrown into the mix, everything had changed. The dangers inside the Cloud's secret realm had suddenly escalated. Therefore, for the sake of safety, our ancestor has decided to reduce the number of Huang family members entering the Cloud's secret realm from 15 to 7. As for the remaining 8 slots, this patriarch intends to sell some and allocate others to our esteemed offering members. At this point, Huang Changshun turned to look at Wei Tu, Yu Kuei, Si Qing, and Xia Qi, his gaze filled with inquiry. Seeing that none of the 4 offering members responded immediately, Huang Changshun stroked his beard and smiled faintly. The teleportation into the Cloud's secret realm is random. It's not as dangerous as you might think. It's just that, for the sake of our clan's lineage, we cannot afford to take risks. Besides, the Qisong Jia clan won't send all their elites into the secret realm. At most, they'll dispatch 1 or 2 late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. And true monarch Wan Hai has his own disciples and lineage. He wouldn't simply hand all the entry slots to the Qisong Jia clan. Hearing this, the expressions of Wei Tu and the other offering members softened slightly. May I ask the patriarch, what is the price of an entry slot into the Cloud's secret realm? Wei Tu pondered for a moment. Instead of giving an immediate answer, he posed a question. This time, the Cloud's secret realm was indeed more dangerous than before. But if navigated carefully, the potential rewards could also surpass those of previous expeditions. Danger always coexists with opportunity. One must maintain a bold yet cautious heart when treading such a precarious path. Before making a decision, Wei Tu needed to gather intelligence and weigh the risks properly. Each slot costs 2,000 spirit stones. Huang Changshun gave the price. Compared to the cost 170 years ago, this was much lower. However, times had changed. In past expeditions, few had perished. But this time, there was no guarantee of survival. Patriarch, may I have 3 years to decide? After 3 years, I will give you my answer. Wei Tu cupped his hands respectfully. He intended to discuss this matter with Ko Hongying and Fu Zhizhou before making a final decision. Although 2,000 spirit stones was a hefty sum, compared to the opportunities within the Cloud's secret realm, it was hardly excessive. Very well. Huang Changshun gave Wei Tu a deep look before nodding. He added, Talisman Master Wei, these slots will only be available for sale 5 years from now. If you wish to secure a spot for your companions, you should make your decision within that time. Yu Kuei, Si Qing, Xia Qi, what about the 3 of you? Huang Changshun then turned to the other 3 offering members. After a moment, Xia Qi was the first to decline, expressing no interest in entering the Cloud's secret realm. Yu Kuei and Si Qing hesitated, then followed Wei Tu's lead and requested 3 years before making their decision. Leaving the clan affairs hall, Yu Kuei caught up to Wei Tu and subtly hinted at forming a team. Talisman Master Wei, you specialize in talismans and carry plenty of them, while I am a puppet master with numerous puppets for protection. If we join forces, we make a rather formidable team inside the Cloud's secret realm. Yu Kuei chuckled. Although the teleportation into the clouds, a secret realm, was random, cultivators could regroup inside using talismanic messages. You make a valid point, Taoist you. However, I'm not the only one entering the clouds, a secret realm. I must first consult with my companions to see if they agree to let you join us. Wei Tu shook his head slightly, his tone steady. Then I shall wait for your good news, Talisman Master Wei. Yukue laughed heartily and cupped his hands in farewell before returning to his courtyard in the offering hall. He, too, had wanted to form a group, but unfortunately, by the time he had reached Foundation establishment, all his old friends had perished. Now he was alone. Returning to Talisman Heart residence, Wei Tu wasted no time. He immediately penned letters and sent them to the Chiua Zhao clan and Mirror Water Pavilion, informing Fu Zhizhou and Ko Hongying about the matter. Half a year later, Tiansheng Tower, Nanhang City. After 4 years apart, the three finally reunited. Fourth brother, Ko Hongying, what do you two think? Will you join this expedition to the Cloud Zhe secret realm, or will you pass? Wei Tu asked. The Cloud Zhe secret realm will have late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. It's too dangerous. Fu Zhizhou was the first to shake his head. If we were all at mid-stage Foundation establishment, entering would be fine. But as mere early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, it's too risky. Wei Tu nodded, agreeing with his reasoning. I feel the same way. That's why I didn't immediately refuse Huang Changshan. I wanted to discuss it with Ko Hongying first. Wei Tu turned to Ko Hongying, his expression serious. What do you think, Ko Hongying? Do you have any fellow sect members you trust? If we find someone strong enough to lead us, we could join them. If not, we could use my connection with the Huang family to sell this information and gain a favor. Ko Hongying hesitated for a moment. She pondered deeply before murmuring, my master might be interested. She is a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator and is currently searching for an opportunity to form her golden core. Qinjinren, Wei Tu nodded slightly. Compared to Ko Hongying's other sect members, Qinjinren was undoubtedly the most reliable choice. In the world of cultivation, the bond between master and disciple was just as strong as that between father and son. I didn't expect Qinjinren's cultivation to have reached the threshold of forming a golden core. Wei Tu's voice carried a hint of surprise. 70 years ago, when Qinjinren had taken Ko Hongying as a disciple, she was only around 150 years old and had just entered mid-stage Foundation establishment. Now, in less than a century, she had advanced from mid-stage to late-stage Foundation establishment. Even among the great sects, this was considered an impressive cultivation speed. Ko Hongying, based on the timeline, you've been at Foundation establishment for over 40 years now. You should be nearing a breakthrough to mid-stage Foundation establishment soon, correct? Wei Tu calculated the time and asked. Ko Hongying had reached Foundation establishment at the age of 56, which meant she possessed greater potential than most cultivators of similar aptitude. Advancing from early stage to mid-stage Foundation establishment should only take 30 to 50 years at most. And that was a conservative estimate. After all, Ko Hongying had spent over a decade assisting him and Fu Zhizhou, which had delayed her own progress. However, the spoils from hunting spirit beasts 4 years ago, along with the wealth obtained from Chun Tang's storage bag, had more than made up for the resources she had lacked. Uncle Wei, your estimation is correct. In another year or two, I'll be ready to attempt a breakthrough to mid-stage Foundation establishment. Ko Hongying smiled warmly. Reaching mid-stage Foundation establishment before the age of 100 was an exceptional achievement. Even if her breakthrough to late-stage Foundation establishment took another 100 years, she would still have 2 centuries left in her lifespan to seek the chance for forming a golden core. Wei Tu analyzed their situation carefully. Although my cultivation is weaker, my combat ability is not. With talismans and a flying sword, I can fight on par with mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. And Ko Hongying, before the Cloud Zhe secret realm opens, she'll reach mid-stage Foundation establishment. If we can also persuade Qinjinren to join, that would mean 1 late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator and 2 mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. In the Cloud Zhe secret realm, That would be a formidable team. Wei Tu's voice was calm and analytical. With Ko Hongying and her master joining them, they could operate under the name of Mirror Water Pavilion, one of the three great immortal sects. Even Chisong Jia clan wouldn't want to provoke Mirror Water Pavilion lightly. Third brother is right. Hearing Wei Tu's reasoning, Fu Zhizhou's expression showed interest. The Cloud's secret realm only opened once every 200 years. It was an extremely rare opportunity. This time, due to the unexpected circumstances, outsiders like them had a chance to purchase an entry slot for 2,000 spirit stones. If they let this opportunity slip, it was possible that they would never encounter such a chance again in their lifetime. If one wished to walk the path of cultivation without taking any risks, then they were doomed to die nameless, buried among countless forgotten bones. If not for the rebellion years ago, the four brothers would have spent their entire lives trapped in the mortal world, never setting foot in the cultivation world. Compared to the battle between the Jia and Zhao families, this Cloud's secret realm expedition, with Qin Jinren's participation, was significantly less dangerous. Seeing that both Ko Hongying and Fu Zhizhou had expressed interest in entering the Cloud's secret realm, Wei Tu began making arrangements. He glanced at Ko Hongying and said, "Ko Hongying, let's divide our efforts. Fu Zhizhou and I will travel to Chiyue Zhao clan and investigate their plans for the Cloud's secret realm. We'll see if we can form an alliance. Meanwhile, you will seek out your master, Qin Jinren, and ask if she is interested in exploring the Cloud's secret realm. If we find that the situation is too dangerous, the three of us will withdraw and instead sell the intelligence we gather to your master, gaining a favor in return." "Understood, Uncle Wei." Ko Hongying nodded in agreement. Wei Tu's strategy was the best course of action for their current circumstances. To shrink back at the first sign of danger was a coward's path, ensuring mediocrity for a lifetime. But to charge in recklessly, without weighing the risks, was a fool's path, one that inevitably led to destruction. Using the Huang Yin boat, Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou departed from Nanhang City and reached Chiyue Zhao clan's territory in less than 5 days. With Fu Zhizhou being an offering member, it was relatively easy for Wei Tu to secure an audience with the Zhao family patriarch, Zhao Tinghai. After some polite conversation, Wei Tu shifted the discussion toward the Cloud's secret realm. He subtly hinted that he planned to enter the secret realm alongside a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator from Mirror Water Pavilion. Once inside, he could work with this cultivator to assist Chiyue Zhao clan. Then he spoke frankly, asking how Chiyue Zhao clan intended to handle the threat posed by Chisong Jia clan within the secret realm. "Since Talisman Master Wei has asked, I won't keep secrets." Zhao Tinghai tapped his fingers lightly on the tea table. "Hengshan Huang clan contacted me about this a year ago. As a result, Hengshan Huang clan has decided to remain neutral, neither siding with Zhao clan nor Jia clan. Furthermore, Hengshan Huang clan initiated a discussion between the three great clan ancestors and true monarch Wanhai, leading to the signing of certain agreements." With just a few short sentences, Zhao Tinghai had revealed several crucial details that Hengshan Huang clan had not disclosed to their offering members. For example, the existence of this three-clan agreement, and Hengshan Huang clan's ambiguous stance between Chiyue Zhao clan and Chisong Jia clan. Upon hearing this, Wei Tu was not particularly surprised. Even though Hengshan Huang clan was an ally of Chiyue Zhao clan, everyone knew that alliances between powerful factions were rarely built on deep trust. Such relationships were based purely on mutual benefit, not the lifelong brotherhood that many naive cultivators hoped for. The reason these two clans had formed an alliance in the first place was only because it was advantageous to both sides. Their loyalty to each other had limits. As for why Zhao Tinghai was willing to share these secrets with him, that was easy to understand. Compared to Hengshan Huang clan cultivators, Wei Tu and Qin Jinren were the true allies of Chiyue Zhao clan inside the Cloud, a secret realm this time. This is the agreement between the three clans. Zhao Tinghai turned his palm over, revealing a jade slip containing a copy of the agreement, and placed it in front of Wei Tu. Wei Tu nodded, accepted the jade slip, and used his divine sense to examine the contents carefully. A few moments later, he exhaled a long breath and placed the jade slip back on the table. The contents of the agreement were simple and not particularly complex. It only stipulated the number of Foundation establishment cultivators that Jia clan and Zhao clan could send into the Cloud's secret realm, as well as the restrictions on cultivation levels. According to the agreement, both Jia clan and Zhao clan were limited to 6 Foundation establishment cultivators each, and, among them, no more than 2 cultivators could be late-stage Foundation establishment. For Wei Tu, this was excellent news. With Jia clan's late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators capped at 2, it meant that his team wouldn't be facing overwhelming pressure. In normal circumstances, late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators did not possess absolute dominance over early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. Winning a fight took time, sometimes dozens or even hundreds of exchanges before the early-stage cultivator was defeated or captured. As long as there wasn't an extraordinary late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator with overwhelming abilities, early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators stood a fighting chance. However, for Fu Zhizhou, this wasn't good news at all. Fu Zhizhou was a Qiyue Zhao clan offering member, meaning he was considered one of their Foundation establishment cultivators. According to the agreement's terms, Fu Zhizhou was not eligible to enter the Cloud's secret realm, unless Qiyue Zhao clan chose to allocate one of its 6 spots to him. But that was practically impossible. For every Foundation establishment cultivator in Zhao clan, the Cloud's secret realm was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and no one would give up their chance so easily. If Talisman Master Wei is willing to assist Zhao clan inside the Cloud's secret realm, once you leave the secret realm, Zhao clan will reward you handsomely. Zhao Tinghai smiled, offering his assurance. Even without considering Mirror Water Pavilion's late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, just having Wei Tu, the second-ranked Talisman Master, helping Zhao clan's cultivators inside the secret realm would significantly improve their survival chances. That goes without saying. Wei Tu nodded in response. Half a day later, seeing Fu Zhizhou's disappointment, Wei Tu sighed inwardly and patted him on the shoulder as a gesture of comfort. This time, he didn't offer words of consolation. Instead, as Fu Zhizhou watched, he boarded the Huang Yin boat and flew away from Qiyue Zhao clan's territory. When passing over Zijing Forest, Wei Tu glanced toward Wei residence in the distance. He shook his head and did not land to visit, merely pausing for a moment before continuing on his way. Wei Fei had failed his Foundation establishment attempt. Right now, he was likely feeling disheartened. If Wei Tu, who had succeeded, showed up at this time, it would only remind him of his failure. I'll visit him after some time has passed. Second brother must grow stronger on his own, Wei Tu thought to himself. Upon returning to Nanning City, Wei Tu planned to contact Ko Hongying, who had returned to Mirror Water Pavilion. At that moment, Wei Yin knocked on his door. Father, Fu Lin sent a letter a few days ago. Wei Yin entered and handed a sealed letter to Wei Tu. Fu Lin. Wei Tu was slightly surprised. Other than the funeral at Apricot Blossom Mountain, Fu Lin had only sent him a letter once, when he had sent a congratulatory gift. Aside from that, they had not exchanged correspondence. Fu Lin had sent a letter to Wei Yin once before, but it was only to ask about her marriage prospects. This time, did you see who delivered the letter? Wei Tu asked as he opened the envelope. Fu Lin had never used official city courier services to send his letters. Instead, he always found another method, sending them discreetly and secretly. No, I didn't. Wei Yin shook her head. Just like last time, the letters suddenly appeared in my room without any trace of spiritual energy or presence. Hearing this, Wei Tu's eyes narrowed slightly. By now, Wei Yin had reached late-stage qi refinement. For Fu Lin to deliver a letter into her room undetected, his abilities were not to be underestimated. Could it be that after switching to demonic Dao cultivation, Fu Lin has already reached Foundation establishment? Wei Tu speculated. Unlike orthodox cultivation methods, demonic Tao techniques prioritized rapid results over solid foundations. This meant that demonic cultivators had a slightly higher chance of achieving foundation establishment than ordinary cultivators. However, once they reached higher realms, demonic Tao cultivation became much more difficult. Not only was advancing in cultivation exponentially harder, but each breakthrough also came with harsh, heavenly tribulations. After reading Fu Lin's letter, Wei Tu's brows furrowed deeply, and his expression darkened. The 5 great demonic sects are gathering at Tianyin Mountain, preparing to launch a full-scale invasion in 15 years. They plan to use the Beast Tide in Demon Wolf Mountain as a diversion to attack Jing Kingdom. Zheng Kingdom is not their primary target, but since it borders Jing Kingdom, it will inevitably be caught in the crossfire. The demonic Tao's periodic invasions of the 7 kingdoms were something Wei Tu had read about in Hengshan Huang clan's records. But he hadn't expected the next invasion to come so soon, right on the heels of the Beast Tide. The timing of the demonic Tao's invasion coincides exactly with the opening of Cloud Zhe secret realm. Golden Core clans are also responsible for resisting the demonic Tao. With Hengshan Huang clan's foundation establishment cultivators already stretched thin, I, as a talisman master, might also be sent to the battlefield. Wei Tu's expression darkened. Hengshan Huang clan had only 12 foundation establishment cultivators. After sending 7 into Cloud Zhe secret realm, only 5 foundation establishment cultivators would remain in the clan. Compared to preserving the family's legacy, his value as a second-ranked talisman master was far less significant. Patriarch Huang Changshun would undoubtedly deploy him and the other offerings who weren't going into the secret realm to the front lines to make up for the lack of foundation establishment cultivators. This was entirely predictable. The information from Fu Lin, Hengshan Huang clan probably doesn't know about it yet. I need to secure a spot in Cloud Zhe secret realm as soon as possible before the clan changes its mind. Wei Tu silently weighed his options. He wasn't the first person to know about the demonic Tao's invasion, but he was confident that Hengshan Huang clan didn't know before him. Within Zheng Kingdom, Hengshan Huang clan was an influential force, but within the 7 kingdoms' righteous alliance, they were far from having real authority. Only the 3 great sects had the reach and power to infiltrate the demonic Tao with spies and obtain first-hand intelligence. Golden Core clans, like Hengshan Huang clan, they were local powers at best, with little influence outside Zheng Kingdom. Unless Hengshan Huang clan also had a nephew who had defected to the demonic Tao and reached foundation establishment, just like Fu Lin. Previously, Wei Tu had been hesitant about whether to enter Cloud Zhe secret realm. But after reading Fu Lin's letter, his resolve solidified. Compared to the brutal slaughter on the righteous demonic battlefield, family conflicts were far more tolerable. Wei Tu vividly remembered that just one female demonic cultivator from Ghost Puppet sect, Gong Shulan, had been able to butcher 2 mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators and even escape a Golden Core cultivator's pursuit into Demon Wolf Mountain. The mere thought of Gong Shulan made Wei Tu's expression harden. The demonic Tao's invasion this time wasn't just an ordinary war. The 5 great demonic sects had coordinated with Demon Wolf Mountain's beasts, using the Beast Tide as cover for their assault on Jing Kingdom. This was clear evidence that the demonic Tao had struck some kind of deal with Demon Wolf Mountain's demon beasts. If that was the case, then 4 years ago, Gong Shulan's escape into Demon Wolf Mountain might not have been her last stand. She might have survived and even gained powerful backing, which meant Wei Tu now had a dangerous enemy lurking in the shadows. Life is never smooth sailing. Instead of despairing, I should be grateful. The demonic Tao's invasion has given me a choice. Wei Tu took a deep breath, suppressing his turbulent thoughts. There was no point in cursing fate. He would simply do everything in his power at each stage of his cultivation path. That was enough. Worrying about things beyond his control was pointless. Compared to most cultivators, he was already incredibly fortunate. A few days later, Ko Hongying sent a message. Her master, Qin Jinren, had agreed to enter Cloud Zai's secret realm. Wei Tu immediately wrote back, asking Ko Hongying to arrange a meeting with Qin Jinren so they could discuss the details. After 2 or 3 days, Qin Jinren and Ko Hongying left Baishir Lake Marketplace and arrived at Ko residence. Qin Jinren was graceful and elegant, dressed in a flowing pale, moon-colored robe. Like Ko Hongying, she possessed a striking beauty. However, compared to Ko Hongying's youthful charm, Qin Jinren's beauty was more mature, carrying an air of poise and wisdom. Talisman Master Wei, over the past 100 years, I've heard Hongying mention you many times. Meeting you in person now, you are indeed extraordinary. As she stepped into the hall, Qin Jinren sized up Wei Tu with a thoughtful gaze. She could tell at a glance that his cultivation was deep and refined, his aura was well-contained, and his eyes held a steady, sharp focus. Such traits were rare among Foundation establishment cultivators. 70 years ago, Ko Hongying had consulted her about Wei Tu's technique switching. And now, Wei Tu had successfully established his foundation, standing as her equal. The three took their seats. Ko Hongying personally served tea to both Wei Tu and Qin Jinren. Daoist Qin, Hongying has likely already explained the situation regarding Cloud Zai's secret realm to you. However, there are certain hidden details that even Hongying is unaware of. I will share them with you now. Wei Tu took a sip of tea and smiled. Hidden details? Qin Jinren was slightly surprised. Given Wei Tu's status as an offering of Hongshan Huang clan, how could he possibly know any inside information about Cloud Zai's secret realm? Please, Talisman Master Wei, do tell. Qin Jinren composed herself and prepared to listen attentively. With her status, she could easily ask fellow sect members for information about Cloud Zai's secret realm. However, to avoid competition for a spot, she had deliberately refrained from doing so. Seeing her reaction, Wei Tu gained a deeper understanding of her personality. He nodded slightly before revealing what he knew about the three-clan agreement. This three-clan agreement, I learned about it from Zhao clan's patriarch, Zhao Tinghai. Please, Daoist Qin, keep this confidential. Additionally, in exchange for this information, I made a promise to Zhao Tinghai. Once inside Cloud Zai's secret realm, I will assist Zhao clan's cultivators within reason, of course. Wei Tu added. This time, he was leveraging an information advantage. First, he used Qin Jinren, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, to approach Chiyue Zhao clan and seek cooperation. Then, he presented Qin Jinren with the conditions for collaborating with Chiyue Zhao clan. It was essentially a fait accompli. This condition is not unreasonable. Qin Jinren finished reading the copied jade slip and smiled faintly. Having an ally is always better than having none. After all, Mirror Water Pavilion and Qisongjia clan are not exactly on friendly terms. In Zheng Kingdom, the three great sects were Mirror Water Pavilion, Taishan Sect, and Qingzhou Mountain Sect. Just as Foundation establishment families relied on Golden Core families, the 7 major Golden Core clans were also affiliated with the 3 great sects. Qisongjia clan was affiliated with Qingzhou Mountain Sect. Chiyue Zhao clan was affiliated with Taishan Sect. However, powerful Golden Core clans like Qisongjia clan had a semi-independent relationship with their sects. They were not mere pawns of Qingzhou Mountain Sect. Mirror Water Pavilion, on the other hand, had long-standing tensions with Qingzhou Mountain Sect. Though they weren't sworn enemies, they were far from allies. This rivalry trickled down. Qisongjia clan and Mirror Water Pavilion had few dealings with each other. Daoist Qin is truly discerning. Wei Tu praised Qin Jinren. Time is of the essence. Hongshan Huang clan is only offering 8 slots. If we delay too long, other cultivators may have already claimed them. After concluding their discussion, Qin Jinren urged Wei Tu to set off immediately for Cloud Crane Mountain. Unlike Wei Tu, who still had limited experience, Qin Jinren, as an elder of a great sect, understood how precious the opportunity to enter Cloud Zai's secret realm was. Hongshan Huang clan had always distributed these slots fairly, extending invitations to Mirror Water Pavilion in every cycle. However, the number of slots granted to Mirror Water Pavilion was always limited. Only Golden Core elders could secure them. Someone like Qin Jinren had never been considered. 3 people departed from Nanhang City. Talisman Master Wei, you actually own a flying boat? When Wei Tu released the Huang Yin boat, Qin Jinren's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Even she, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, had never been willing to spend spirit stones on a flying boat. Was being a second-rank talisman master this profitable? He could even afford a flying boat? Qin Jinren reevaluated Wei Tu's financial strength and ability. She set aside the mild condescension she had initially held toward him. She had always known that talisman masters and alchemists were extremely lucrative professions. However, Wei Tu had only been at Foundation establishment for a little over 10 years. Even if he earned well, it shouldn't have been so easy for him to balance cultivation expenses and still afford an expensive flying boat. I have a bit of talent in talismans. Wei Tu smiled modestly. Most talisman masters, no matter how skilled, still occasionally failed while crafting talismans. But Wei Tu was different. Not only did he grasp the fundamentals of talismans quickly, but once he mastered a specific type of talisman, his failure rate became almost non-existent. This advantage multiplied his earnings. His efficiency was equivalent to 2 or 3 talisman masters of the same rank. A bit of talent. Qin Jinren's lips twitched. Based on his demonstrated wealth, she estimated that his potential in talismans was at least at the 3rd rank level. Before reaching 3rd rank, his progress in talisman mastery would likely be smooth and unhindered. If he gets the right opportunities, Wei Tu might even reach the Golden Core stage someday. Qin Jinren's eyes flickered as she thought to herself. Having strong financial resources could compensate for lacking innate talent. If Mirror Water Pavilion recognized his 3rd-rank talisman potential, they might nurture him and grant him a chance at forming a Golden Core. As they traveled to Cloud Crane Mountain aboard the Huang Yin boat, Wei Tu asked Qin Jinren if she had any Foundation establishment stage pills that could increase mana. He was willing to purchase them at market price. Since his Foundation establishment breakthrough, he had never used any cultivation-enhancing pills. The reasons were twofold. First, he wanted to maintain the purity of his mana, which would improve his chances of forming a Golden Core in the future. Second, he wanted to avoid pill toxins and potential poisoning. The first issue could now be addressed. Wei Tu had the Yuan gravity technique, which could purify his mana. As long as he didn't overconsume pills, any impurities introduced could be slowly refined and purified, ensuring they wouldn't harm his foundation. As for the second issue, Mirror Water Pavilion was a renowned righteous sect, and its alchemy department had never been known for producing poison-laced pills. Compared to rogue alchemists, Wei Tu trusted the alchemists from Mirror Water Pavilion more. That said, unlike buying pills from the outside world, obtaining Mirror Water Pavilion's pills required sect contribution points. Wei Tu didn't ask Ko Hongying to purchase them for him because she hadn't cultivated long enough to have extra contribution points to spare. Only veteran Foundation establishment cultivators like Qin Jinren, who had accumulated plenty of contribution points, could exchange pills and trade them privately with others. Foundation establishment stage pills? Qin Jinren raised an eyebrow. Mirror Water Pavilion has 3 commonly used pills for increasing early Foundation establishment mana. I happen to have one of them. It's called the Jade Marrow Pill. Its effects are extremely pure, with almost no pill toxins. This bottle was originally prepared for my nephew. But if Talisman Master Wei is interested, I can sell it to you at a fair price. Qin Jinren spoke with a calm demeanor and flipped her palm, producing a jade bottle labeled Jade Marrow Pill. Nephew, Wei Tu's expression shifted slightly. He immediately recalled the arrogant senior brother Zhu, whom he had encountered years ago at Ko Hongying's Foundation establishment ceremony. If he wasn't mistaken, the Jade Marrow Pill in Qin Jinren's hands was likely prepared for senior brother Zhu. The market price for a single Jade Marrow Pill is 700 spirit stones. This bottle contains 4 pills, making the total price 2,800 spirit stones. Talisman Master Wei, if you take the entire bottle, I can offer a discount of 300 spirit stones. Qin Jinren smiled as she spoke. Wei Tu's request to purchase Foundation Establishment Stage pills was perfectly timed for her. The Cloud's A Secret Realm entry slot cost 2,000 spirit stones. Although she could afford it, making the purchase would significantly drain her funds. By selling the Jade Marrow pills, she could recover the spent spirit stones and even earn a bit extra. 2,500 spirit stones? Wei Tu nodded in approval. In recent years, after successfully cultivating the Yuan gravity technique, he had researched the market price of early Foundation Establishment pills. Qin Jinren's offer was even cheaper than what rogue alchemists charged, showing that she was acknowledging the favor he had done by sharing insider information. 2,500 spirit stones is too much. I don't have that much on hand at the moment. Would Daoist Qin be willing to accept some second-rank talismans to offset the cost? Wei Tu took out a talisman box, offering to barter using the talismans he had recently crafted. The truth was, after attending the Golden Moon Cliff Exchange event, his wealth had grown significantly. Thanks to a spike in talisman sales, he had earned a large sum. Currently, he had over 3,000 spirit stones, making the purchase easily affordable. However, as a talisman master, it was more cost-effective to trade talismans rather than spend spirit stones directly. Second-rank talismans? Qin Jinren shook her head. Ordinary second-rank low-grade talismans are of little use to me. As a late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator, she could cast spells on her own that were just as powerful as second-rank low-grade talismans. For her, these talismans were hardly useful. Only mid-grade second-rank talismans held real value. Daoist Qin, please take a look at these two talismans. Wei Tu smiled slightly and retrieved 2 premium talismans from his talisman box, handing them over. Premium talismans? Qin Jinren accepted the talismans and briefly examined them, using her spiritual sense. Instantly, she felt a powerful surge of energy equivalent to a peak mid-stage Foundation Establishment spell. Talismans of the same rank were stronger than spells of the same level. Additionally, unlike spells that required incantations and casting time, talismans could be activated instantly, catching opponents off guard. These 2 premium talismans will be useful to me. I can accept them as part of the payment. Qin Jinren's attitude shifted as she looked at Wei Tu's day. Her initial casual acknowledgement turned into genuine interest. She now considered him worth befriending. Being able to craft premium-grade talismans meant that Wei Tu was already on the verge of mastering mid-grade second-rank talismans. His only limitation now was his cultivation level. Even among second-rank mid-grade talisman masters, very few could consistently craft premium-grade low-rank talismans. Premium-grade talismans could only be drawn by talisman masters who had perfected the technique to its peak. Seeing Qin Jinren's attitude change once again, Wei Tu felt pleased. After all, he had approached Qin Jinren for collaboration, not to become a follower in the Cloud's A Secret Realm. His second purpose in offering talismans, besides reducing his spending, was to demonstrate his value to Qin Jinren. Without a doubt, this strategy worked. The two negotiated further. In the end, Wei Tu paid 1,500 spirit stones plus 3 premium-grade talismans in exchange for Qin Jinren's bottle of Jade Marrow pills. Additionally, Wei Tu placed an order with Qin Jinren for a gold essence pill, a pill required for beasts to break into the second rank. The gold essence pill was similar to the Foundation Establishment pill used by cultivators. It was a breakthrough aid for spirit beasts. This specific pill was meant for his wind-cleaving eagle, a battle companion he had nurtured for decades. Although he had obtained mysterious nether grass from the scarlet-eyed python, he worried that it might not be enough to help his eagle successfully break through. Through years of experience raising a spirit beast, he deeply understood their rarity and value. A few days later, the Huangyin boat arrived at Cloud Crane Mountain. When the Hengshan Huang clan learned that Qin Jinren from Mirror Water Pavilion had arrived, their patriarch, Huang Changshun, along with several influential elders, personally came out to greet her. So, this is why Wei Tu seemed so indifferent toward me, because of Qin Jinren and her disciple. Huang Tsayu, the second miss of the Hengshan Huang clan, followed behind the clan patriarch. When she saw Wei Tu engaging in lively conversation with Qin Jinren and Ko Hongying, she raised an eyebrow slightly, deep in thought. After all, female cultivators from Mirror Water Pavilion are far more sought after than ordinary female cultivators. Standing near Qin Jinren and her disciple, she could feel the stark contrast between them and herself, let alone how others might perceive it. Meanwhile, Huang Changshun and the elders also began to reassess Wei Tu's background. When they had invited Wei Tu to join the clan as an honored guest, they had investigated his past and knew that he had a foundation establishment stage niece. But they hadn't expected Wei Tu and Qin Jinren to get along so well, nor had they anticipated the familiarity in Qin Jinren's tone when speaking to Wei Tu. That alone was enough to show that their relationship was anything but ordinary. The group entered the clan's main hall. Once seated, Qin Jinren spoke directly, stating that she was here based on Wei Tu's suggestion and that she wished to reserve a slot for the Cloud's A secret realm. If Fairy Qin wishes to enter the Cloud's A secret realm, there is no issue. However, before entering, you must sign a spiritual contract to ensure that, should any danger arise, it will not implicate our Hongshan Huang clan. Clan leader Huang Changshun did not immediately agree to her request. Instead, he hesitated for a moment before taking out a spiritual contract from his storage bag. Infusing it with spiritual energy, he sent it toward Qin Jinren. Compared to Wei Tu, a mere honored guest, Qin Jinren's identity was far more prestigious. If anything happened to her in the Clouds, a secret realm and Mirror Water Pavilion came to hold the Hongshan Huang clan accountable, the consequences would be severe. Therefore, having her sign a spiritual contract beforehand to eliminate any future liability was necessary. Qin Jinren took the contract and examined it. Seeing that it was a simple life and death contract without any unreasonable conditions, she nodded slightly, signed her name, and pricked her finger, letting a drop of blood essence fuse into the contract. Now that Qin Jinren has agreed, what about Talisman Master Wei? Are you willing to join this expedition into the Cloud, Zhe, secret realm? Clan leader Huang Changshun retrieved the contract, satisfied, and turned to look at Wei Tu. I am willing. Wei Tu did not hesitate. He immediately agreed. Previously, during the Foundation Establishment Assembly, clan leader Huang Changshun had given him 5 years to make a decision. Now, barely a month had passed, far from the given time limit. But Wei Tu was worried that if he waited too long, circumstances might change. If the Hongshan Huang clan became aware of the demonic Dao invasion, they might withdraw the offer or increase the price for entry slots. Clan leader, do you have a spiritual contract for honored guests? Wei Tu asked. Verbal agreements were too unreliable. If the Hongshan Huang clan decided to renege on their promise, there would be nothing he could do. However, if he signed a contract, then no matter what happened, the clan would be bound by law. Breaking the agreement would cost them far more than just losing a single Foundation Establishment guest elder. Although clan leader Huang Changshun did not understand why Wei Tu insisted on signing a contract, he didn't mind. With a casual motion, he flipped his palm and retrieved a contract identical to the one Qin Jinren had signed, passing it over. Wei Tu signed the contract without hesitation. At that moment, he felt a wave of relief. By entering the Clouds, a secret realm, he had effectively avoided becoming cannon fodder in the impending war between the righteous and demonic sects. Next, Ko Hongying also requested a contract from clan leader Huang Changshun and signed her name. After paying the entry fee in spirit stones, Qin Jinren and her disciple left the main hall along with Wei Tu. As they walked away, Wei Tu mentioned something important to Qin Jinren. The Yukui had expressed interest in joining their team. Previously, when Fu Zhizhou was part of the group, their close combat capabilities were well covered. But now, due to the 3-clan agreement, Fu Zhizhou was unable to enter the Cloud's A secret realm. Thus, their team required a replacement, and Yukui's puppets could perfectly fill Fu Zhizhou's role, perhaps even surpass him in usefulness. However, since Yukui was an outsider, trust would inevitably be an issue. Unlike Fu Zhizhou, whom they had known for years, Yukui was still a stranger. Let's meet him first. Changerin thought for a moment before making a decision. Puppet masters were extremely valuable in secret realm expeditions. Their ability to deploy combat puppets provided a huge advantage over regular cultivators. The three of them headed toward the honored guest quarters. Before long, Yukoi emerged from the formation surrounding his courtyard, inviting them inside. Puppet masters do hold significant advantages in the Cloud's a secret realm, but if Yukoi's puppets are only low-grade second rank, then it would be a waste. Chinjiren made her stance clear. If Yukoi wished to join their group, he had to prove himself. Otherwise, they would rather go without him. Chinjiren's thoughts aligned perfectly with Wei Tu's. If Yukoi's strength was lacking, there was no reason to drag along a burden into the secret realm. After all, low-grade second-rank puppets could be purchased with spirit stones. They were nothing special. Please come to the courtyard. Yukoi led them to the open training area. Then he slapped his storage bag, releasing a massive puppet resembling a great ape and another sword-wielding puppet. Fairy Qin, please test them. He gestured politely. Qin Jinren nodded and casually drew her sword, releasing a light blue blade arced toward the great ape puppet. The puppet lifted its arms in defense. A moment later, a deep gash appeared on its dark iron arm, cutting 3 inches deep. Seeing the result, Yukoi's expression brightened. Fairy Qin, does this prove my qualifications to join the team? Not enough. Qinjiren shook her head. Just now, I only used an attack at the early foundation establishment level. If your great ape puppet can withstand my full power, then I will acknowledge its strength. As soon as she finished speaking, Qinjiren no longer held back. This time, the blue sword arc she unleashed was several times faster than before, and its power increased significantly. A loud boom resounded through the courtyard. The previously intact giant ape puppet instantly shattered into a pile of broken parts, scattered across the training ground. What a pity, Taoist you! Qinjiren cupped her hands in courtesy to Yukoi, then subtly signaled Ko Hongying with her eyes before leading her out of the small courtyard. My apologies, Taoist you. Wei Tu sighed and cupped his hands toward Yukoi in a gesture of comfort. It can't be helped. My strength simply isn't enough. Yukoi shook his head, his expression complicated. For the first time, he gained a clear understanding of his own abilities. If I could reach the mid-foundation establishment stage, perhaps the puppets I refine would be strong enough to withstand an attack from a late foundation establishment cultivator. Watching Wei Tu's departing figure, Yukoi's eyes flashed with unwillingness, but after a deep sigh, he dismissed the thought of rushing to break through. He had only reached foundation establishment at 150 years old. His potential was already exhausted. Without another 100 to 200 years, there was no hope of breaking into mid-foundation establishment. After escorting Qin Jinren and her disciple away, Wei Tu tightened his grip on the Jade Essence pill, preparing for seclusion cultivation. There were still over 10 years before the Cloud's a secret realm opened. He intended to break through to mid-foundation establishment before then. Upon reaching mid-foundation establishment, he would not be completely helpless against late foundation establishment cultivators. Today, Qin Jinren's single sword strike had not only shaken Yukoi, but had also delivered a wake-up call to Wei Tu. Paper strength is ultimately meaningless. Only through actual combat could one truly determine who is superior. Inside his cultivation chamber, Wei Tu sat cross-legged, opening the pill bottle and pouring out a jade essence pill, about the size of a dragon's eye fruit, its surface gleaming with a smooth, jade-like luster. He swallowed the pill and immediately wrapped it in his spiritual energy, beginning to refine its medicinal properties. The jade essence pill dissolved into pure liquid essence, flowing into his dantian. Under his careful absorption, the liquid gradually shrank as its essence fused into his body. After 2 months, Wei Tu finished refining the first pill. He noticed that his spiritual energy had increased by about 15%, and he could faintly sense the barrier between early and mid-foundation establishment. Although this sensation was brief, Wei Tu understood. This was the bottleneck he needed to overcome to reach mid-foundation establishment. Unlike chi refinement, each stage of foundation establishment came with its own bottleneck. However, these bottlenecks varied. For cultivators with highly refined spiritual energy, the barrier was as thin as paper. As long as their spiritual energy reached a sufficient level, they could effortlessly break through. Wei Tu did not rush to consume the next pill. Instead, he activated his Yuan gravity law seal, beginning the process of purifying his spiritual energy. Within his dantian, the five-colored radiance of a Yuan gravity law seal operated like a sieve, precisely filtering out impurities from his newly refined spiritual energy. Tiny specks of medicinal residue, traces of pill toxins, were systematically expelled from his body. The Yuan gravity law seal's gravitational effect made it easy to separate spiritual energy from impurities. After half a month, Wei Tu had successfully expelled all traces of pill toxins. His spiritual energy returned to its previous level of purity, no longer mixed with impurities. However, compared to before, his total energy reserves had slightly decreased. In other words, of the 15% spiritual energy gained from the first Jade Essence pill, about 5% was lost along with the impurities. Wei Tu was not concerned about this loss. Pills can be purchased with spirit stones, but once a foundation is damaged, no amount of spirit stones can restore it. During his purification process, he noticed that the barrier to mid-foundation establishment had weakened slightly. He took out another Jade Essence pill and swallowed it. Just like before, he refined its medicinal power, then purified his energy. Half a year passed. Wei Tu's spiritual energy had once again increased. He was now closer than ever to breaking through. I should take a break and focus on talisman crafting to stabilize my cultivation. After some time, I'll take the last two pills. Breakthroughs should happen naturally. With that thought, Wei Tu stood up and left his seclusion chamber. As soon as he emerged, Wind-Cleaving Eagle flew over and delivered a letter into his hand. A letter from second brother? Wei Tu was momentarily surprised. He couldn't think of any reason why Wei Fei would write to him at this time. Opening the letter, he read it carefully. After finishing, he let out a deep sigh. After nearly a century of companionship, this day has finally come. In the letter, Wei Fei mentioned only one thing. The 10-year pact was officially over. Wei Fei stated that he had reached the peak of chi refinement, but was unable to step into foundation establishment. He no longer saw any hope of advancement. Thus, he chose to withdraw from righteous society. From now on, he would not attend any more of their 10-year gatherings. This time, Wei Fei's reply caught Wei Tu by surprise, though the contents of the letter were something he had long anticipated. Back when Wei Fei failed to reach foundation establishment, Wei Tu had already foreseen that this day would eventually come. There's an old saying, a dragon does not dwell with snakes. As harsh as this statement may be, it holds undeniable truth. Even though the righteous society would continue to accept Wei Fei and would not outright reject him, the reality remained that every gathering of the Sworn Brothers would center around discussions of cultivation progress, foundation establishment insights, and future paths. Whether intentional or not, Wei Fei would inevitably be left out of such conversations. Now that Wei Fei had voluntarily withdrawn from the righteous society and chosen not to participate in their 10-year reunion, it was, in a way, a relief for him. Indeed, when we first founded the righteous society, it was nothing more than 4 sworn brothers banding together for survival. Only after obtaining cultivation techniques did it gradually evolve into an alliance dedicated to the path of immortality. Wei Tu shook his head and pondered. Still, looking back at how we established the righteous society a century ago to where we stand now, it's as if it were all just a dream. Wei Tu sighed. In the early days of the righteous society, the 4 of them had joined forces to resist the oppression of Prefect He, supporting each other through hardship. Later, after learning of the existence of immortals, they vowed to reunite once a year and swore 3 great oaths. When they finally stepped into the world of cultivation, the annual gathering was extended to a 10-year reunion, and their aspirations shifted from merely seeking immortality to reaching foundation establishment. During this time, Ko Yang's daughter, Ko Hongying, joined them. Now 100 years had passed. Ko Yang had perished, and his daughter, Ko Hongying, was the first among them to achieve foundation establishment, fulfilling her father's dying wish. Wei Tu and Fu Zhizhou followed closely behind, one before the other, successfully reaching foundation establishment and accomplishing their original goal. In truth, apart from Wei Fei, all three had achieved what they set out to do. From this perspective, Wei Fei's departure from the righteous society and his choice to forego the 10-year reunion was completely understandable. After all, the righteous society no longer shared a common goal, and the matter of Wei Fei's foundation establishment was now solely his own concern. In 2 more years, it will be time for the next 10-year reunion. Since second brother has withdrawn, there is no longer any need to hold it. Wei Tu thought to himself, for a foundation establishment cultivator, 10 years was far too brief. A single period of closed-door cultivation could nearly span an entire decade. Even if they wished to maintain the 10-year reunion, they would need to adjust the time frame, perhaps extending it to 20 or 30 years instead. However, Wei Tu believed that there was no longer any need to establish another 20-year reunion or 30-year reunion. Back in their early days, the reunions served as an opportunity to exchange cultivation insights and trade spiritual resources, benefiting all members. But now, things were different after reaching foundation establishment. Cultivation techniques beyond this stage became increasingly private, with few insights that could be shared. As for trading spiritual resources, there was no real need to gather in a set location to do so. Moreover, there was another crucial factor. Back when they were all Qi refinement cultivators, the goal of reaching foundation establishment was something they could unite around. But now, the road to Golden Core was entirely different. It was a solitary journey, one that no amount of external assistance could easily overcome. With this in mind, Wei Tu picked up a brush and wrote letters to Fu Zhizhou and Ko Hongying, informing them that the 10-year reunion would no longer be held. Instead, he let them know that if they ever needed to purchase talismans at a discounted price, they could always find him at the Hashan Huang clan. From now on, the righteous society will exist in name only. Wei Tu set down the brush and gazed at the lines of ink on the paper, lost in thought for a long time. In the future, he would still maintain contact with Ko Hongying, Fu Zhizhou, and even Wei Fei, but their interactions would now be purely personal. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 6 years had gone by. During these 6 years, Wei Tu gradually consumed the remaining 2 jade marrow pills and even purchased another early-stage foundation establishment pill, the essence-boosting pill, from Qinjinren. With the assistance of these pills, Wei Tu was now just 1 step away from breaking through to mid-stage foundation establishment. However, instead of forcing a breakthrough, he chose to continue refining his spiritual energy, waiting for the perfect moment to make his advance. Another year passed. That morning, Wei Tu had just finished drawing a second-tier lower-grade talisman, the Heavy Stone Talisman, when he suddenly felt a disturbance in his dantian. He immediately put down his talisman brush, stepped into his cultivation chamber, and activated the small spirit gathering array. Moments later, just like when he first broke through to foundation establishment, a swirling vortex of spiritual energy appeared above Talisman Heart Residence. Under Wei Tu's control, the vortex began pulling in spiritual energy from all around, slowly channeling it into his body. This strange phenomenon immediately attracted the attention of the 3 elders of the consecration hall and the various foundation establishment cultivators of the Hashan Huang clan. Mid-stage foundation establishment. Is Wei Tu breaking through to mid-stage foundation establishment? The first to react was Master Yukawei. He could hardly believe it. Something he had struggled with for years had been so effortlessly achieved by Wei Tu, his neighbor. No wonder Qinjinren values Wei Talisman Master so highly. She must have already seen that he was on the verge of breaking through. Master Yukawei felt a sour bitterness in his heart. The other 2 elders, Master Xiachi of Hunter Refinement's Workshop and Master C of Formation Pavilion, Each had their own reactions. Luckily, I made amends in time and gifted him a flying boat to repair our relationship. Master Xiaoqi thought, relieved. For a cultivator to reach foundation establishment at 100 years old and advance to mid-stage foundation establishment within 20 years, even with the aid of pills, demonstrated remarkable potential. If Wei Tu had been a member of the Hashan Huang clan, he would have already been cultivated as a golden core seed, elevating his status significantly. A second-tier mid-grade talisman master, perhaps I can use him to my advantage. Master C's eyes gleamed as she glanced toward the Talisman Heart residence, a smile playing on her lips. A breakthrough to mid-stage foundation establishment, and it's Wei Tu. Outside the consecration hall, clan leader Huang Chongkong gazed at the expanding vortex of spiritual energy in the sky, his tone filled with surprise. Before coming to the consecration hall, he had assumed the one breaking through would be Master C or Master Yukue. He had never even considered Wei Tu, who had only recently reached foundation establishment. Reaching mid-stage foundation establishment at this age, if his spiritual energy is well-refined, then his potential is far from low. Huang Changkong's expression flickered as he began to contemplate how to tie Wei Tu more closely to the Hashan Huang clan. He turned his gaze toward his daughter, Huang Tsayu, deep in thought before shaking his head. A second marriage to Huang Tsayu might be suitable for Master Xiaoqi or Master Yukue, as they would consider an honor. However, for Wei Tu, such an arrangement would be inappropriate. My fifth granddaughter will also reach foundation establishment soon. Perhaps I can match her with Wei Tuesday. But all of this depends on whether he survives his upcoming expedition to the Clouds, a secret realm. Huang Changkong thought to himself, 117 years old, mid-stage foundation establishment. It took exactly 20 years. Inside the Talisman Heart residence, Wei Tu observed the liquid spiritual energy in his dantian, which had expanded by more than 50%, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. This advancement, despite relying on pills, costing him over 4,000 spirit stones to break through, was still a great success. Trading spirit stones for cultivation time was a worthwhile exchange. More importantly, he had achieved the breakthrough without compromising the purity of his spiritual energy, making it a significant milestone. Also, thanks to my chi pouch, my total spiritual energy is at least 20% deeper than other cultivators of the same realm. Wei Tu thought to himself. At this moment, the advantages of his solid foundation had finally begun to show. During his initial foundation establishment breakthrough, he had used an additional foundation establishment pill to solidify the extra 20% spiritual energy stored in his chi pouch. Back then, this investment had not been particularly noticeable. However, now that he had reached mid-stage foundation establishment, where spiritual energy naturally doubles upon advancement, his previously stored 20% reserve had also doubled, amplifying the gap between him and his peers. Because of this, the difference between him and other mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators was now truly apparent. In 3 more years, the Clouds A secret realm will open. With mid-stage foundation establishment, my strength inside won't be considered weak. At this moment, Wei Tu finally felt a sense of relief. Reaching mid-stage foundation establishment meant that whether in the Clouds A secret realm or in conflicts between the righteous and demonic sects, he now had a certain level of self-preservation. Be it golden core forces or the 3 great immortal sects, mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators were the backbone of the foundation establishment realm. For the next few years, after stabilizing my realm, I should focus on enhancing my survival abilities and learning more techniques. After some thought, Wei Tu recalled the second-tier puppet technique inheritance he had received from Gong Shulan, as well as the third-tier demonic beast bone fragment in his possession. Compared to ordinary puppet techniques, those of the ghost puppet sect were far more sinister and difficult to defend against. Among them, one technique in particular caught his attention, the phantom puppet technique. As its name implied, the phantom puppet was designed specifically to deceive cultivators. By embedding the right spiritual materials into the puppet, it could simulate the aura of a cultivator or demonic beast before death, intimidating enemies. At first glance, this ability seemed somewhat underwhelming. However, Wei Tu firmly believed that, in the right situation, its effectiveness could not be underestimated. 3 years isn't enough for me to refine a second-tier puppet from scratch, but I could modify one of Master Yu Kuei's puppets instead. Wei Tu pondered. The last time Qin Jinren had tested Master Yu Kuei's abilities, Wei Tu had observed that his swordsman puppet bore structural similarities to a phantom puppet, making it an ideal candidate for modification. 7 days later, after stabilizing his cultivation, Wei Tu stepped out of his training chamber. The 3 elders of the consecration hall visited one after another to offer their congratulations, each presenting a gift. When meeting with Master Yu Kuei, Wei Tu took the opportunity to express his interest in purchasing a swordsman puppet. Master Yu Kuei readily agreed and sold him a swordsman puppet for 800 spirit stones. I heard that Wei Talisman Master has decided to explore the clouds, a secret realm. Would you consider teaming up with me for this expedition? After presenting her gift, Master C smiled gently and stepped forward, her graceful figure moving lightly as she bowed slightly before Wei Tu. A faint, pleasant fragrance lingered in the air as she spoke, surrounding Wei Tu's day. When he lifted his gaze, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the soft, pale skin beneath her robes as she bent down. Wei Tu averted his gaze immediately, raising his guard against Master C. The only female cultivators who had ever tried to charm him in this manner were Hu Yao and Chu Yin, both of whom, as it turned out, had ulterior motives. Now, with Master C attempting something similar, Wei Tu had no doubts. She, too, was up to something. Master C, you're too late. I have already agreed to explore the secret realm with a few other companions. Wei Tu rejected her outright. I see. My apologies for the presumptuous request. Master C nodded with a composed smile, gracefully bidding him farewell before leaving Talisman Heart residence. Seeing this, Wei Tu couldn't help but feel a bit uncertain. Had he misjudged her? In both the mortal world and the cultivation world, many beautiful women used their charms as a means to gain favors. Perhaps Master C was simply one of them and meant no real harm. After meeting with a few other Foundation establishment cultivators from the Hashan Huang clan, Wei Tu resumed his closed-door cultivation. 3 years passed in a flash. On this day, upon receiving a talisman message from Talisman Heart residence, Wei Tu's expression changed slightly. It's finally here. He stored his wind-cleaving eagle in his spirit beast pouch, summoned Huang Qingfu, and instructed him to guard his cave dwelling carefully before flying off as a streak of light toward the clan affairs hall. Upon arriving at the hall, Wei Tu glanced around and saw that most of the Foundation establishment cultivators from the Hashan Huang clan had already arrived. The 3 elders of the consecration hall were all present, except for Master Xia Qi, who was absent. Could it be that Master Yu Kuei hasn't given up on exploring the secret realm? Wei Tu raised an eyebrow. Among early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, Master Yu Kuei was not considered weak. However, compared to the cultivators participating in the Cloud Zhe secret realm expedition, his strength was far below the average. Wei Tu already knew the 7 cultivators from the Hashan Huang clan chosen for the Cloud Zhe secret realm. Apart from Huang Tsayu, who was at early-stage Foundation establishment, the other 6 were mid-stage or late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. Among them was also Huang Changkong, the very person who had recruited Wei Tu into the clan. However, Wei Tu suspected that Huang Tsayu possessed powerful protective treasures, making her actual combat ability comparable to a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. After about half a day, all the selected Hashan Huang clan cultivators had gathered. At that moment, on the clan leader's seat, a new figure suddenly appeared. The old man was dressed in a flowing white robe, his hair pinned up neatly with a wooden hairpin. Despite his graying locks, his appearance was immaculate and precise, with not a single strand out of place. As soon as he appeared, every Foundation establishment cultivator in the hall immediately straightened their expressions and respectfully greeted him. Grand Elder. The Hashan Huang clan had two golden core ancestors, but the only one referred to as Grand Elder was the clan's eldest, the pillar of Yuna Mountain, and a third-rank formation master, Huang Xinglia. The other golden core ancestor was simply called Second Elder within the Hashan Huang clan to distinguish him from Huang Xinglia. After exchanging a few words with clan leader Huang Changkong, Huang Xinglia glanced at Wei Tu and the other consecration hall elders, his tone indifferent. Those participating in the Cloud's a secret realm stepped to my left. The group immediately moved, hastily positioning themselves, careful not to offend the golden core ancestor. Once everyone was in place, Huang Xinglia nodded slightly before sweeping his sleeve and walking out of the clan affairs hall. Upon reaching the entrance, he patted his spirit beast pouch, summoning a massive spirit crane over 30 feet in length. The crane had a black crown on its head, a pure white body, and a golden streak running from its neck to its tail feathers. So this is the Cloud Crown Crane of Yuna Mountain. Wei Tu immediately recognized the spirit beast. This was a native third-rank spirit beast of the Cloud, a secret realm's spiritual veins. The name Yuna Mountain itself had originated from these Cloud Crown cranes. The enormous crane let out a piercing cry, releasing its aura unchecked, suppressing the cultivators present. The near third-rank demonic aura pressed down on them, making it difficult to breathe. Cold sweat formed on their foreheads. Demonic aura was a natural weapon for demonic beasts. Compared to the pressure of a human cultivator at the same level, a demonic beast's aura was far more terrifying. Huang Xinglia carefully observed the gathered cultivators, watching as the Hashan Huang clan's foundation establishment cultivators initially struggled before gradually stabilizing their breath. His expression became one of satisfaction. His gaze then shifted toward the three consecration hall elders. So this is the Wei Tu that Huang Changkong mentioned? He broke through to mid-stage foundation establishment using pills, yet his foundation remains firm. A promising candidate for an alliance marriage with our clan. Huang Xinglia's eyes lingered on Wei Tu for a moment before he nodded subtly. The pressure from a high-rank cultivator is most effective against those with unstable foundations. You all, step onto the Cloud Crown Crane. I will take you to the Cloud Zhe secret realm. With a flick of his sleeve, Huang Xinglia withdrew the Cloud Crown Crane's aura and gestured toward the group. As soon as he finished speaking, the massive Cloud Crown Crane bent its knees, lowering its broad back. The Hashan Huang clan's foundation establishment cultivators boarded first, followed by the three consecration hall elders. Once everyone was aboard, Huang Karen, a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, took the lead in explaining important details about the Cloud's a secret realm. To prevent intelligence leaks, once we near the entrance to the secret realm, the Grand Elder will distribute a jade slip to each of us. Inside, you will find a map of the areas our clan has explored, including the locations of spiritual herbs. Noticing the lingering unease among the cultivators, Huang Karen added a reassuring note. Wei Tu's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this. Would the Hashan Huang clan really provide him and the other consecration cultivators with the same information? After all, information about the Cloud's a secret realm was highly valuable. Years ago, the Chiyu Zhao clan had provided him with some basic intelligence, but there was no doubt the Hashan Huang clan was the most knowledgeable force regarding this secret realm. Before he could dwell on the thought further, the Cloud Crown Crane suddenly took off, streaking toward a nearby cliff. This cliff was not the actual entry point to the secret realm. Rather, it was a gathering place for foundation establishment cultivators from the Hashan Huang clan's affiliated families. Once the additional cultivators were picked up, the Cloud Crown Crane continued its journey, flying southwest. After about a day, they arrived at the southern wasteland ancient plains, located at the intersection of Zheng Kingdom, Jing Kingdom, and Liang Kingdom. So the Cloud's a secret realm is here. As Wei Tu observed the vast, arid landscape, so different from Zheng Kingdom's central plains, he shifted his gaze toward Huang Xinglia, who now stood atop the Cloud Crown Crane. arranging formation plates. Under Huang Xinglia's formation techniques, the sky, which had been clear and bright, darkened as a black vortex began to form. The vortex was initially the size of a chicken egg, but it quickly expanded to the size of a fist. Through the swirling darkness, glimpses of the cloud's secret realm's terrain could be faintly seen. Wei Tu took a quick glance before closing his eyes, sitting cross-legged atop the cloud-crowned crane, adjusting his breath to maintain peak condition. About 2 days later, reinforcements from two allied Golden Core clans, the Xiefeng Zheng clan and the Qiyue Zhao clan, arrived. The moment the Xiefeng Zheng clan appeared, the previously quiet Hashan Huang clan gathering became noticeably livelier. Saiyu Zheng Xian, the third son of the Zheng clan, had approached Huang Saiyu, his former wife, begging for reconciliation. Wei Tu initially intended to block out his senses, unwilling to concern himself with such trivial household matters. However, when he sensed Zheng Xian's venomous gaze directed at him, his expression darkened slightly. Saiyu, do you have a new lover? Is it that Wei fellow? Zheng Xian's words landed directly in Wei Tu's ears. He remained calm, ignoring the two of them and continuing to regulate his breathing. Having encountered the arrogance of second-generation cultivators many times before, he was already well aware of their recklessness. These cultivators, born into immortal clans, lacked the caution and prudence of wandering cultivators. They spoke bluntly and often acted without consideration of potential consequences. Most of them never stopped to think whether their behavior would offend others or invite unwanted enemies. To Wei Tu, these immortal clan heirs were easy to deal with. There is no need to provoke them now and unnecessarily increase his exposure. Besides, he believed that the Hashan Huang clan would not allow this farce to continue unchecked. As expected, just as Wei Tu had predicted, the next moment, Huang Karen, the leader of the Hashan Huang clan's foundation establishment cultivators, wore a stern expression as he snapped coldly. Zheng Xian, that's enough. Though our Huang clan and your Zheng clan have been tied by marriage for generations, that does not grant you the right to cause trouble here. If you dare harass Saiyu again or slander Wei Talisman Master, I'll personally summon your father and have you dragged back. Zheng Xian's face twisted upon hearing this, but he reluctantly backed down, retreating from the Hashan Huang clan's encampment with a sullen expression. Meanwhile, at the Qiyue Zhao clan's encampment, Zhao Tinghai had taken note of the commotion in the Hashan Huang clan's camp. He cast a glance toward Zhao Qingluo, who was seated beside him, and sent her a voice transmission. Qingluo, you and Wei Tu have known each other since the Qi refinement realm. Now that you remain unmarried, tell me, do you harbor feelings for him? Like other Golden Core families, the Qiyue Zhao clan had marriage alliances with several major clans. However, ever since their war with the Qisong Jia clan, other Golden Core families have been reluctant to propose marriage to them, fearing reprisal from the Qisong Jia clan. Wei Tu, hearing her father's words, Zhao Qingluo furrowed her delicate brows. Father, do you wish for me to marry Wei Tu? He is a Huang clan consecration elder, and there is nothing romantic between us. We are merely acquaintances. Though she did feel a certain comfort when around Wei Tu, his aura and demeanor put her at ease. It was not enough for her to consider marriage. A few years ago, I acquired intelligence from the Hashan Huang clan. Wei Tu has broken through to mid-stage foundation establishment. You may have reached foundation establishment 20 years before him, but your resources came from our clan. Meanwhile, Wei Tu has achieved all this on his own. A lone cultivator who can rise this far without external support is destined for greatness. Zhao Tinghai spoke with certainty. Besides, his current affiliation with the Huang clan is not an obstacle. He is merely a consecration elder, not a sworn vassal. If he were to leave and join our Zhao clan, Huang Changkong wouldn't object. His words carried weight. If they were merely considering cultivation level, it wasn't difficult to find mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators among Zheng Kingdom's wandering cultivators. However, a cultivator like Wei Tu, with formidable skill, keen judgment, broad connections, and exceptional talent in talisman arts, was exceedingly rare. Over a decade ago, when Wei Tu had first approached him seeking an alliance, Zhao Tinghai had already recognized his strategic foresight. At that time, given Wei Tu's background, it would have been far more advantageous to ally with the Hashan Huang clan, bringing along Qin Jinren and her disciples as an offering. Yet, he had instead chosen to approach the Qiyue Zhao clan rather than the Hashan Huang clan. In hindsight, Wei Tu had made the right decision. The Hashan Huang clan was a neutral force that would never have engaged in deep cooperation with him. Only the Qiyue Zhao clan could provide him with exclusive intelligence and meaningful benefits. A cultivator who could navigate such political complexities and choose the correct path in turbulent times. Such a person was highly prized among major immortal clans. Zhao Qingluo hesitated. Indeed, she could not find any flaws in Wei Tu. However, there was something that had bothered her for years. Back when she narrowly escaped death, she had been drugged with an aphrodisiac, and in her dazed state, she felt someone touch her. Because of this, she no longer saw herself as pure, and she did not want to drag Wei Tu down with her. I refuse this marriage. Zhao Qingluo shook her head, speaking firmly. I am unclean. I won't bring misfortune to Wei Tu, my friend. What a pity. Zhao Tinghai sighed. Hearing her father utter these words, Zhao Qingluo was momentarily stunned. She vaguely recalled saying the exact same phrase when she had tried to recruit Wei Tu back in Yonge Street, only to be rejected. Back then, she had offered him a position as a matrilocal husband, but the marriage prospect had not been her own. Now, the roles had reversed. This time, her father was the one seeking an alliance with Wei Tu, but she had become the bargaining piece. Thinking too much is pointless. Wei Tu is just a friend. Zhao Qingluo's gaze was resolute. Just because circumstances had changed, she would not suddenly develop thoughts of marrying Wei Tu. That would be far too naive. Within the Qiyue Zhao clan, she was indeed favored by the Golden Core ancestor, but that had little to do with her status or talent. To a Golden Core ancestor, there was no distinction between legitimate and illegitimate lineage, nor did they care for social rank. In terms of spiritual roots, she was merely above average, not particularly outstanding. The reason the Golden Core ancestor valued her was because, from a young age, she had displayed an unyielding desire to seek the Tao. It was precisely this determination to pursue immortality that set her apart in the clan and allowed her to become widely known as a genius of the Zhao family. The people from Qingzhou Mountain have arrived. Zhao Tinghai's voice interrupted Zhao Qingluo's thoughts. His expression turned serious as he gazed at the enormous golden spirit ship in the distance. Qingzhou Mountain has arrived alongside the Qisong Jia clan. It seems they have officially joined forces. Who knows what benefits the Qisong Jia clan has offered them? His eyes lingered on a massive black mountain goat, over 30 feet long, standing beside the golden ship, and his tone carried a hint of bitterness. This black mountain goat was a late-stage, second-rank spirit beast, well known to be a signature beast of the Qisong Jia clan. It was clear that the alliance between Qingzhou Mountain and the Qisong Jia clan was far stronger than the Qiyue Zhao clan's relationship with Taishian sect. Even after years of continuous offerings and goodwill, Taishian sect had never explicitly sided with the Qiyue Zhao clan against Qingzhou Mountain. As the golden spirit ship drew closer, the excited exclamations of the surrounding cultivators woke Wei Tu from his meditative state. He gathered spiritual power into his eyes and focused on the distant spirit ship. After closely observing its massive scale, he finally understood why so many of the surrounding cultivators looked as though they had never seen such a thing before. The golden ship was 3 stories high, stretching over 300 feet long, making it several dozen times larger than the Black Mountain goat standing beside it. It was a colossal behemoth. Additionally, the ship's hull and deck were equipped with 3 giant spirit crystal cannons, each over 10 feet wide, exuding an intimidating aura. Compared to this, the arrival of the 3 major Golden Core clans earlier now seemed underwhelming. from Wei Tu's assessment. The power of this golden spirit ship alone was likely comparable to a golden core true lord, not to mention that Qingzhou Mountain had dispatched 2 golden core true lords this time. Wei Tu could not discern their cultivation levels directly. However, by observing the deferential behavior of the Qingzhou Mountain disciples toward the 2 leading figures on the deck, he could easily deduce that these 2 were indeed golden core true lords. The male was imposing and heroic, exuding a powerful presence. The female was breathtakingly beautiful, her appearance flawless like a celestial being. Both appeared far younger than the golden core ancestors of the 3 major clans. It was evident that they had successfully formed their golden cores at a young age. Zhao, so you're willing to send your precious daughter to the cloud, Zai's secret realm, to die this time? A loud and arrogant voice erupted from the black mountain goat, shattering the tense silence among the 3 golden core clans. Wei Tu immediately recognized it. After thinking for a moment, he recalled where he had heard it before. It belonged to old Demon Jia, the false core cultivator from the Qisong Jia clan, whom he had encountered at the underground auction. Unlike before, when he had been cloaked in black robes, old Demon Jia now wore bright red robes, with a thick yellow snake coiled around his waist. His demeanor was no longer as reserved as before. He now carried a brazen arrogance. Strange, why hasn't a golden core ancestor from the Qisong Jia clan come this time? Could it be that their ancestor is aboard the golden spirit ship? The cultivators present shared similar doubts. Scanning the Qisong Jia cultivators atop the Black Mountain Goat, they saw that they were all at Foundation establishment level. Not a single golden core cultivator was present. Wei Tu suppressed his curiosity and feigned disinterest. His alliance with the Chiyu Zhao clan was meant to be kept secret, not displayed openly. It was best not to draw too much attention to himself right now. However, even though he tried to ignore it, old Demon Jia's continued provocation of Zhao Tinghai reached his ears loud and clear. Within moments, the tension between the Chiyu Zhao clan and the Qisong Jia clan reached a breaking point. Silence. Just as a conflict was about to erupt, Huang Xinglia, the golden core ancestor of the Hashan Huang clan, finally intervened. His expression darkened as he rebuked both parties. If you 2 wish to settle personal grudges, then abandon your spots for the cloud, Zai's secret realm. Otherwise, cease this childish nonsense. A golden core ancestor had spoken. Old Demon Jia and Zhao Tinghai immediately fell silent. Daoist Huang, despite your years of cultivation, your temper remains as fierce as ever. A voice rang out from the golden spirit ship. It was the young male golden core cultivator, addressing Huang Xinglia with amusement, clearly supporting the Qisong Jia clan. Daoist Wanhai. Huang Xinglia narrowed his eyes slightly and bowed in response. As soon as his words fell, the entire cloud, Zai's secret realm's surroundings became eerily silent. No cultivator dared to speak, fearing they might attract the attention of the 2 golden core true lords. Another half-day passed. Only after the arrival of Taishan sect and Mirror Water Pavilion, the 2 major immortal sects, did the oppressive silence finally begin to dissipate. Compared to the grandiose entrance of Qingzhou Mountain, the arrivals of Taishan sect and Mirror Water Pavilion were significantly more low-key. Neither sect arrived on massive spirit ships, instead choosing to travel aboard mid-tier second-rank flying boats. However, despite their modest transportation, the presence and aura of these 2 sects were in no way inferior to that of Qingzhou Mountain. The Taishan sect cultivators wore traditional Taoist robes, with dust whisks in hand and wooden hairpins securing their top knots, exuding an ethereal, otherworldly presence much like celestial beings. Meanwhile, the Mirror Water Pavilion disciples were a group of cold, breathtakingly beautiful female cultivators, hovering gracefully midair, their presence captivating numerous male cultivators. Even Zheng Xian was completely entranced. Initially, his gaze had been wandering toward Huang Xiyu of the Hashan Huang clan, but now he was entirely focused on the Mirror Water Pavilion disciples. Just then, two of the Mirror Water Pavilion female cultivators began walking in his direction. Zhang Xian was momentarily stunned, his expression quickly shifting into nervousness. Had he offended them simply by staring too much? Were they approaching him to reprimand him for his behavior? Immediately, Zhang Xian lowered his head, retracting his gaze, not daring to look further. However, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed that the two Mirror Water Pavilion cultivators had completely bypassed the Zheng clan's encampment. Instead, they were heading directly toward the Hashan Huang clan's area. Their target is Wei Tu. Zheng Xian was shocked. So Wei Tu, despite appearing to be devoted to cultivation, is actually just like me, a man who lusts after beauty? A sense of disdain surfaced in Zheng Xian's mind. However, the very next moment, his smug expression froze. The two Mirror Water Pavilion cultivators had not come to rebuke Wei Tuesday. Instead, they were engaged in lively conversation with him, their demeanor amicable and respectful. This Wei Tu, who exactly is he? Zhang Xian was dumbfounded. He had initially dismissed Wei Tu as a mere wandering cultivator, nothing more than a temporary guest of the Huang clan. But now, seeing Wei Tu engaged in friendly discussions with cultivators from Mirror Water Pavilion, he deeply regretted his earlier decision to antagonize him. Hashan Huang clan's encampment. This is the twin resonance jade, one main and one secondary piece. Those who possess them can sense each other's presence within a range of 100 miles. Qin Jinren approached Wei Tu and handed him a spiritual artifact. The artifact was shaped like a phoenix, carved into a single piece of jade. The secondary jade was embedded within the main piece. Once removed, the main jade would appear hollow. Wei Tu accepted the secondary jade, then dripped a drop of his blood onto it. Instantly, he felt a subtle connection. He could vaguely sense the presence of the main jade, as well as Qin Jinren's faint emotions. At this moment, Ko Hongying transmitted a message to Wei Tu, explaining the secret behind the twin resonance jade. This artifact, known as the twin resonance jade, was actually a dual cultivation artifact, an exclusive treasure of Mirror Water Pavilion. Through this jade, Daoist partners could achieve true harmony, allowing them to cultivate certain dual cultivation techniques together. Artifacts capable of providing long-distance sensing were exceptionally rare, even within Mirror Water Pavilion. Thus, Qin Jinren had chosen this artifact, as it was one of the few affordable options that could help maintain communication with Wei Tu. Upon realizing this, Wei Tu glanced up and noticed a faint blush on Qin Jinren's face. However, he did not expose the truth about the twin resonance jade being a dual cultivation artifact. Instead, he simply nodded and thanked her. I can already sense Ko Hongying through my cultivation technique, so I don't need an additional jade for her. When we enter the clouds, a secret realm, make sure to find me immediately. Qin Jinren, her expression now calm, reminded him earnestly. After speaking, she turned gracefully, preparing to leave the Hashan Huang clan's encampment. Wait, Qin Daoyu. Wei Tu called out to her. What is it? Qin Jinren paused, looking at him with a slightly puzzled expression. Since advancing to mid-foundation establishment, my talisman techniques have also improved. These are two mid-second rank talismans. Consider them a token of appreciation for your gift of the twin resonance jade. After a brief moment of thought, Wei Tu retrieved two talismans and quietly handed them to Qin Jinren. The value of the twin resonance jade aside, once inside the clouds, a secret realm, Wei Tu would still need to rely on Qin Jinren for protection. This was not the time to be stingy. Qin Jinren pinched the talismans between her fingers and looked at Wei Tu with a noticeably softer gaze. After sending off Qin Jinren, Wei Tu turned to his storage case and retrieved additional protective talismans for Ko Hongying. In normal circumstances, friend would keep track of their debts and payments clearly. However, right now was not one of those times. They had known each other for many years. Wei Tu trusted Ko Hongying's character. Thank you, Wei Shu. Ko Hongying's heart warmed, and she happily accepted the talismans. After handing over the talismans, Wei Tu watched the two women depart. Mid-second rank talismans? Nearby, Huang Xinglia, who had been sitting cross-legged, took note of the exchange. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face as he motioned for Wei Tu to approach. Despite Wei Tu's attempt to remain discreet, his actions had not escaped the keen eyes of a golden core cultivator. This is a golden silk armor, an upper second rank spiritual artifact that I once used. You will be heading into the Cloud's secret realm. You should wear it for protection. Huang Xingye produced a golden, silk-like soft armor, no larger than the size of a palm, and handed it over to Wei Tu. Third grandfather, isn't that your most treasured possession? Huang Xiyu was shocked, her eyes filled with disbelief. She had previously begged Huang Xinglie to lend her the golden silk armor for their journey into the Cloud's secret realm, but he had flatly refused. Yet now, Huang Xinglie had willingly given this valuable armor to an outsider like Wei Tu. This realization frustrated her immensely. It's just an upper second-rank defensive artifact. You already have 2 defensive treasures on you, Huang Xinglie stated coldly, reprimanding her. Huang Xiyu immediately fell silent, not daring to press further. Many thanks, Elder. Wei Tu bowed respectfully and accepted the golden silk armor from the Golden Core Elder. At this moment, he fully understood why Huang Xinglie had chosen to gift him this artifact. It was undoubtedly because the Elder had taken notice of the mid-second rank talismans Wei Tu had given a Qingjin earlier, showing appreciation for his talent in talisman arts. After expressing his gratitude, Wei Tu sat down cross-legged and began refining the golden silk armor. 3 to 5 days later, Huang Xinglie retrieved the formation plate Wei Tu had seen before. Together with the other golden core cultivators, they began activating the formation to open the entrance to the Cloud's secret realm, which existed within a pocket dimension. The previously small black vortex, now bathed in a dazzling array of 5-colored light, gradually expanded until it fully revealed a dark portal inscribed with silver tadpole-like runes. As soon as the black portal was unsealed, the pure spiritual energy that had accumulated within the secret realm for over 2 centuries gushed out, enveloping the area like a heavenly blessing. Along with the spiritual energy, a mystical passageway covered in runes slowly materialized. Without hesitation, the waiting Foundation establishment cultivators moved swiftly, guided by their respective leaders, transforming into streaks of light as they rushed into the secret realm. As he stepped through the black portal, Wei Tu followed the mystical passageway. At its end, a multicolored radiance shimmered before him. Through this colorful barrier, he couldn't see the specific scenery beyond, but he could sense the abundant spiritual energy and thriving vitality within. Wei Tu extended his hand and touched the radiance. In the next instant, a wave of intense weightlessness washed over him, causing a dizzying nausea to surge through his mind. The sensation made his stomach churn, nearly causing him to retch. However, Wei Tu had already been warned about this phenomenon by Huang Karen before they entered the Cloud's secret realm. Thus, when the vertigo hit, he immediately focused his mind, steadying himself as he waited for the teleportation to conclude. With a thud, he suddenly fell from the void, crashing on his solid ground. Fortunately, Wei Tu had already prepared in advance. The protective talismans he had affixed to himself earlier instantly activated, forming a pale yellow protective shield that absorbed the impact. As a result, he suffered no injuries, making a safe landing. The moment he opened his eyes, Wei Tu found himself standing on a dark red rock formation, surrounded by rugged, uneven terrain. Looking ahead, he noticed that 7 steps away, there was a steep cliff. A flicker of relief crossed his face. His luck had been relatively good. Had he been teleported into the air above the cliff, even with talismans and defensive artifacts, he would have at least suffered some injuries from the fall. This should be Mayun Cliff, an outer region of the Cloud's secret realm, as described in the Jade Slip. Wei Tu retrieved the Jade Slip that Huang Xinglie had given him before they entered the secret realm. Pressing it against his forehead, he carefully examined its contents, analyzing his current location and the surrounding environment. The Cloud's secret realm, existing within a separate dimension, was vast, comparable to the size of 3 entire provinces within Zheng Kingdom. Its internal layout was similar to the Demon Wolf mountain range, divided into outer, inner, and core regions. The outer region, where Wei Tu currently was, had already been thoroughly explored in past centuries. As a result, it contained fewer spiritual resources, and the demonic beasts found here were relatively weak, making it the safest zone. The inner region, though previously traversed by past cultivators, was constantly repopulated by beasts from the core region over time. Thus, despite being mapped out, it remained highly dangerous. As for the core region, it was both rich in treasures and rife with peril, home to high-level spiritual herbs, but also late-stage, second-rank demonic beasts, many of which dominated entire territories. The inner region has 7 locations marked by the Hashan Huang clan as sites where golden core-grade spiritual herbs grow. 4 of these sites overlap with those marked by the Chiyue Zhao clan, which only recorded 5 total locations. It seems that most cultivators entering the Cloud's secret realm will be targeting these specific areas. Wei Tu compared the 2 different sets of intelligence reports and pondered in silence. However, it's highly unlikely that these are the only areas of interest to the Hashan Huang clan. Huang Xinglia's Jade Slip is probably holding back additional information. Wei Tu's eyes flashed with understanding. After all, he was just a guest cultivator. There was always the possibility that he might leave the Huang clan. Thus, no matter how much Huang Xinglia might appreciate his talent, it was impossible for the clan's true secrets to be shared entirely with an outsider. If Wei Tu had not collaborated with the Chiyue Zhao clan in advance, he would never have discovered these discrepancies. Of course, he didn't hold a grudge against the Hashan Huang clan for this level of caution. This was simply human nature. If he had been born into the Huang clan, he would have done the same. The Cloud's secret realm remains open for 3 years. There's no rush to start exploring. I should wait for Wind-Cleaving Eagle's advancement first. Wei Tu glanced down from Mayun Cliff, carefully surveying the surrounding terrain before turning toward a nearby cave. Once inside, he released Wind-Cleaving Eagle from his spirit beast pouch. The large condor-like beast spread its wings, letting out a sharp cry as it circled around Wei Tu. Wei Tu then took out 2 items, a pill bottle and a jade box. Inside the pill bottle was a beast advancement elixir, the golden Ganoderma pill, which he had previously purchased from Qinjianren. Inside the jade box was a second-rank spiritual herb, the dark nethergrass, which he had obtained after slaying the scarlet-eyed python in the Demon Wolf Mountains. Wind-Cleaving Eagle immediately snatched the pill bottle with its beak, tossing back the golden Ganoderma pill in one gulp. In an instant, a wave of pressure surged from Wind-Cleaving Eagle's body, releasing the distinct aura of a late second-rank demonic beast. Over 60 years ago, when Wei Tu slayed the Blood Demon Elder, Wind-Cleaving Eagle had already reached the late first-rank stage. After more than 10 years, it advanced to the peak of first rank, just one step away from breaking through to become a second-rank demonic beast. However, breaking through to the second rank was extremely difficult. Without the aid of medicinal pills, even though Wind-Cleaving Eagle possessed a profound bloodline equivalent to a mid-grade spiritual root among humans, it still struggled to form a foundation establishment core. Thus, its breakthrough had been delayed repeatedly up until today. Of course, if Wei Tu had chosen to, he could have helped Wind-Cleaving Eagle advance years ago, or even a decade earlier. 2 years ago, Wei Tu had already obtained the golden Ganoderma pill, but in order to bring Wind-Cleaving Eagle into the Cloud's secret realm, he had deliberately postponed its breakthrough. Bringing a second-rank demonic beast into the Cloud's secret realm would have required purchasing an extra entry slot from the Hashan Huang clan. Such an unnecessary expense was not something Wei Tu was willing to pay. Several days later, inside the cave at Mayun Cliff, the surrounding spiritual energy suddenly became restless, surging violently toward the depths of the cave. Nearby demonic beasts, sensing this disturbance, immediately rushed toward Wei Tu's location. A mere first-rank beast dares to approach me? Wei Tu sneered, stepping out of the cave as he activated the Ice Jiao sword, effortlessly slashing down several beasts in succession. Seeing their kin slain so easily, the remaining beasts hesitated, their eyes filled with fear, unwilling to attack recklessly. At that moment, a sharp eagle's cry suddenly echoed from inside the cave. Upon hearing this piercing call, the surrounding beasts trembled violently, their expressions filled with terror. Then, a larger, radiant wind-cleaving eagle, now shimmering in golden light, soared out of the cave. Its razor-sharp claws grabbed a rhino-like, demonic beast by the skull, lifting it high into the air before smashing it down onto the ground. A quarter of an hour later, the dozens of first-rank beasts that had surrounded the cave lay dead. Wind-cleaving eagle devoured their flesh and blood, then turned its gaze toward Wei Tuesday. Its red-tinged eyes burned with eagerness, as if it wanted to challenge him. In Wei Tu's care, it had often been starved or given only scraps. It had long held resentment toward Wei Tu. However, before it could act, a formidable pressure suddenly descended upon it. Wind-cleaving eagle's eyes widened in horror, its wings immediately folding beneath it, and its entire body trembling uncontrollably. This pressure, it could clearly sense, belonged to a third-rank demonic beast, comparable to a golden core cultivator. The rumors of demonic beasts turning against their masters seemed to be true. Wei Tu narrowed his eyes slightly and walked calmly to wind-cleaving eagle's side, a cold smirk appearing at the corners of his lips. Spirit pets were, after all, demonic beasts forcibly tamed by human cultivators, their wild instincts never truly erased. Wind-cleaving eagle's origins were even more complicated. Wei Tu had seized it from the blood demon elder, meaning that its previous masters had likely been many. Wei Tu waved his sleeve, unleashing his geomagnetic yuan light, which pressed down upon wind-cleaving eagle. Then, he reached out his right hand, gripping its skull and extracting a wisp of its soul essence. He then re-refined this soul essence into the beast control token before releasing his geomagnetic yuan light and letting wind-cleaving eagle go. After this incident, wind-cleaving eagle no longer held defiance in its eyes when looking at Wei Tuesday. Instead, it was filled with submission and reverence. "Good thing you didn't know about my phantom puppet when I refined it," Wei Tu muttered, stepping to a nearby shrub and retrieving the phantom puppet he had acquired from Master Yukoi, before storing it back into his spatial pouch. Earlier, it was this very puppet that had exerted an illusionary third-rank beast's aura, causing wind-cleaving eagle to freeze in fear. "Chirp! Chirp!" Wind-cleaving eagle immediately changed its demeanor, rubbing against Wei Tu's robes, as if trying to apologize for its earlier defiance. However, Wei Tu was unmoved. He shoved aside wind-cleaving eagle's wings, which had wrapped around his leg, and issued new orders, commanding it to scout the surrounding area. The outer region of the clouds, a secret realm, contained only minor spiritual herbs, not particularly valuable to a Foundation establishment cultivator. At the moment, Wei Tu had two choices. First, he could use the twin resonance jade to sense Qin Jinren's location and meet up with Qin Jinren and Ko Hongying. Second, he could head to the nearest inner region site, the Dragonbone Forest. These two objectives aren't mutually exclusive. I'll head to Dragonbone Forest first, and, along the way, use the twin resonance jade to track Qin Jinren's whereabouts. Qin Jinren is likely already on the way to one of the 7 key locations. Wei Tu pondered briefly and made his decision. Although the Clouds, a secret realm, remained open for 3 years, this time frame wasn't as long as it seemed. Fighting battles, recovering from injuries, and restoring spiritual energy, each of these could take months. Therefore, there was no time to waste. Once wind-cleaving eagle confirmed that the path was clear, Wei Tu soared at low altitude, heading toward the Dragonbone Forest. The Dragonbone Forest spanned several dozen miles. Upon arrival, Wei Tu landed on a towering ancient tree, sweeping his spiritual sense across the area. Nearby, on a smaller tree, he immediately spotted several purple, dragon-scale-shaped fruits growing on its branches. His face lit up with delight. Luck is on my side. I just entered the dragon-bone forest and already found purple cloud fruits. According to the Jade Slips records, the three most valuable resources in the dragon bone forest were 1. Purple cloud fruit. 2. Dragon bone flower. 3. Earth dragon flesh. Though the purple cloud fruit was only a first-rank spiritual fruit, it was mild in nature, much like the silver luan fruit he had consumed during his chi refinement days, making it useful for Foundation establishment cultivators to absorb spiritual energy. The only pity is that purple cloud fruits can't be transplanted elsewhere. They only grow in the unique environment of the dragon bone forest. Wei Tu sighed. If purple cloud fruits could be cultivated, then, after several hundred years, a Foundation establishment family could easily be established using its benefits. After picking the spiritual fruits, Wei Tu affixed several concealment talismans to his body before cautiously advancing toward the forest core. Compared to the dragon bone flower and earth dragon flesh, the purple cloud fruit was insignificant. Tai Xian's sect disciples. Midway through, wind-cleaving eagle informed Wei Tu that several hundred meters ahead, a robe-clad cultivator was locked in a tense standoff with two others. Among the various factions in the Clouds, a secret realm, only Tai Xian's sect disciples wore robes, so Wei Tu immediately recognized the lone figure as a Tai Xian sect cultivator. If there's no treasure involved, most cultivators wouldn't bother confronting a Tai Xian sect disciple. Wei Tu pondered for a moment, but didn't rush forward. Instead, he chose to hide nearby, silently observing the situation. He retrieved the phantom puppet and placed it on wind-cleaving eagle's back. Now that wind-cleaving eagle had broken through to the second rank, its wingspan had expanded to nearly 10 feet, enough to completely conceal the puppet beneath it. Once everything was prepared, Wei Tu burrowed underground and slowly advanced toward the confrontation site. 15 minutes later, a sharp eagle's cry suddenly pierced the sky above the dragon-bone forest, accompanied by the terrifying pressure of a nearly third-rank demonic beast. What? A top-tier second-rank eagle-type demonic beast, on the verge of breaking through to golden core level. Retreat. Now, the three cultivators in the core region instantly panicked. Mistaking wind-cleaving eagle for a guardian beast of some precious resource, they didn't dare stay any longer, immediately fleeing at full speed. They couldn't afford to provoke an eagle-type demonic beast at that level. Though Foundation establishment cultivators could fly, they were nothing compared to a true, sky-dominating beast. Wei Tu remained hidden, observing the three figures retreating. That's her. He quickly recognized the Tai Xian sect cultivator. It was none other than the female cultivator surnamed Guan, whom he had previously encountered at the Danqiu Mountain Marketplace. More than 20 years ago, when he and Ko Hongying had traded 2 Foundation establishment-grade spirit herbs for a Foundation establishment pill, it was this very Guan cultivator who handled the exchange for them. As for the other 2 figures, Wei Tu glanced at them briefly and recognized them as disciples of Qingzhou Mountain. Once the 3 were far away, Wei Tu emerged from underground and approached their previous confrontation site. The location of the standoff was a vast field of skeletal remains. At the center of these bones, 2 bright red flowers swayed lightly in the wind, shrouded in a faint bloody mist. The dragon bone flower? Wei Tu's eyes lit up in delight. No wonder those 3 had been fighting. This was a rare, high-grade spiritual herb. He immediately commanded Wind-Cleaving Eagle to retrieve them. Before he did, however, Wei Tu activated his fragrant silk nose technique, sensing the presence of a hidden demonic beast lurking underground. That explained why Guan and the 2 Qingzhou Mountain disciples had hesitated for so long without making a move. They were likely aware of the creature's presence. But now, with Wind-Cleaving Eagle's imposing aura keeping the beast at bay, the hidden demonic creature did not dare to attack. Wind-Cleaving Eagle swiftly plucked both dragon bone flowers, securing them before the demonic beast could react. As soon as they retreated, an angry roar erupted from beneath the ground, followed by the sounds of trees being violently smashed apart. Wei Tu continued searching the Dragon Bone Forest for valuable treasures. During his exploration, he encountered multiple groups of cultivators from various factions, including some from Hashan Huang clan. However, he deliberately avoided direct contact, keeping his distance and moving alone. He knew that in treasure hunts like this, even so-called allies could turn into enemies in the blink of an eye. Unless it was someone he completely trusted, he had no intention of working with anyone else. Within the Cloud Zay's secret realm, the laws and structures of the outside world meant nothing. Even the Golden Core ancestors watching from outside the realm were aware of this reality and chose to turn a blind eye. As long as one didn't kill members of their own faction, any slaying of rival cultivators wouldn't be punished or questioned. Every faction wanted their own members to secure as many resources as possible. However, that didn't mean that people from the same faction could always be trusted. As long as one was discreet enough, even killing someone from the same clan or sect wouldn't necessarily be discovered. Outside the Cloud Zay secret realm, time passed swiftly. Fanner is dead. Several months later, an elder of the Zheng clan from Snow Peak suddenly felt the shattering of a soul token within his storage bag. His expression darkened, and he let out a deep sigh. The Cloud Zay secret realm opened only once every 200 years. Even without the involvement of Chisong Jia clan, the death rate inside was already close to 20%. Now, with Chisong Jia clan stirring trouble, it was no surprise that the mortality rate had increased further. And the Zheng clan wasn't the only faction to have suffered losses. Other factions, too, had lost members within these past months. Whether they fell to demonic beasts or were slain by rival cultivators, no one could say for sure. Hashan Huang clan hasn't lost a single person yet. Huang Xinglia, the Golden Core ancestor of Hashan Huang clan, smirked as he glanced at the soul tokens at his waist. His clan had always delved deeper than most into the Cloud Zay's secret realm, and their jade slips contained far more locations than the 7 publicized sites. Their members only traveled to hidden locations, avoiding unnecessary conflicts with rival factions. However, just then, a flying boat approached the Hashan Huang clan stronghold. The one aboard was none other than Hashan Huang clan's patriarch, Huang Changshan. Upon landing, Huang Changshuan's expression was grim. He immediately bowed to Huang Xinglia and reported, "Ancestor, the 5 demonic sects have invaded the Jing kingdom. The Immortal sects are calling for reinforcements. They demand that our clan's foundation establishment cultivators head to the front lines." What? Demonic cultivators are invading? Huang Xinglia's face immediately changed. The Cloud Zay secret realm had just opened, and many of Hashan Huang clan's strongest cultivators were inside. For the 5 demonic sects to attack now, of all times, this was terrible timing. How many contracted cultivators do we still have left outside? Huang Xinglia asked, frowning deeply. For the sake of preserving the clan's future, he couldn't afford to send too many core members into battle. The remaining vacant slots would have to be filled by hired cultivators. "Ancestor, we only have one left, Master Xia Qi," Huang Changshan responded. "Master Xia Qi?" Huang Xinglia paused for a moment before nodding slightly, signaling for Huang Changshan to send Xia Qi to the battlefield. "Understood, Ancestor," Huang Changshan replied with a solemn expression. Although Master Xia Qi had married into the Huang clan, compared to the direct bloodline members, his life held far less value. "Ancestor, there's something else I must report." Huang Changshan hesitated before continuing. "Over 10 years ago, Wei Tu signed a spiritual contract with our clan, guaranteeing his entry into the Cloud Zay secret realm. But most hired cultivators don't usually sign spiritual contracts. Is it possible that he knew about the demonic invasion ahead of time? Over the years, many of our clan's secrets have been leaking, and this invasion was only known to the highest-ranking members of the 3 immortal sections. So how could a mere rogue cultivator have possibly foreseen this event? I suspect we have a traitor within the clan." Huang Changshun clenched his fists, his voice tense. If a traitor had infiltrated their ranks, and he had failed to eliminate them, that would be his greatest failure. A traitor? Huang Xinglia narrowed his eyes. Wei Tu has only been with our Heshan Huang clan for a little over 20 years. His background has been investigated. His history is clean. He is unlikely to be a spy. Huang Xinglia pondered for a moment before shaking his head. A few years ago, after Wei Tu broke through to mid-foundation establishment and demonstrated his talent and talismans, Huang Xinglia, as a Golden Core ancestor, had taken a deeper interest in him and conducted a thorough investigation. From Wei Tu's birth to his time serving as a military officer in Zheng Kingdom to his later cultivation in Danqiu Mountains, everything had been accounted for. If there had been anything suspicious about him, Huang Xinglia would not have personally lent him the golden silk armor before entering the Cloud's secret realm. After all, the golden silk armor was a high-grade second-rank defensive artifact, something even the Heshan Huang clan didn't have in great supply. Still, Wei Tu does have some questionable points, and we cannot completely rule him out. Keep a close watch on him from now on. Although he disagreed with the clan lord's conclusion, Huang Xinglia did not dismiss the concern entirely. When it came to internal traitors, they could afford no negligence. Even the slightest doubt warranted placing Wei Tu under surveillance. Ancestor, you are wise. I, too, believe that the chances of Wei Tu being a spy are low. Huang Changshun, the clan lord, immediately flattered him before continuing. However, I suspect that among our 4 contracted cultivators, apart from Wei Tu, the one most likely to be a spy is Si Qing, the array master. Previously, we had already conducted numerous investigations into Si Qing's background. Huang Changshun knew that merely citing the spiritual contract anomaly as a reason to accuse Wei Tu would be unfair and could be seen as exaggerating the issue. The real target of his accusation was Si Qing. However, Si Qing was brought into the Heshan Huang clan by the second elder himself, which gave her a significant status within the clan. If he had immediately accused Si Qing, it would have seemed like he was questioning the second elder, which could have led to internal conflicts. By first discussing Wei Tu, another contracted cultivator, it became more reasonable to bring up Si Qing afterward. Si Qing. Huang Xinglia narrowed his eyes, recalling the beautiful yet reserved female cultivator who often kept a low profile on her cloud crown crane. Once we leave the Cloud's secret realm, keep a tight watch on her. If necessary, we may need to capture her and conduct a soul search. His expression darkened as he spoke. If there was one person in Heshan Huang clan with the biggest secrets, it wasn't Wei Tu or Si Qing, but rather Huang Juji, the second elder. Huang Juji had been an unremarkable talent in his qi refinement years, yet after reaching foundation establishment, he progressed at an incredible speed, forming his golden core in just 200 years. Although Huang Xinglia was of higher seniority and strength, as long as Huang Juji remained loyal to the clan, he had no reason to question how he formed his golden core. But now, Juji, I will personally keep an eye on him. Huang Xinglia's voice was firm. Meanwhile, similar concerns plagued other golden core families. Upon hearing about the 5 demonic sects invasion, the elders of these families all wore grim expressions, contemplating how to handle the shortage of foundation establishment cultivators. In contrast, the 3 immortal sects, Golden Core True, lords remained calm and composed. Some even showed subtle smirks, their eyes filled with mockery. After all, they had known about the demonic invasion for over a decade. They had long since made their preparations. Compared to the Golden Core families, whose sudden predicament now exposed their vulnerability, the immortal sects stood above them, demonstrating the true difference in status and foresight. The 5 demonic sects invasion was troublesome for them, yes, but not a disaster. For the Golden Core families, however, this could spell complete destruction. Throughout history, countless cultivator clans have been wiped out during the clashes between the righteous and demonic sects. Wei Tu was completely unaware of the ongoing invasion or the fact that Heshan Huang clan was beginning to suspect him. At this moment, he was engaged in his first battle since entering the Cloud's secret realm. His opponents were none other than the two Qingzhou mountain cultivators who had previously confronted the female Tai Xian sect disciple. This battle had its origins a few days prior, when Wei Tu used his phantom puppet and wind-cleaving eagle to snatch the dragon bone flowers. However, he was not the only one with a spiritual beast. The leader of the two Qingzhou mountain cultivators, a square-faced man, owned a peculiar spirit insect known as the seven-colored phantom moth. Unlike ordinary spiritual beasts, this moth-type spirit insect was completely odorless and traceless, naturally gifted in illusion magic, making it extremely difficult to detect. A few days ago, while locked in a standoff with the Tai Xian sect female cultivator, the square-faced man had secretly released the seven-colored phantom moth, intending to use it for an ambush. But due to Wei Tu's unexpected interference, the ambush failed, and the two Qingzhou mountain cultivators fled in panic, accidentally leaving the phantom moth behind. However, before it departed, the phantom moth had managed to observe something. It had seen the phantom puppet on wind-cleaving eagle's back. Because Wei Tu had taken the dragon bone flowers, the two Qingzhou mountain cultivators had used the seven-colored phantom moth to track his movements, following him all the way here. A single flaw in 100 precautions. Wei Tu secretly cursed. He had been careful along the way, staying hidden and suppressing his aura, yet he had still been tracked by the seven-colored phantom moth, falling into their ambush. The fragrant silk nose could sense demonic auras, but it was less effective against human cultivators who were skilled in concealing themselves. And though wind-cleaving eagle had been scouting ahead, it was still difficult to detect cultivators who had already set up an ambush in advance. Fortunately, these two are only mid-foundation establishment, no stronger than me. Wei Tu calmed himself, one hand gripping a talisman inside his sleeve, while the other activated his defensive artifact, Earth Rock Shield. This Earth Rock Shield was a mid-grade second-ranked defensive artifact that he had secretly purchased from the Xia Mei clan before entering Cloud's secret realm. Meanwhile, the two Qingzhou mountain cultivators watched Wei Tu closely, searching for an opening. Although they had taken the initiative by setting up the ambush, Wei Tu's cautious approach had prevented them from capitalizing on their advantage. When they launched their first attack, Wei Tu had easily dodged using movement techniques and talismans, preventing them from landing a decisive blow. The situation reached a stalemate. While they had the numbers advantage, Wei Tu had wind-cleaving eagle circling above them, ready to deliver a deadly strike at any moment. Because of this, the two Qingzhou mountain cultivators didn't dare act rashly. The square-faced man finally spoke in a deep voice. "Fellow Taoist, hand over the dragon bone flowers, and this grudge will be settled. There's no need to create unnecessary enemies." He was trying to sound reasonable. The tall, thin man beside him nodded, adding, "Fellow Taoist, you tricked us, losing credibility in the process. If you return the dragon bone flowers now, we can still be friends. Judging from your attire, you must be from a golden core family. If you align yourself with us Qingzhou mountain cultivators, your elders will certainly look favorably upon you." Upon hearing this, Wei Tu sneered inwardly. "You think I'm some naive second-generation cultivator?" He had crawled his way up from the world of rogue cultivators. There was no way he would trust such empty words. However, on the surface, he pretended to hesitate. With a look of regret and expectation, he asked, "If I hand over the dragon bone flowers, will you truly let me go? And we can be friends." "Of course," the square-faced man responded, smiling as he exhaled in relief. If he could obtain the dragon bone flowers without much trouble, that would be ideal. Once he hands them over, I'll trick him into giving up his beast-controlling token. Then I'll control wind-cleaving eagle for myself. The square-faced man laughed to himself. Although he still held some doubts about Wei Tu's sudden compliance, he believed that Wei Tu's fear of their numbers had led him to surrender. After all, the three great sects were the rulers of Zheng Kingdom's cultivation world. Over the years, plenty of golden core family cultivators had sought to curry favor with them. Here is a dragon bone flower. Wei Tu flipped his palm, revealing a jade box 7 inches long. He opened it slightly, allowing the square-faced man to catch a glimpse inside. Then, he infused spiritual energy into the box and tossed it over. Such an idiot. The square-faced man mocked Wei Tu's naivety in his heart. However, he didn't let his expression show. Instead, he first activated a black shield, then cautiously used controlling object technique to guide the jade box toward him. But at that very moment, 3 sword lights suddenly erupted from within the jade box. The blades left behind a trail of illusions, streaking toward the square-faced man at blinding speed. His face twisted in shock. He hurriedly raised his black shield, trying to block the attack. But then, he suddenly felt his body stiffen, as if an immense force was pressing down on him. What the hell? The square-faced man's pupils shrank as he saw a 5-colored glow emerging from the ground beneath him. It was this glow that had suppressed his movements, throwing off his defense. Before he could react, the 5-colored glow slammed into his black shield, causing his arms to buckle from the pressure. His black shield was forced to the ground, smashing into the dirt. At that instant, shing, 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 3 crisp sword cries rang out. The square-faced man watched in horror as his protective spiritual shield was pierced like paper. The sword lights sank into his body, cutting through his defenses with ease. All of this happened in a single instant. Within the blink of an eye, the jade box fell to the ground. The square-faced man's vision darkened, and he collapsed into a pool of blood. "Senior brother Bao." The tall, thin man cried out in shock upon seeing the square-faced man die. His eyes, filled with disbelief, turned toward Wei Tu, now harboring an undeniable fear. This young cultivator was not some inexperienced sheep, as they had thought. He was a hidden beast, sharp-fanged and merciless. Compared to Wei Tu, they were the true fledglings, raised in the safety of their sex protection, never having experienced the real dangers of the cultivation world. "If you dare kill me, Qingzhou Mountain will never let you go." The tall, thin man forced himself to speak, but his voice trembled. "Go!" Wei Tu ignored the threats. Muttering an incantation, he infused his spiritual power into his 3 ice jiao swords, commanding them to strike at the tall, thin man. At the same time, wind-cleaving eagle, which had been circling in the air, dove down, joining in the attack. The tall, thin man hurriedly slapped several talismans onto his body, creating layers of defensive barriers. Then he bit the tip of his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of blood essence, preparing to flee using blood escape technique. Within moments, he had escaped several miles away. Seeing wind-cleaving eagle still chasing him, a look of relief flashed across his face. I should be outside his divine sense range now. Cultivators typically couldn't control their flying swords beyond the range of their divine sense. If he could outrun the ice jiao swords, dealing with wind-cleaving eagle alone wouldn't be a problem. Just as he relaxed, 3 freezing cold short swords pierced straight through his chest. How is this possible? The tall, thin man paled, staring in shock at the swords impaled in his torso. He didn't understand. He thought he had escaped the range of Wei Tu's divine sense. Yet the ice jiao swords still reached him. What he didn't know was that Wei Tu was also using geomagnetic yuan light to control them. Unlike divine sense, geomagnetic yuan light could extend much farther. Qingzhou Mountain cultivators are nothing special. From several miles away, Wei Tu retrieved his swords, exhaling in relief. At the start of the battle, he had been worried whether he could handle these 2 Qingzhou Mountain cultivators. After all, he was just a rogue cultivator, while they were sect elites. But after actually fighting them, he realized something. These 2 weren't weak. He was just far wealthier than them. Most sect cultivators were like Ko Hongying, specializing in combat techniques rather than acquiring various powerful artifacts. Even if they had high status, most didn't have the resources to buy high-quality talismans, magical artifacts, or puppets. But Wei Tu did. His ice jiao swords, geomagnetic yuan light, and wind-cleaving eagle. All of these were luxuries that most Foundation establishment cultivators couldn't afford. After finishing the fight, Wei Tu searched the bodies. He removed their storage pouches, then took out corpse-dissolving powder, obtained from Gungwon, and scattered it over the corpses. Half an hour later, The two bodies had completely melted into pools of blood, vanishing into the dragon bone forest. What a pity! Wei Tu sighed, looking at the seven-colored phantom moth lying dead on a tree branch. The moth was life-bound to the square-faced man. When its master died, it died too. It would have been useful. Shaking his head, he plucked the dead moth from the tree and stored it in his pouch. With the fight over, Wei Tu didn't stay in Dragon Bone Forest any longer. Instead, he left for the core region of Cloud, Zay's secret realm. This battle had taught him something important. Hunting for treasures in spirit lands was useful, but killing and looting was much faster. The two Qingzhou mountain cultivators had tried to kill him over the dragon bone flowers. But in the end, they were the ones who ended up dead. Of course, looting wasn't his only reason for heading to the core region. First, although the 7 recorded spirit lands contained valuable herbs, none of them had what he needed most: core formation spiritual materials. Core formation materials were 3rd rank and only grew near 3rd rank spirit veins, which were only found in the core region. Second, by now, the other spirit lands were likely already looted. It was better to search elsewhere. His next destination was the heart of Cloud, Zay's secret realm. After leaving Dragonbone Forest, Wei Tu found a secluded mountain forest. He dug a small cave beneath it and concealed himself within, using the opportunity to recover the spiritual energy he had expended during his earlier battle. Before entering Cloud, Zay's secret realm, despite having prepared various pills for replenishing his energy, Wei Tu was not inclined to waste them just yet. Half a month later, Wei Tu had fully recovered, his spirit and energy replenished, and his cultivation had even advanced slightly. As per his routine, he used the twin resonance jade to sense the whereabouts of Qinzhenren before retrieving the 2 storage pouches that he had kept close to his chest. Storage pouches contained traces of their previous owner's spiritual imprint. After some consideration, Wei Tu set aside the pouch belonging to the tall, skinny man and began erasing the spiritual imprint from the pouch that had belonged to the square-faced man. Once his divine sense penetrated the storage pouch, what he saw inside was just as he had expected. Its contents were rather lackluster. There were not many magical artifacts or treasures, other than a pile of spirit stones stacked in the corner and a few miscellaneous jade slips. There were only 3 jade boxes placed carefully in the center of the pouch. Earth dragon flesh? When Wei Tu opened the jade boxes, he found them packed with large chunks of blood-colored meat. He was surprised at the square-faced man's harvest. Earth dragon flesh was a specialty of Dragonbone Forest. Classified as a spiritual herb rather than ordinary flesh, it could be consumed to enhance a cultivator's blood essence, making it an invaluable resource for body refinement. No wonder. I had delayed my entry into Dragonbone Forest by more than a month while I waited for the wind-cleaving eagle to break through. It makes sense that this square-faced man managed to obtain such a substantial harvest. Wei Tu pondered for a moment. Body refinement requires a significant investment of time and resources. However, with these 3 boxes of earth dragon flesh, the process would be significantly more efficient. He had long considered cultivating a body refinement technique after advancing to the Foundation Establishment realm, but due to time and resource constraints, he had put it off. Body refinement would not only improve his defensive capabilities, but also increase his survival rate in battle. More importantly, having a robust blood essence would be highly beneficial for forming his golden core. According to ancient texts, forming a golden core required the fusion of a cultivator's essence, energy, and spirit. Only by perfectly merging these 3 aspects could one achieve the transformation known as jade liquid returning to the core. This is... As Wei Tu continued searching through the pouch, he pulled out a pale blue jade slip. Upon examining its contents, he was surprised. A method to raise 7-colored phantom moths? His near defeat at the hands of the square-faced man and his companion had been largely due to this peculiar insect. The 7-colored phantom moth was extraordinarily elusive, capable of evading divine sense and even bypassing the detection abilities of his fragrant silk nose. This made it far superior to most common spirit beasts in terms of stealth. If he could successfully nurture a seven-colored phantom moth of his own, then he could fully inherit this technique that had nearly cost him his life. According to the Jade Slip, the seven-colored phantom moth was cultivated from a base species known as the misty moth. Wei Tu frowned slightly. Misty moths, not particularly rare, but quite difficult to come by. Unlike spirit herbs or minerals, which could be deliberately cultivated or refined, rare insects like the misty moth could only be found in the wild. Wait, there's another method? Wei Tu flipped through more of the Jade Slip's content and discovered an alternative method for raising a seven-colored phantom moth. Corpse incubation. According to the text, if one had the corpse of a seven-colored phantom moth, it was possible to use a specialized corpse incubation method to extract the remaining vitality and breed new moth larvae. Wei Tu's eyes flickered as he glanced toward his storage pouch. He happened to have the dead seven-colored phantom moth from the previous battle. I won't rush this. I'll wait until I leave Clouds a secret realm before attempting it. Nurturing an insect with corpse incubation required careful preparation and time. At the moment, he had more pressing matters to attend to. He put away the Jade Slip and refocused on the remaining storage pouch. Opening the second pouch, belonging to the tall, skinny man, Wei Tu found its contents to be similar to the first: spirit stones, a few scattered jade slips, and 2 boxes of earth dragon flesh. However, in addition to these, there were over 10 purple cloud fruits. Wei Tu was pleased. Purple cloud fruit was a first-order spiritual fruit similar to the silver luan fruit he had consumed back in his chi refinement days. Its gentle medicinal properties made it ideal for refining spiritual energy. Just as he was about to close the pouch, he noticed an unusual item. At the bottom of the storage pouch lay a small black finger bone, its entire surface dark and glossy, as if carved from obsidian. It was completely different from the rest of the items in the pouch. Wei Tu picked it up and carefully examined it. It seemed ordinary to the naked eye, without any discernible spiritual fluctuations. He probed it with his divine sense. Nothing. It appeared to be nothing more than a regular bone fragment. Frowning, Wei Tu decided to infuse it with a wisp of his spiritual energy. The moment his energy entered the black finger bone, it vanished instantly, as if it had been swallowed whole. Wei Tu's expression shifted. This thing is absorbing my spiritual energy. He placed the black finger bone at a distance, then raised his hand and sent a pulse of spiritual energy toward it while activating the earth rock shield as a precaution. The bone remained motionless for a moment. Then, a faint blood-red glow flickered across its surface. It trembled slightly before suddenly lifting into the air and hovering there. Wei Tu's eyes narrowed. The black finger bone began tracing glowing blood-colored characters in the air, one after another, forming an entire string of eerie inscriptions. After writing nearly 100 characters, the blood glow on the finger bone faded, and it fell back to the ground, becoming lifeless once more. Wei Tu took a deep breath, stepping forward to inspect the strange inscriptions. A secret transmission of demonic techniques? Years ago, after learning of the demonic path's impending invasion of Zheng Kingdom, Wei Tu had studied various records on demonic cultivation. Among those records, he had read about a method used by high-ranking demonic cultivators: bone scrolls. Unlike orthodox sects, which use jade slips, demonic cultivators often use bones as a medium to store their legacies. The process involved using their own flesh and bones to inscribe cultivation techniques before death, preserving the knowledge for future demonic cultivators. More advanced bone scrolls could retain their spiritual imprint for centuries, making them invaluable to demonic sects. Wei Tu speculated that this black finger bone was a bone scroll left behind by a demonic cultivator rather than an actual demonic artifact. Still, he wasn't one to take unnecessary risks. To be safe, he released Wind-Cleaving Eagle and commanded it to probe the bone further. Wind-Cleaving Eagle hesitated, its wings fluttering as it cautiously approached the black finger bone. It circled around the object a few times before finally lowering its head to pick it up with its beak. Wei Tu remained silent for a moment, then gave the order. Swallow it. If this black finger bone held some deeper secret, then the flesh and blood of a second-rank beast should be enough to trigger any hidden reaction. The reason he chose wind-cleaving eagle for this task was simple. It was connected to his mind. Even if the black finger bone turned out to be dangerous, he would have time to react. After all, wind-cleaving eagle had already reached its peak as a second-rank beast, and its future potential was limited. Its value was nowhere near that of a demonic bone scroll. Time passed. After observing for a while and seeing no immediate changes, Wei Tu finally relaxed. He then turned his attention to the blood-colored inscriptions left behind by the bone. Profound nether een fire? As expected, the black finger bone contained the secrets of a demonic path technique, or more precisely, a demonic path divine ability. However, to his disappointment, the bone only recorded a portion of the technique. After carefully memorizing the inscriptions, Wei Tu summoned innate true fire to burn away the blood writings, erasing all traces. Then he hesitated. Should he discard the black finger bone, or should he keep it? This profound nether een fire divine ability was powerful enough to be recorded on a bone scroll. It was no ordinary technique. At that moment, wind-cleaving eagle suddenly shook its wings violently, attempting to spit out the bone lodged in its throat. Wei Tu's expression hardened. That is your fortune. Swallow it back down. If the black finger bone was nothing more than a simple bone scroll, then it didn't matter whether he kept it or the eagle did. But if it posed a hidden threat, then keeping it inside wind-cleaving eagle's body would serve as an extra layer of protection. If something went wrong, the eagle would be the first to suffer, giving Wei Tu enough time to react. A few days later, after completing his recovery, Wei Tu once again set out with wind-cleaving eagle, heading toward the core region of clouds, a secret realm. Along the way, he finally used twin resonance jade to pinpoint the location of Qinjinren. Seeing this, he picked up his pace. Soon, he reached Qinjinren's location. Fellow Taoist Wei. Uncle Wei. Qinjinren and Ko Hongying greeted him. After exchanging pleasantries, Wei Tu immediately inquired about Qinjinren's plans. Foundation establishment pills were rare, but condensed foundation pills were even rarer. But compared to golden core-forming treasures, even condensed foundation pills paled in value. Golden core treasures only grew in the core region, and acquiring them meant they would have to face powerful second-rank beasts and rival cultivators from all factions. Qinjinren smiled faintly. I entered Cloud, a secret realm, precisely to fight for the opportunity to reach the golden core realm. How could I back down now just because of danger? Wei Tu nodded in agreement. Golden core treasures were rarer than foundation establishment materials. These were priceless items that could not simply be bought. Even the three great immortal sects weren't just sitting back and waiting for such treasures to appear in the market. They had sent their own disciples into Cloud's a secret realm to fight for them. Wei Tu understood this very well. Years ago, when Huang Changshun had offered him the chance to enter Cloud's a secret realm, he had hesitated. But he knew one thing for sure. If he missed this opportunity, he might never have another chance to reach the Golden Core realm. Wei Tu and Qinjinren began comparing intelligence reports to assess the dangers in the core region. The nearest Golden Core treasure is the 10,000 Spirit Gynoderma, guarded by a red-armored tiger. However, this area is near 3 other treasure sites. Rival factions will undoubtedly target it first. Fighting for it would be too dangerous. The best choice is to go for the Huangyuan grass instead. Huangyuan grass is one of the least valuable golden core treasures, so fewer people will be competing for it. Qinjinren traced a map drawn in the dirt, calmly analyzing their options. Wei Tu nodded. All right, let's go for the Huangyuan grass first. Although killing and looting was the fastest way to obtain treasures, as the faction settled in, it would become much harder to assassinate other cultivators without consequences. After the initial chaos, order would slowly be reestablished. At least, that's how it worked 200 years ago. But whether the same rules still applied today remain to be seen. As Wei Tu, Qinjinren, and Ko Hongying made their way toward Huangyuan grass. They stumbled upon a shocking scene. Inside the dense forest, two corpses lay on the ground, both wearing the robes of Hashan Huang clan. Nearby, a young woman dressed in flowing white robes stood motionless, her right hand stained with fresh blood. Her delicate features carried a hint of murderous intent, and her sharp eyes briefly glanced at the group before she turned and disappeared into the shadows. Wei Tu's pupils shrank. Si Qing, although they had only met a few times, he recognized her at a glance. This was Si Qing, the second-rank formation master serving the Hashan Huang clan. Wei Tu quickly approached the corpses. He immediately recognized them. Huang Changkong, Huang Wenqing, two foundation establishment cultivators from the Hashan Huang clan, both slain. What the hell happened here? Wei Tu's eyes darkened as he observed the two corpses before him. Both Huang Changkong and Huang Wenqing had been killed with a single piercing strike to the heart, swift and lethal. The method used bore an eerie resemblance to a technique of the Heavenly Maiden sect, a demonic faction known for their infamous fractured life hand technique. Qin Jinren stepped forward and examined the bodies closely. Her expression turned grim as she spoke in a low, serious tone. These two were killed instantly with a precision strike. This kind of technique is identical to the demonic martial arts of the Heavenly Maiden sect. Although Cloud's secret realm did not explicitly prohibit killing, it was rare for cultivators to turn on their own faction members, especially a hired retainer betraying their employer. Most cultivators who entered Cloud's secret realm carried artifacts marked by their Golden Core elders. When cultivators from rival factions killed each other, the Golden Core elders outside the secret realm would often turn a blind eye, as long as the slain were not particularly important figures. After all, killing for treasures was a widely accepted rule of the secret realm. It was an unspoken agreement among the major factions. Since there were too few Golden Core treasures to divide equally, assassinations were an inevitable way to ensure one's own faction secured more resources. However, there was one absolute rule: never betray your own faction. This was precisely why the Golden Core elders left tracking marks on artifacts, to prevent internal betrayals. Yet, Si Qing, a trusted retainer of the Hashan Huang clan, had just killed two of their foundation establishment cultivators. If Huang Xinglia were to find out, he would never let her go. At that moment, Qin Jinren's suspicions about Si Qing's true identity deepened. Only demonic cultivators would be this bold. She glanced at Wei Tu and Ko Hongying, noticing their confusion. After a brief pause, she sighed and explained. The Heavenly Maiden sect is similar to the Mirror Water Pavilion in structure. They're both female-only sections. However, while the Mirror Water Pavilion follows the righteous path, the Heavenly Maiden sect belongs to the demonic path. On the surface, their cultivators appear delicate and refined, but in reality, their sect's cultivation techniques not only enhance beauty, but also integrate body refinement. This is why most Heavenly Maiden sect disciples are both martial and magical cultivators. If not for this dual cultivation approach, Si Qing would never have been able to take down two foundation establishment cultivators so easily. Heavenly Maiden sect? Martial and magical dual cultivation? Fractured life hand? Wei Tu's eyes flickered with thought, committing the details of Si Qing's techniques to memory. Now that he, Qin Jinren, and Ko Hongying had witnessed her crime, they had become her biggest threats. If Si Qing wanted to leave Cloud's secret realm alive, she would have to eliminate them. Unless she found another way to escape, bypassing the Golden Core elders guarding the exit. After a moment of silent contemplation, Wei Tu gathered materials and carved two wooden coffins, placing Huang Changkong and Huang Wenqing's bodies inside before sealing them in a storage pouch for safekeeping. These bodies were evidence, proof of Si Qing's betrayal. They could not simply be buried or discarded. Furthermore, Huang Changkong had been the one who initially brought Wei Tu into the Hashan Huang clan. Out of respect for that connection, Wei Tu could not allow his body to rot in the wilderness. With the body secured, Wei Tu and his group resumed their journey toward the location of the Huanyuan grass. Just as Qin Jinren predicted, the area was relatively remote, and only a few cultivators had set their sights on this golden core treasure. Upon arrival, they spotted 3 rival cultivators already present, 1 from Taishan sect and 2 from Xiefeng Zheng clan. Among them, Wei Tu recognized one familiar face, Zheng Xian, a young master of the Xiefeng Zheng clan. The other 2 were both at the later stages of the Foundation establishment realm. Currently, these 3 cultivators had set up a blockade at the entrance of the valley, controlling access to the Huanyuan grass. Their strategy was clear. They would wait for an opportunity to kill the guardian beast, while also preventing other cultivators from seizing the treasure. For solo cultivators, seeing 2 late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators standing guard was enough of a deterrent to abandon their plans and leave. However, the arrival of Wei Tu's group changed the balance of power. For the first time, the strongest faction present was no longer the defending group. Seeing Qin Jinren's approach, the Taishan sect cultivator, a robed Taoist named Gu Xian, narrowed his eyes slightly before stepping forward and cupping his hands. "Greetings, Taoist Qin." This time, both Mirror Water Pavilion and Taishan sect had entered Cloud Zai's secret realm together, so their cultivators were familiar with each other. Qin Jinren returned the courtesy. Gu Xian glanced at the valley below and smiled. "According to my observation, there are exactly 5 stalks of Huanyuan grass. That should be more than enough for all 3 factions present to share. I propose we work together. The 3 factions will combine our strength to kill the guardian beast, the flying fox demon spider. Once the battle is over, we divide the spoils according to our contributions." Gu Xian's tone was casual, but his calculations were precise. As a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, he was in a position of strength. Even if he contributed less in a battle, he would still receive a fair share of the treasure. No one would be foolish enough to argue with a cultivator of his level over minor discrepancies in contributions. Qin Jinren was intrigued and prepared to agree, but before responding, she hesitated and glanced at Wei Tu. "Fellow Taoist Wei, what do you think of this arrangement?" Her reaction surprised everyone present. Even Gu Xian and Zheng Xian exchanged subtle glances of shock. They hadn't expected Qin Jinren to consult Wei Tu's opinion before making a decision. How much influence does he have over her? Wei Tu remained calm. He knew his role well. He was not the leader of this group, and he wasn't about to overstep. "It is up to Taoist Qin to decide. There is no need to consult me on this matter." Hearing this, Qin Jinren nodded and turned back to Gu Xian. "I accept your proposal. The flying fox demon spiders guarding the Huang Yuan grass numbered 2, 1 male and 1 female, both top-tier second-ranked demonic beasts. However, their strength was far inferior to the combined forces of 3 late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators and 3 mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. With a 6-against-2 battle, the flying fox demon spiders quickly showed signs of struggle, attempting to flee. At this moment, Qin Jinren summoned a blue binding hook, which shot forward like a flying sword, piercing deep into the male spider's carapace. With its carapace shattered, the male spider let out a baby-like wail, spitting out a dark green spider web aimed at Qin Jinren. Upon seeing the male spider injured, the female spider became enraged, immediately spitting out its demonic core, which emitted crackling thunder as it aggressively charged at the cultivators. However, just as it was about to reach them, the female spider suddenly changed direction, its eyes gleaming with murderous intent as it lunged at Gu Xian. It had realized that Gu Xian, controlling the formation flags, was the reason for its and its mate's dire predicament. "You think such tricks can harm me?" Gu Xian smirked, waving his sleeve as the formation gathered power, condensing a faint red light barrier in front of him. Boom! The demonic core crashed into the red light barrier. The light barrier rang like a struck metal bell, denting inward by several inches, but holding firm against the female spider's demonic core. However, at that moment, the female spider's demonic core suddenly rotated, glowing brilliantly before shooting out an extremely fine thread of silk, piercing straight through the red light barrier towards Gu Xian's forehead. The silk was entirely cyan, flashing like lightning as it struck towards him. Innate spider silk? Gu Xian's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly pulled out a dark purple spirit bracelet, attempting to block the attack. Innate spider silk, much like the life-bound treasures of golden core cultivators, was a unique, offensive ability of spider-type demonic beasts. He hadn't expected that a mere top-tier second-ranked demonic beast like the flying fox demon spider would have condensed innate spider silk, catching him completely off guard. But ultimately, Gu Xian was a step too slow. As the cyan silk reached him, he managed to shift his body just in time, preventing it from piercing through his skull. Instead, it pierced his right rib cage. Yet, rip, the cyan silk, as sharp as a blade, sliced through Gu Xian's right side, severing half of his body. He fell to the ground, gravely injured, struggling in vain. What an opportunity! Seeing this, one of the Zheng clan's late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators ignored Gu Xian's fate. His eyes gleamed as he lunged toward the female spider, wielding a bronze spear that pierced straight through its skull, killing it instantly. With its mate dead, the female spider's demonic core dimmed, letting out a sorrowful wail before dropping to the ground. Upon witnessing its mate's death, the male spider howled in fury, preparing to unleash its demonic core for a final desperate attack. But this time, Wei Tu and the others did not give it a chance. They unleashed their artifacts in unison, overwhelming the male spider. Its attack faltered, leaving an opening for Qin Jinren and the Zheng clan's late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, who seized the opportunity to deal the killing blow. The 5 Huang Yuan grass plants, growing atop the flying fox demon spider's cave, swayed in the breeze, exuding a rich medicinal fragrance. Yet at this moment, none of the 3 factions made a move. Instead, they watched each other cautiously, eyes filled with wariness. Gu Xian, gravely injured by the female spider's innate spider silk, was still alive but severely weakened. This meant that the previous balance between the 3 factions had been disrupted. Distributing the Huang Yuan grass based on contributions was no longer a viable option. Wei Daoyu, you are a guest elder of the Hashan Huang clan, while my uncle and I are from the Xiefengzhen clan. Our 2 factions are allies with family ties. Right now, why don't we kill Gu Xian and split both his treasures and the 5 Huang Yuan grass plants between our 2 factions? After a brief pause, Zheng Xian, under his uncle's instruction, transmitted his voice to Wei Tu, proposing how to divide the spoils. Wei Tu was momentarily surprised. He hadn't expected Zheng Xian and his uncle to so easily decide to kill Gu Xian, a Foundation establishment cultivator from one of the 3 great immortal sects. After all, golden core families were always inferior to the 3 great immortal sects. Wei Tu understood that Zheng Xian was trying to persuade him to convince Qin Jinren to accept this plan. Without hesitation, Wei Tu relayed Zheng Xian's words to Qin Jinren. Sit back and watch the tigers fight. Qin Jinren chuckled softly, giving Wei Tu this cryptic response. As Wei Tu puzzled over her meaning, suddenly, the gravely injured Gu Xian's expression turned vicious. He summoned a needle-shaped talisman treasure, which shot forward at twice the speed of the female spider's innate spider silk. Neither Zheng Xian nor his uncle had anticipated that Gu Xian would strike first. Zheng Xian's face turned pale, his body trembling as he instinctively retreated. In his panic, he forgot to summon his defensive artifact. No, uncle, save me. Zheng Xian screamed in terror as the needle-shaped talisman treasure streaked towards him. But he was too slow. After barely escaping 10 meters, the talisman pierced through his skull, exploding his head like a fragile doll. His body tumbled from the air, collapsing lifelessly onto the ground. Xiener, his uncle gasped, stunned by what had just happened. Roaring in fury, he cursed Gu Xian's treachery, activating his artifact in an attempt to flee. At this moment, with his keen insight, he could clearly see that Qin Jinren, Wei Tu, and the others had sided with Gu Xian, abandoning him and Zheng Xian. However, the power of the talisman treasure was beyond what Zheng Xian's uncle could withstand. Within just a few exchanges, he met the same fate as Zheng Xian. His body obliterated, his soul dispersed. Having witnessed everything unfold, Wei Tu finally understood why Qin Jinren had advised them to watch the tigers fight from the mountain. She must have known that Gu Xian was not someone to be trifled with, that he had a needle-shaped talisman treasure, a powerful trump card. This was why she refused to ally with Zheng Xian and his uncle to kill Gu Xian and split his possessions. Taoist Gu, this battle left you gravely wounded, yet your contributions in eliminating the flying fox demon spiders were the greatest. Among these 5 Huang Yuan grass plants, you rightfully deserve 2. Qin Jinren spoke at the right moment. After that, she motioned for Wei Tu and Ko Hongying to step back a mile away, allowing Gu Xian to claim his share of the Huang Yuan grass first. I hope Taoist Qin won't be as treacherous as those Zheng clan cultivators. Otherwise, my talisman treasure won't hesitate to strike. Gu Xian's gaze flickered with cold intent as he locked eyes with Wei Tu's group, his tone chilling. After all, using the talisman treasure had already drained nearly 70% of his spiritual power. He couldn't afford to engage in another battle. Even if he were to push himself to the limit and somehow kill all 3 of them, he wouldn't have the strength to escape afterward. Moments later, under the watchful eyes of Wei Tu's group, Gu Xian slowly used his remaining spiritual energy to reattach his severed body. Then, he approached the Huang Yuan grass, picked 2 of the plants, and swiftly departed. Only after Gu Xian was completely out of sight did Qin Jinren lead Wei Tu and Ko Hongying forward to collect the remaining 3 Huang Yuan grass plants. 1 for each of us. Qin Jinren allocated the shares. Although she had done most of the work, the 3 remaining plants could be distributed evenly without causing unnecessary conflict within their small group. Moreover, the only outsider here was Wei Tu. If she took 2 plants for herself, it was only right to give Wei Tu 1 as well. As for Ko Hongying, she was her disciple. No matter how one looked at it, it was only proper to give her a share as well. Gu Xian is cunning. He didn't take everything. He only took Zheng Xian's storage pouch, leaving behind the 2 demon beast corpses and Zheng Xian's uncle's storage pouch for us. As she picked up Zheng Xian's uncle's storage pouch, Ko Hongying smirked in amusement. I only need the male spider's demonic core and the female spider's corpse. You 2 can split the rest. Wei Tu spoke up, deliberately giving up his share of the other treasures. Throughout the entire battle, much like Gu Xian, he had only used his regular combat abilities, never revealing his true trump cards. Thus, being able to obtain Huang Yuan grass at all was already thanks to Qin Jinren. He didn't want to overreach by demanding a share of Zheng Xian's uncle's inheritance, as that would only draw resentment. Additionally, the Xiefeng Zheng clan and the Hashan Huang clan were allied. If he took their treasures, he risked trouble once he left Clouds, a secret realm, and the Zheng clan's golden core patriarch found out. Most importantly, the male spider's demonic core wasn't a bad prize. If it contained innate spider silk like the female spiders, he could refine it, combining it with his Yuan gravity law seal to create another deadly trump card. It's a pleasure working with you, Taoist Wei. Seeing his actions, Qin Jinren smiled in approval. Although flying fox demon spider's innate spider silk was valuable, at best, it was only equivalent to a mid-tier second-rank artifact. The reason the female spider's silk had gravely injured Gu Xian was that the spider had wielded it itself. Once refined by a cultivator, it lost much of its lethal power, retaining only its toughness. After clearing the battlefield, the group found a secluded place and began meditating to recover their strength. During this time, Wei Tu extracted the innate spider silk from the male spider's demonic core, refining it into a personal artifact. Half a month later, the 3 set off again, heading toward the next location recorded in their jade slips, hoping to find another golden core spiritual herb. But this time, they came too late. By the time they arrived, the treasure had already been taken. Something is off. Suddenly, Wei Tu stopped in his tracks and called out to Qin Jinren and Ko Honging, his expression darkening. What's wrong? Qin Jinren raised an eyebrow and summoned her artifact, scanning their surroundings cautiously. No, it's not an ambush. Wei Tu shook his head. With wind-cleaving eagle patrolling the skies, the chances of falling into a trap were slim. The seven-colored phantom moth was simply an exception. Then what is it? Qin Jinren and Ko Honging exchanged glances. After spending over a month with Wei Tu, Qin Jinren had a solid grasp of his personality. She knew he was cautious and level-headed, not someone who would make baseless claims. Doesn't something seem strange to you? Wei Tu took a deep breath before speaking. We've been in the core region for quite a while now. We've encountered various factions, yet not a single member of the Qisong Jia clan. The Qisong Jia clan only sent 6 people, but it's been this long, and we haven't seen even one of them. Hearing this, both Qin Jinren and Ko Honging frowned deeply. Now that you mention it, I haven't seen any of them since entering the core region either. Same here. The two nodded in agreement. Could they have skipped the 7 outer spiritual sites and gone directly into the deeper core region? Ko Honging guessed. Impossible. Qin Jinren rejected the idea without hesitation. While the inner core region had better treasures, the Qisong Jia clan was merely a golden core family. They wouldn't recklessly risk their lineage for dangerous gains. Even the 3 great immortal sects only occasionally sent cultivators deep into the core region. For a golden core family, stability and safety always took priority. And then there's Si Qing. Wei Tu narrowed his eyes. Si Qing is a second-rank formation master. Based on Qin Jinren's judgment, she's part of the Heavenly Maiden sect, meaning she's a demonic cultivator. Why would she suddenly slaughter Hashan Huang clan cultivators? If it was simply to steal treasures, that doesn't make sense. Once she leaves Cloud's secret realm, she'll be hunted down by the Huang clan's golden core patriarch. So the real reason she killed them must be because she wanted to take their intelligence on Cloud's secret realm. Wei Tu paused for a moment before continuing. These 2 suspicious points together make me suspect that the Qisong Jia clan and Si Qing have a hidden agenda in Cloud's secret realm. You're saying that Si Qing and Qisong Jia clan are working together? Or rather, that Qisong Jia clan has allied with Heavenly Maiden sect? Qin Jinren keenly grasped the implications of Wei Tu's words and summed it up. I can't say for sure. Wei Tu shook his head. Unlike Qin Jinren and Ko Honging, he had promised to cooperate with Qiyue Zhao clan, so he had been paying close attention to Qisong Jia clan. That was how he noticed this anomaly. But he still wasn't completely certain if these 2 suspicious points were actually connected. We should leave the core region and search in the inner and outer regions first. After thinking for a moment, Qin Jinren looked at Wei Tu and Ko Honging, making her decision. Cloud's secret realm would remain open for 3 years. Right now, only half a year had passed. There were still 2.5 years left, plenty of time to explore the core region later. There was no need to rush. If their suspicions were correct, and Si Qing and Qisong Jia clan were up to something, uncovering their plan could be far more valuable than obtaining a few golden core spiritual herbs. As for the risk, everyone here was a foundation establishment cultivator, and with wind-cleaving eagle providing early warnings, even if they were at a disadvantage, escaping unharmed wouldn't be difficult. I think we should first form an alliance with Qiyue Zhao clan and Hashan Huang clan. That would be the safest approach. Wei Tu suggested. A larger group would mean sharing the spoils, but it would also reduce the danger. Let's establish an alliance first. Qin Jinren nodded, agreeing with Wei Tu's plan. With their decision made, Wei Tu ordered Wind-Cleaving Eagle to start searching for Qiyue Zhao clan and Hashan Huang clan cultivators. A few days later, Wind-Cleaving Eagle found Qiyue Zhao clan's group. Like most factions, Qiyue Zhao clan had only 4 people left. The other 2 had perished in battles in the inner and core regions. Wind-Cleaving Eagle, upon seeing the familiar spirit beast, Zhao Qing Luo, was visibly shaken. Her gaze toward Wei Tu became complicated. She had never expected that the cultivator she had once been intimate with, the one who had saved her life, was actually Wei Tu. But that emotion vanished from her eyes almost instantly. In just half a breath, Zhao Qingluo had returned to her usual calm expression. Although her reaction surprised Wei Tu, he quickly understood. That incident had been 70 years ago, and besides, wind-cleaving eagle had advanced in cultivation recently. It was only natural that Zhao Qingluo hadn't recognized wind-cleaving eagle's true identity. Putting aside his emotions, Wei Tu explained his suspicions about Qisong Jia clan and Si Qing to Qiyue Zhao clan's cultivators. Hearing his analysis, the Zhao clan cultivators nodded in agreement, stating that they too had not seen a single Qisong Jia clan cultivator since entering Cloud Zay's secret realm. Let's find Jia clan cultivators first. The two late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators of Zhao clan exchanged a glance before nodding in agreement. Opportunities for golden core breakthroughs could always be found elsewhere. Zheng Kingdom had other secret realms, not just Cloud Zay's secret realm. There were still other chances to obtain golden core resources. But the threat posed by Qisong Jia clan was immediate. If given the chance, they wouldn't hesitate to eliminate Zhao clan cultivators. After reorganizing their forces, Wei Tu and Qiyue Zhao clan joined forces to search the inner and outer regions for Qisong Jia clan cultivators. Like Wei Tu, Qiyue Zhao clan also had a flying spirit beast, a flame-winged sparrow. The flame-winged sparrow, like wind-cleaving eagle, was at the early Foundation establishment stage. It had clearly advanced after entering Cloud Zay's secret realm. As the search continued, Wei Tu's expression gradually darkened, because along the way, he hadn't encountered a single Hashan Huang clan cultivator. Other than Huang Changkong and Huang Wenqing, the remaining 5 Huang clan cultivators had completely vanished, as if they had been wiped out. We found them. In the 5th month of searching, Qiyue Zhao clan sent a talisman message to Wei Tu, informing him that they had discovered traces of Qisong Jia clan cultivators in a valley near Red Leaf River, an inner-region spiritual site in Cloud Zay's secret realm. 5 days later, all the cultivators gathered. As Daoist Wei predicted, Si Qing really is working with Qisong Jia clan. It seems Qisong Jia clan truly has colluded with demonic cultivators. The Zhao clan elder, Zhao Pengzong, chuckled, his face relaxed as he turned away too. With solid evidence that Qisong Jia clan had allied with the demonic sect Heavenly Maiden sect. No matter how strong Qisong Jia clan was, they would still face total annihilation by the 3 great immortal sects. Just uncovering this one secret made their journey to Cloud Zay's secret realm worthwhile. Brother Pingzong, can you identify what Si Qing is setting up in that valley? Wei Tu asked. From wind-cleaving eagle's aerial reconnaissance, Si Qing seemed to be setting up a formation, while Qisong Jia clan cultivators stood guard. I'm not sure. Zhao Pengzong shook his head. No need to overthink it. We have 7 people plus 2 second-rank flying spirit beasts. We could just launch a direct assault. From his perspective, Zhao clan had 2 late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, and together with Qinjinren, that made 3. On the other side, Qisong Jia clan only had 2 late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. Their strength outmatched the enemy's. Let's wait for now. Wei Tu shook his head. He wasn't as optimistic as Zhao Pengzong. That's Huang Saiyu. Suddenly, Zhao Pengzong exclaimed in shock, staring at the image projected by the flame-winged sparrow. There, on a hexagonal array platform, Huang Saiyu was bound tightly. Her wrists and ankles had been slit open, and her fresh blood was flowing into the grooves of the formation. As the blood seeped into the formation, an ancient bronze mirror atop the platform radiated 5-colored light, revealing a pale yellow barrier. Beyond that barrier, in the depths of the light, loomed a majestic stone palace. 3 large characters were inscribed on the plaque above its entrance. Nanhua Sect. An ancient immortal sect? Nanhua Sect? The cultivators gasped in shock. The ancient records detailing the history of the Great Song immortal realm would never fail to mention the 5 great immortal sects from over 200,000 years ago. These 5 sects were once the undisputed rulers of the great Song Immortal realm. Even today, both the 5 major demonic sects and the 7-nation alliance of righteous sects had deep ties to them. Some were direct branches of the ancient sects, while others were collateral factions split off from the original 5. Nanhua sect was one of these 5 great immortal sects. At its peak, its territory spanned most of the modern-day Zheng, Jing, and Liang kingdoms. Now, as the faint yellow light barrier revealed the Grand Stone Hall, the plaque above its entrance bore 3 ancient characters. Nanhua sect. Everyone present immediately understood the significance of this. I know what this formation is now. Si Qing, that demonic witch, truly lives up to her reputation. She's actually using a blood sacrifice to amplify the power of the formation. She must have found a remnant array here and repurposed it into a teleportation formation, linking it to a hidden Nanhua sect ruin within Cloud's secret realm. Zhao Pengzong snapped out of his initial shock, his face filled with excitement as he explained what Si Qing was doing. The formation she was constructing was a teleportation array, a well-known but highly advanced technique in the cultivation world. Using such an array, a cultivator could warp through space, instantly traveling to a marked location. However, regardless of distance, all teleportation formations required a 3rd-tier formation level or higher. Thus, in Zhao Pengzong's assessment, Si Qing must have found a remnant formation within the valley and reconstructed it using a blood sacrifice to momentarily boost its rank, allowing it to function as a teleportation array. Meanwhile, the image projection from the flame-winged sparrow continued changing. Once the teleportation formation was activated, Si Qing turned and glanced at the Jia clan cultivators behind her. Without saying a word, she stepped forward into the faint yellow light barrier. To everyone's surprise, the moment Si Qing passed through the barrier, she vanished from the array platform. In the next instant, she reappeared at the entrance of the majestic stone hall. A soft white glow surrounded her hands as she formed a complex ancient hand seal at the stone gate. With a deep rumbling, the doors slowly creaked open. Without hesitation, Si Qing flickered forward and disappeared into the stone hall. At that moment, the remaining Jia clan cultivators standing outside also began entering the teleportation array one by one. It seemed the teleportation process had a cooldown, allowing only 2 cultivators to be transferred at a time. Thus, the last few Jia clan cultivators, waiting for their turn, casually struck up a conversation. From their lip movements, a Zhao clan cultivator skilled in lip reading managed to translate their discussion for the group. Once we enter the Nanhua sect ruins, the restrictive barriers of Cloud's secret realm will be lifted. At that point, the 2nd-ranked great beasts in the core region will be able to break past their cultivation limits and ascend to the 3rd rank. When that happens, all the cultivators outside the stone hall will be slaughtered. Only those who manage to enter will survive. By offering this massacre of righteous cultivators as a tribute, we can use it as proof of our allegiance when joining the Heavenly Maiden sect. And as for the Zhao clan cultivators, they'll be wiped out by the beast tide. Hearing these words, the expressions of the gathered cultivators immediately darkened. Their initial excitement at discovering an ancient ruin evaporated instantly. Unlike them, however, Wei Tu's expression had been grim from the very start. He had never felt the slightest bit of joy. From the moment the stone hall opened, the others had been tempted by the idea of raiding the ruin, hunting for treasures while eliminating Si Qing and the Jia clan cultivators. Only Wei Tu had hesitated, considering turning back. Unlike Cloud's secret realm, the Nanhua sect ruins were completely unknown territory. In Cloud's secret realm, he at least had detailed intelligence to formulate strategies, allowing him to avoid unnecessary dangers or minimize risks. Additionally, Cloud's secret realm had golden core-grade spiritual herbs essential for his cultivation breakthrough. But what treasures lay within Nanhua sect's ruins? That remained an unanswered question. A rare treasure meant nothing if it didn't aid his cultivation path. Lastly, The mysterious hand seals Si Qing used to open the hall door suggested that she already knew about this ruin beforehand. She likely possessed detailed information, whereas Wei Tu would be entering blindly. A ruin that should have been an opportunity could just as easily become a death trap. However, after hearing the Jia clan cultivators' conversation, Wei Tu knew that no matter what, he now had to enter the stone hall. Because compared to the unknown dangers within the ruins, the beast tied outside would undoubtedly send him to his death. We don't have time to waste. Zhao Pengzong was well aware of the severity of the situation. Without further delay, he activated his magic weapon and stealthily advanced toward the sacrificial altar. Within the valley, the other cultivators quickly followed. Fortunately, perhaps due to the Jia clan's rush to secure the Nanhua sect ruin, they had never expected to be monitored. Thus, only 2 early Foundation establishment cultivators remained waiting for their turn at the teleportation formation. When these 2 Jia clan cultivators saw Wei Tu's group approaching, they immediately panicked. Their eyes darted anxiously toward the formation platform, waiting for the cool-down period to pass so they could flee. Destroying the teleportation array would cut off their only escape route, so they hesitated. But Zhao Pengzong didn't give them any chance to react. As soon as he closed the distance, he unleashed a Jade Seal talisman treasure, sending it crashing down toward the 2 Jia clan cultivators. The power of the Jade Seal talisman was overwhelming. The defensive artifacts and spiritual shields summoned by the Jia clan cultivators crumbled instantly, as fragile as paper. Within mere moments, their defenses collapsed entirely. Seeing this opening, Qin Jinren and Zhao Shuyuan, another late Foundation establishment cultivator from Zhao clan, moved in for the kill. In the blink of an eye, the 2 Jia clan cultivators were slain, their bodies falling lifeless to the ground. The entire battle was over in less than 2 breaths' time. Helmi, lying in a pool of blood, Huang Tsayu was barely clinging to life. She weakly lifted her gaze toward Wei Tu, who stood among the crowd. A faint glimmer of hope flickered in her eyes as she pleaded in a trembling voice. But Wei Tu averted his gaze. He knew very well that Huang Tsayu was the sacrificial offering used to activate the teleportation array. If she was rescued, then their entire group would be unable to reach the Nanhua sect ruins. Moreover, Huang Tsayu's foundation had been completely destroyed. Even if she survived, she would be nothing more than a crippled cultivator with a short lifespan, incapable of aiding their cause, and only serving as a burden. Beyond that, there was another reason. Half a year ago, Wei Tu had stood by and watched as Gu Xian ruthlessly killed Huang Tsayu's former husband, Zheng Xian. Because of this, he and Huang Tsayu already shared a degree of hostility. From every perspective, whether rational or emotional Wei Tu had no reason to rescue her at this moment. A few moments later, after her desperate plea for help, Huang Tsayu lost consciousness. Huang Tsayu was killed by Si Qing. Once we return to the outside world, we will testify on your behalf. Wei Daoyu. Zhao Pengzong retrieved his talisman treasure, his eyes flickering with thought before he let out a light chuckle. For a cultivator in service to a noble family, failing to aid their master in times of crisis was a grave taboo. Regardless of how legitimate his reasoning might be, or how circumstances had forced his hand, the reality remained. If the Hashan Huang clan learned of this incident, their perception of Wei Tu would inevitably sour. It was unavoidable. As my uncle said, Huang Tsayu was slain by Si Qing. By the time you arrived, she was already dead. Wei Daoyu, rest assured, our Zhao clan is not the kind to go back on our word. Zhao Qingluo suddenly spoke up, stepping forward from the group and raising her voice in support. Why is Qingluo defending an outsider? Zhao Pengzong frowned internally. He had intended to use the situation to leverage something over Wei Tu, but now Zhao Qingluo had spoken up, making it impossible for their Zhao clan to go back on their word in the future. Could it be? Zhao Pengzong narrowed his eyes, carefully observing both Zhao Qingluo and Wei Tu, and soon began to form a suspicion. But soon after, a smile surfaced in his heart. The Hashan Huang clan had suffered heavy losses in this incident. With Huang Tsayu's death, there was now an irreparable rift between Wei Tu and the Huang clan. Going forward, Wei Tu's allegiance would be a matter worth serious attention to the Zhao clan. If Wei Tu were to eventually join the Zhao clan, then this issue would no longer matter at all. Meanwhile, on the other side, could it be that Zhao Qingluo already knows about what happened that night? Is that why she's defending Wei Shufu? Sitting nearby, Ko Hongying's eyes shimmered with curiosity. If that were the case, then Zhao Qingluo's actions made sense. After all, it was a life-saving dead-a favor. That could not be ignored. But at the same time, a faint sigh escaped her lips. But if Wei Shufu and Zhao Qingluo truly come together, I wonder if he will still treat me the same as before. Once Wei Tu remarried, his relationships with Wei Fei and Fu Zhizhou would remain unchanged. But as for her, things might not be the same anymore. After all, there was a difference between men and women. She may have been Wei Tu's niece, but in reality, their age gap was only a little over 20 years. Even though they had always maintained proper etiquette, treating each other as trusted allies, and the Brotherhood of Righteousness outsiders might not see it that way. It was no different from the saying, a widow's doorstep is always surrounded by gossip. Half an hour later, the bronze mirror atop the altar radiated five-color divine light once more. The faint yellow barrier shrouding the teleportation array surged with intense brilliance. It seems the teleportation array's cooldown period is over. I'll go first. Without hesitation, Zhao Pengzong took the lead, stepping into the formation. As one person teleported, the yellow light dimmed slightly, but there was still enough power left to transport another individual. Though nothing was explicitly said, an unspoken agreement was reached among the group. Neither Qin Jinren nor Zhao Shuyuan, the two remaining late Foundation establishment cultivators, made a move. Instead, their gazes signaled the other members to proceed first. Receiving their silent approval, Ko Hongying followed behind Zhao Pengzong, stepping into the teleportation array. During the second round of teleportation, it was Wei Tu and Zhao Qingluo's turn. As Wei Tu stepped into the formation, the sensation of vertigo from when he first entered Cloud Zay Secret Realm returned once more. For several breaths, he calmed his mind and focused. When his vision stabilized, he found himself standing before the very scene he had witnessed in the bronze mirror's reflection. A vast, ancient stone hall. It loomed like a primeval behemoth, resting silently in the midst of an untamed wilderness. Casting a quick glance at Zhao Qingluo, who had teleported beside him, Wei Tu didn't engage in conversation. Instead, he immediately released his divine sense, scanning the surrounding environment. After a moment of careful observation, he made several discoveries. Beyond the stone hall, several miles of dense forest stretched out into the horizon. Within 100 zhang of the stone hall, a translucent, pale blue barrier enveloped the entire structure like an inverted jade bowl covering it. When Wei Tu's divine sense made contact with the barrier, a burning sensation surged through his spiritual awareness. This confirmed his suspicion. The stone hall was protected by an enchantment that isolated spiritual senses. Additionally, a forbidden air formation was also in place. Even as a Foundation establishment cultivator, Wei Tu found himself restricted. He could only briefly hover using spiritual energy, but could not sustain flight. Pondering this, Wei Tu opened his spirit beast pouch and released Wind-Cleaving Eagle. Since Wind-Cleaving Eagle was an aviary beast, it was still partially affected by the forbidden air formation. But unlike cultivators, its movements in the sky were not entirely restricted. Through Wind-Cleaving Eagle's vision, Wei Tu finally gained a broader view of the outside world. The core region of Cloud Zay Secret Realm. His eyebrows lifted slightly as he formed a guess about the location of the stone hall. From Wind-Cleaving Eagle's aerial perspective, he spotted several familiar landmarks of the core region. With that, Wei Tu shared his findings with Zhao Qingluo. Without hesitation, the two stepped forward and entered the stone hall. However, the moment Wei Tu crossed the threshold, he felt it again. The distinct pull of a teleportation array. In a flash, his surroundings shifted once more. By the time his feet touched solid ground, he realized he had not entered the main hall, but instead, a narrow corridor stretched before him, vanishing into the darkness. The corridor was vast, extending into darkness with no visible end in sight. The entire passage was constructed of dark cyan stone, its walls smooth and seamless. The only source of light came from luminescent stones embedded in the ceiling, casting a dim, bluish glow. Wei Tu immediately noticed something unusual. Similar to the barrier outside, these corridor walls were impervious to divine sense. Even when he attempted to probe with his spiritual awareness, it was restricted to just 3 steps ahead. Additionally, when he reached out and tapped the wall, he felt an extreme density and toughness. These stones were as hard as second-tier magical artifacts. Wei Tu's brow furrowed slightly. These spiritual herbs, though rare, lacked the necessary age to be classified as foundation. Establishment-grade medicinal plants. Most of them had only been growing for a mere dozen years, far from the required hundreds. He surveyed the field carefully, his gaze passing over the various glowing herbs and mystical flowers before finally settling on a specific area. Near the center of the medicinal field, a small cluster of violet gold grass stood out among the rest. Unlike the surrounding immature plants, this particular cluster emitted a dense medicinal fragrance, suggesting it had been growing for an extended period. Wei Tu approached cautiously. As he drew closer, his divine sense picked up an unusual fluctuation in the ground. A defensive formation? He narrowed his eyes. If a formation was set up to protect this part of the medicinal field, then whatever grew here was undoubtedly exceptional. Rather than rushing in, Wei Tu activated Earth Yuan Light, channeling its power into the ground. The moment his energy reached beneath the surface, he felt an immediate resistance. A layer of hidden energy, likely a defensive array, was actively rejecting his intrusion. His expression darkened. This wasn't just any ordinary protection. It was designed to repel external forces while allowing the plants to absorb spiritual energy undisturbed. Wei Tu considered his options. 1. He could forcefully break through the formation. But if he did, he might trigger a counterattack mechanism or attract unwanted attention. 2. He could attempt to disable the formation from within. This would require him to locate the formation's core, but if successful, he could harvest the herbs safely. Opting for the latter, he expanded his Earth Yuan Light, feeling for the subtle patterns beneath the soil. Moments later, he sensed a small yet concentrated energy source hidden beneath a stone slab near the violet gold grass. He retrieved a talisman, inscribed with the testing spirit seal, and activated it. A faint ripple spread through the air as the talisman illuminated the hidden core of the formation, a small spiritual jade tablet buried under the soil. With a swift motion, Wei Tu flicked his fingers, sending out a thread of Yuan gravity law seal, manipulating the jade tablet's position. The moment the jade tablet shifted, the formation trembled, its energy beginning to dissipate. A few breaths later, the protective aura vanished entirely. Wei Tu didn't waste time. He quickly bent down and plucked the violet gold grass, placing it securely into his chi pouch. To his surprise, after uprooting the first plant, he noticed that its roots intertwined with another nearby stalk, forming a pair. Twin-root medicinal herbs? Wei Tu's heart stirred slightly. These types of herbs, when processed together, could double the medicinal effects. It was a rare occurrence, meaning that this violet gold grass could greatly enhance the potency of a foundation establishment pill. Just as he finished storing the herb, however, the air behind him shifted. Wei Tu immediately turned. From the shadow of the medicinal field, a pair of gleaming red eyes emerged. A 3-eyed silver toad crawled forward, its massive body nearly 3 zhang long, with thick, metallic skin that shimmered under the faint glow of the spiritual herbs. Wei Tu's expression darkened. a Tier 2 peak-ranked beast, and judging by the aggressive fluctuations in its aura, it had likely been guarding this medicinal field for a long time. The three-eyed silver toad let out a deep, guttural croak, sending out an invisible shockwave that made the surrounding herbs rustle violently. Wei Tu took a step back, shifting into a defensive stance. A split second later, the third eye on the toad's forehead flashed, releasing a beam of silver light aimed directly at him. Wei Tu reacted immediately. With a flick of his wrist, he activated the water mist shield, forming a barrier of condensed mist just as the silver beam struck. Boom! The collision sent out a shockwave, shaking the entire area. Wei Tu's water mist shield managed to withstand the attack, but cracks formed across its surface. Without hesitation, he withdrew his Hung Shan sabers, channeling Yuan gravity loss seal into the weapons. If this beast was guarding the field, it likely held even more valuable treasures. Retreating was not an option. The three-eyed silver toad sensed his battle intent and reacted accordingly. Its massive body shifted, coiling its muscular legs before lunging forward like a boulder launched from a catapult. Wei Tu remained calm, pivoting slightly to avoid the initial impact. As the beast soared past him, he swung his saber, striking at its exposed underbelly. The blade connected, but instead of cutting through, it rebounded with a sharp metallic clang. Wei Tu frowned. The beast's natural defenses were absurdly high. Instead of attacking recklessly, he adjusted his stance, focusing on its third eye, its weakest point. The toad landed, turning back toward him, preparing another silver beam attack. This time, however, Wei Tu was ready. Activating Yuan gravity loss seal, he condensed the surrounding energy into a heavy gravitational force, pressing down on the toad's movements. The silver beam misfired, striking the ground instead. Seizing the opening, Wei Tu leaped forward, thrusting his saber directly at its third eye. The toad sensed danger and twisted its head, but it was too late. Slash! The tip of the Hung Shan saber pierced through the eye, sinking deep into the beast's skull. The three-eyed silver toad let out a pained screech, thrashing wildly. Wei Tu swiftly withdrew his blade, flipping backward to avoid a desperate counterattack. The beast staggered, blood pouring from its forehead. Then, after one final, weakened croak, it collapsed to the ground dead. Wei Tu let out a slow breath. His divine sense swept over the toad's body, ensuring it was truly dead before approaching. With a quick movement, he extracted its monster core, a silver glowing orb, and placed it into his storage pouch. He then turned his attention to the surrounding medicinal field. If this toad had been guarding the area so fiercely, then there had to be something even more valuable hidden here. Using Earth Yuan light, he scanned beneath the soil. A few breaths later, he found something extraordinary. A massive root system, pulsing faintly with golden light. Wei Tu's expression shifted. This wasn't an ordinary herb. This was a 10,000-year king herb. An exceedingly rare spiritual plant, one that could serve as the main ingredient for a golden core level elixir. Even among cultivators in the nascent soul realm, this was something that could trigger massacres. Wei Tu's grip on his saber tightened slightly. If this was truly what he thought it was, then the real battle had yet to begin, because others would come for it soon. This medicinal field seems untouched by anyone, so why are these spiritual herbs so young? The spiritual energy concentration here is at least at the 3rd tier level. Logically, there shouldn't be such an anomaly. Unless... Wei Tu's brow arched slightly as he immediately activated Earth Yuan light, sending it drilling deep into the ground. Moments later, he made a discovery several zhang below. Hidden underground, a foot-long, three-eyed silver toad trembled, its large amphibian eyes staring intently at Wei Tu's every movement above the medicinal field. A 10,000-year king herb. Wei Tu's heart surged with excitement the moment he laid eyes on the three-eyed silver toad. In general, spiritual medicines had life cycles. Some lasted for thousands of years, while others bloomed and perished in mere moments. But if a spiritual herb survived past its natural life cycle, surpassing the millennia or even 10,000-year mark. It had the potential to awaken sentience. This three-eyed silver toad was precisely an evolved form of the silver toad grass, a Foundation establishment-grade spiritual herb that had lived for over 10,000 years, eventually transforming into a sentient being. A medicine king that had undergone spiritual transformation possessed medicinal properties that far exceeded its original form, exhibiting all kinds of miraculous effects. And the reason for Wei Tu's excitement? This three-eyed silver toad had likely absorbed all the other Foundation establishment spiritual herbs within this medicinal field, meaning the medicinal properties within its body might already be equivalent to a mortal shedding pill. The mortal shedding pill, akin to the Foundation establishment pill for cultivators in the Foundation establishment realm, was capable of helping late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators ascend to the Golden Core realm. The Medicine King is naturally timid, possesses earth-burrowing abilities, and is incredibly difficult to capture. However, my Yuan Gravity Law Seal is the perfect counter. A faint smile appeared on Wei Tu's lips. Feigning ignorance of the three-eyed silver toad's presence, he casually stepped out of the medicinal field. But in truth, at that very moment, he had already secretly released his Yuan Gravity Law Seal. Underground. As soon as the Yuan Gravity Law Seal enveloped the three-eyed silver toad, Wei Tu silently muttered, "Rise!" The toad, still unaware of the imminent danger, suddenly found itself encased in a swirl of five-colored radiance. It panicked instantly, its body trembling as it instinctively tried to escape. However, to its horror, the multicolored radiance greatly increased the gravitational force upon it, placing an immense pressure equivalent to hundreds of caddies, rendering it completely immobile. A dozen breaths later, the three-eyed silver toad, now fully restrained, easily fell into Wei Tu's hands. Wei Tu retrieved a jade box, applied sealing talismans onto it, and carefully placed the three-eyed silver toad inside. This medicinal field is undoubtedly a precious treasure of this ancient stone palace. There's no way Si Qing would pass this place up. Standing in the medicinal field, Wei Tu's eyes gleamed with cold light. After a moment of contemplation, he did not immediately begin harvesting the other spiritual herbs. Instead, he concealed his aura, set up traps, and burrowed underground, awaiting Si Qing's arrival. He understood that unless he eliminated Si Qing, there was no way out of the Nanhua sect ruins, or out of the Cloud Zhe secret realm. 3 years from now, when the Cloud Zhe secret realm's portal reopened, he could simply crush a teleportation talisman to exit. However, here in the Nanhua sect ruins, things were far more uncertain as the entire area was sealed by a formation. A direct confrontation between him and Si Qing was inevitable. Moreover, the unique nature of this ancient stone palace meant that he couldn't even contact his allies. It was likely that the others were trapped in the maze-like passageways, just as he had been earlier. Additionally, the Nanhua sect ruins restrict divine sense, severely limiting the abilities of cultivators in this place. Although I'm also affected, my Earth Yuan Light and Yuan Gravity Law Seal will flourish under these conditions. Wei Tu carefully calculated the combat power difference between himself and Si Qing in this environment. In terms of conventional techniques, he was inferior to Si Qing, who was a Heavenly Maiden sect cultivator with spirit weapon unity. But in terms of unconventional means, he held a significant advantage. 1 day passed. 2 days. By the time the 4th day arrived, the white-robed Si Qing finally pushed open the white jade stone gate, her expression somewhat disheveled as she stepped into the medicinal field behind the stone palace. As her gaze swept across the spiritual herbs, a look of puzzlement similar to Wei Tu's flickered across her face. But soon, her expression shifted to undisguised excitement. A medicine king. There must be a medicine king hidden within this medicinal field, Si Qing murmured to herself. Without hesitation, she retrieved a white jade array disc along with several formation flags, preparing to set up a formation to force the Medicine King out from the ground. However, just as she took a step toward the edge of the medicinal field, a thin, nearly invisible light blue silk thread silently wrapped around her ankle. Slash! The silk thread sliced through her flesh, severing her right foot in an instant. A splash of crimson blood sprayed across the medicinal field. Immediately afterward, two streaks of sword light shot towards Si Qing's arms, aiming to sever them as. Well, who's there? Si Qing's expression drastically changed. She hurriedly raised her arms, attempting to block the sword strikes, but she was caught off guard. She had no time to even summon her defensive artifact. Clang! The twin ice Jiao swords clashed against her arms, producing a sound akin to metal striking metal. What surprised Wei Tu was, despite being powerful enough to slay Tier 2 beasts, the enchanted swords failed to sever Si Qing's arms. They only inflicted shallow wounds, unable to fully cut through. Wei Tu remained silent. Still concealed beneath the ground, he continued remotely controlling the twin ice Jiao swords, relentlessly attacking Si Qing. I need a retreat from the medicinal field. Si Qing's expression turned grim. While deflecting the two sword strikes, she swiftly moved toward the white jade stone gate, attempting to escape. She never expected that someone in the Nanhua sect ruins would have a divine sense stronger than hers, capable of controlling weapons remotely to attack her. In battles between Foundation establishment cultivators, divine sense advantage was paramount. With her divine sense restricted, if she didn't flee immediately, fighting back against an unseen enemy would only end in her demise. But just as she turned around, she realized, to her horror, that the white jadestone gate she had opened earlier was now sealed shut. You're trying to trap me like a caged beast? Si Qing's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of fury. With a cold shout, she reached into her robes and retrieved a black string of bells. The 3 bells, each adorned with a benevolent Buddha's face, carried an eerie aura. Yet beneath each Buddha's torso, instead of a body of flesh, there was only white bone stripped of all, blood and muscle. Then, Si Qing spat several mouthfuls of fresh blood onto the bells. In an instant, the black bells erupted with a crimson glow, summoning 3 blood-colored Buddhas into existence. The crimson phantom Buddhas glared with wrathful expressions. Si Qing swiftly formed a hand seal and violently shook the black string of bells. Clang! 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 The eerie chime of the black bells resonated through the air, releasing a wave of Buddhist chants that transformed into invisible sound blades, slashing towards the underground where Wei Tu was hiding. In an instant, the spiritual herbs in the medicinal field were shredded to dust by the forceful sound waves, and the soil on the ground was blasted apart. After the devastating shockwave, a pit over 10 zhang wide had been gouged into the field. At the same time, the 2 ice jiao swords that had been attacking Si Qing were completely pulverized by the blast, reduced to fine powder. Si Fairy, truly impressive. Wei Tu was forced out from his underground hiding spot, his blood surging, spitting out several mouthfuls of stagnant blood, his gaze icy as he glared at the heavenly maiden sect cultivator before him. Before attempting to assassinate Si Qing, he had already envisioned multiple scenarios regarding her abilities. However, he hadn't expected her to possess an actual magical treasure. Although this treasure was damaged and not a fully intact 3rd-tier artifact, it was far superior to ordinary talismans. Fortunately, before entering the Clouds, a secret realm, the golden core ancestor of the Huang clan had temporarily lent him a golden silk armor. With this top-grade 2nd-tier defensive artifact, along with several defensive talismans and tools, he had barely managed to withstand Si Qing's fury-driven strike. However, I doubt Si Fairy has much spiritual energy left after using that treasure. Wei Tu smirked coldly while gripping spirit stones, rapidly restoring his energy. My spiritual energy may be depleted, but you, Wei Dao, are not faring much better. Si-Ching furrowed her brows as she watched Wei Tu closely, sensing that he still had hidden tricks. She knew Wei Tu was engaging in conversation to distract her. "Wait, where is your eagle?" Si-Ching suddenly snapped to realization she had completely overlooked the wind-cleaving eagle that Wei Tu had raised. The last time she encountered Wei Tu, his wind-cleaving eagle had already reached the second tier. In the previous battle, the eagle hadn't played much of a role. But now, with both her and Wei Tu heavily injured, the presence of the wind-cleaving eagle became a lethal factor, capable of shifting the entire battle. However, the moment Si-Ching realized this, it was already too late. A sharp cry resounded from the sky. The wind-cleaving eagle, which had been lurking in the passageways, shot down like a lightning bolt, swooping past Si-Ching's waist and grabbing her storage pouch. Just as Si-Ching was about to use her fractured life hand to retaliate against the eagle, another ice jiao sword whirled through the air, slashing toward her throat. A pincer attack. Si-Ching was forced to abandon her counter against the eagle, raising her hands to block the incoming sword strike. At this moment, her mind was in turmoil. She had already destroyed Wei Tu's 2 ice jiao swords earlier with her demonic Buddha bell. Yet now another ice jiao sword had appeared out of nowhere. Such enchanted swords were extremely rare, yet Wei Tu had somehow produced 3 of them in succession. The ice jiao sword clashed against her fractured life hand. As before, Si-Ching's delicate hand sustained minor injuries, but nothing severe. Screech! The wind-cleaving eagle soared back to Wei Tu, proudly flapping its wings as it handed over Si-Ching's storage pouch. Wei Tu accepted the spatial pouch, giving the eagle a few words of praise before turning his gaze towards Si-Ching. Now that her storage pouch was in his possession, she was as helpless as Zhao Qingluo, who had been overpowered by Blood Elder Demon before. Her defeat was merely a matter of time. However, Si-Ching's next action shocked Wei Tu. She flipped her palm, revealing a mid-grade spirit stone, acting as though losing her storage pouch meant nothing. Could she have a second storage pouch? Wei Tu's brows furrowed. Si-Ching was even more difficult to deal with than he had anticipated. Despite his carefully laid traps, he had only managed to severely injure her, not eliminate her outright. "I still have talismans." Wei Tu's expression turned grim. With a flick of his hand, several attack talismans shot towards Si-Ching. "You're too late." Si-Ching smirked. She rushed toward the white jade stone gate, pressing a token into the slot, waiting for the gate to open. As she saw the talismans closing in, she casually summoned a tortoise-shell shield, blocking Wei Tu's attacks. Crack! Crack! The white jade stone gate slowly opened. "Wei Daoyu, Wei Talisman Master, I will remember this. I hope that when we meet again, you are just as formidable." Si-Ching's expression grew twisted, her once gentle demeanor replaced by hysterical laughter. Wei Tu was the first cultivator to ever humiliate her this much. Her hatred for him ran deep. However, just as the white jade stone gate fully opened, dozens of talismans suddenly appeared before Si-Ching, simultaneously detonating. At the exact moment she was blocking Wei Tu's attack from behind with her tortoise-shell shield, she had walked straight into the trap. Several breaths later, as the smoke cleared, Si-Ching's body had been obliterated, reduced to nothing but blood mist. All that remained were 2 pristine, jade-white hands, resting upon the stone steps before the gate. Standing atop the medicinal field, Wei Tu swallowed a few recovery pills, slowly walking toward the white jade stone gate, retrieving Si-Ching's final remnants. "See, Fairy, once wasn't enough, and you fell for my trap a second time." Wei Tu shook his head, sighing. Earlier, when he attacked Si-Ching with talismans, he had indeed been taking a risk because at that moment, he had only a handful left. All of his remaining talismans had been secretly stored on the wind-cleaving eagle. Once Si-Ching had stepped in the medicinal field, she was already trapped. He baited her while the wind-cleaving eagle waited for the opportune moment, bringing the final ice jiao sword to steal her. Storage pouch. Finally, The dozens of Tier 2 talismans served as his ultimate contingency plan. The moment Xi attempted to escape, she had sealed her own fate. In this battle, Xi only chance of survival would have been to kill both Wei Tu and his eagle first before making her way out. That way, the hidden talismans would have remained dormant, unable to trigger without Wei Tu's earth Yuan light to control them. But, unfortunately for her, she had believed that Wei Tu and his eagle were too difficult to handle, choosing to escape instead. And the moment she ran was the moment her death was sealed. This was why Wei Tu had said, "I am a late bloomer in the immortal world. Now, it's time to reap the rewards." Wei Tu's face showed a rare hint of joy. Xi had been the most troublesome opponent he had ever faced in his cultivation journey. Given her identity, the spoils from her death were bound to be abundant. Wei Tu gestured, and the wind-cleaving eagle swooped down to retrieve all of Xi scattered belongings, carrying them back to his side. At first glance, Wei Tu's attention was immediately drawn to the black string of bells that Xi had wielded earlier. His heart surged with excitement as he wasted no time in refining the remnant magical treasure and securing it on his person. This battle had proven that without the restrictions on divine sense near the stone hall, Xi would have easily pinpointed his location. She had been forced to unleash the black string bell's area-wide attack, exposing herself in the process. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived the full force of that weapon's charge strike. Even with all his defensive measures, the injuries he had sustained were merely from the aftershock of that attack. During the fight, the black string bell's charge strike had reached near core formation level power, far surpassing what a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator could normally handle. Demonic Buddha Bell. After fully refining the black string bells, Wei Tu finally learned its name. His gaze then shifted towards Xi other possessions. A blood-red dagger, a scarred tortoise-shell shield, and a pair of pristine, delicate jade-like hands, eerily untouched by decay. The blood-red dagger had never been used in the fight, meaning it was likely a ranged attack artifact. However, due to the restrictions on divine sense, Xi had been unable to properly control her artifacts, leaving it without a chance to shine. The tortoise-shell shield, on the other hand, was something Wei Tu was already familiar with. This had been Xi main defensive artifact, used to block his frontal assaults. But the jade-white hands, those were something far more astonishing. During the battle, these hands had already suffered minor injuries. Later, they endured the impact of dozens of talismans, yet they remain intact. The fractured life hand technique of the Heavenly Maiden sect is truly terrifying. Wei Tu pressed the severed hands together, studying them with fascination. They were soft and cold to the touch, but unervingly resilient. Even when he tried cutting them with an artifact, he could only leave a faint mark on the surface. After securing the 3 notable spoils into his storage pouch, Wei Tu's expression darkened slightly as he moved toward the white jade stone gate, searching for more of Xi possessions. During their battle, the wind-cleaving eagle had successfully stolen Xi storage pouch. Yet afterward, Xi had nonchalantly retrieved several mid-grade spirit stones from her person. Even after losing her storage pouch, she remained unfazed, as if she still had another hidden one. Where is it? Wei Tu scanned the area carefully with divine sense for half an hour, but found nothing. The only traces left were fragments of Xi obliterated body. After a moment of thought, Wei Tu grew cautious and activated his geomagnetic yuan light, meticulously sweeping every inch of the ground near the white jade stone gate. However, to his surprise, his geomagnetic yuan light failed to detect any trace of another storage pouch. Unwilling to give up, Wei Tu abandoned both divine sense and geomagnetic yuan light, opting to search by hand instead. Several hours later, near the medicinal field, he suddenly stepped on something soft. The texture was different from the soil. Lifting his foot, he examined the ground beneath him. Nothing. It was just plain dirt. Wei Tu let out a soft hum, crouched down, and reached into the earth. Moments later, his fingers grasped something small and smooth. Pulling out, he found a transparent, palm-sized cloth pouch. His eyes narrowed. This was undoubtedly Si Qing's second storage pouch. Testing it with divine sense and geomagnetic yuan light, Wei Tu found that both simply passed through the cloth pouch as if it didn't exist. Raising an eyebrow, he untied the drawstring and peeked inside. Inside were two more storage pouches. What kind of material is this? It can block divine sense and can only be detected by touch. Wei Tu clicked his tongue in admiration. This cloth pouch wasn't an artifact, nor was it imbued with any formations. Its ability to conceal storage pouches was purely due to the special spirit material it was made from. With a slight nod, he tied the transparent pouch to his waist. Regaining his composure, Wei Tu cleaned up the battlefield, retrieving the command token from the white jade stone gate. He closed the gate, then hid within the medicinal field, beginning his recovery process. As Wei Tu meditated, he overheard voices outside the stone gate, several Jia clan cultivators discussing how to open it. To be safe, he buried himself underground once again, just as he had done before. Unlike Si Qing, however, these Jia clan cultivators clearly had no knowledge of the stone hall's mechanisms. They struggled for days, but the white jade stone gate remained shut. Seeing this, Wei Tu relaxed and focused on his recovery. On the fourth day of their fruitless efforts, Wei Tu's injuries had healed, and his dantian was fully restored. At last, he had the energy to examine the contents of Si Qing's 3 storage pouches. Wei Tu pondered silently. Does the storage pouch left behind by Si Qing contain a way to leave this Nanhua sect's relic site? While erasing the lingering traces of Si Qing's spiritual imprint on the storage pouch, he mulled over this crucial thought. He had no intention of spending the rest of his days trapped in this place. Si Qing had been at the same cultivation level as him, both at the mid-stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Because of that, he didn't have to exert too much effort to break through the spiritual imprint sealing Si Qing's 3 storage pouches. The first storage pouch was the one she had originally tied to her waist. When Wei Tu probed it with his divine sense, he found that aside from some mid-grade spirit stones of decent value, the rest of the items inside were relatively unimportant. He wasn't disappointed by this discovery. If he had the ability to hide storage pouches like she did, he wouldn't place his most valuable possessions in the most obvious location either. And just as he expected, the 2 storage pouches found inside the transparent cloth bag were far more valuable. One of them contained numerous jade boxes filled with spear herbs. Wei Tu deduced that these herbs must have been obtained by Si Qing after killing members of the Hashan Huang clan and robbing them of their treasures. The Hashan Huang clan cultivators never entered the core area, yet they still managed to gather 2 Foundation establishment-grade spiritual herbs. Wei Tu's brows furrowed slightly. At that moment, he became even more certain that the intelligence Hashan Huang clan had provided him about the Clouds' A secret realm was incomplete. Just as he suspected, they had concealed significant details. But if Si Qing was a mere external offering like me, how did she know the secret gathering locations of the Huang clan cultivators? Could it be that one of them was colluding with her? Wei Tu speculated further. Since the Huang clan cultivators operated covertly and had avoided the 7 publicly marked spirit lands recorded in the Jade Slip. After all, none of those locations were known to contain Foundation establishment-grade spiritual herbs. Then how could Si Qing have known exactly where to ambush them? That suggested there was much more to this situation. I don't have enough information yet to determine which of the Huang clan cultivators was a traitor. Wei Tu shook his head. Of the 4 remaining cultivators from the Huang clan, excluding the 3 who had already perished, including Huang Tsayu, any one of them could be the mole. The final storage pouch, however, yielded fewer visible rewards. It was evident that this was Si Qing's primary personal storage pouch. Inside, there were several jade slips, some healing pills, a small black bowl with a worn surface, and a set of plain garments, including her undergarments. Wei Tu ignored the clothing and focused his attention on the jade slips and the black bowl. Based on the time it had taken for Si Qing to arrive at the herb garden, he surmised that she must have obtained some kind of significant treasure inside the stone hall before making her way here. However, to his disappointment, no matter how much he examined the small black bowl, it remained completely inert. It appeared no different from an ordinary object, and had it not been for its incredible durability, he would have dismissed it as nothing more than a mundane artifact. Wei Tu sighed and returned the bowl to the storage pouch before shifting his focus to the remaining jade slips. Among them, one detailed intelligence collected by the Hashan Huang clan regarding the clouds, a secret realm. Unlike the information Wei Tu had received earlier, this jade slip recorded 9 known spiritual sites, 2 more than the 7 he had been previously informed about. Notably, the 2 additional sites contained the exact types of Foundation establishment-grade spiritual herbs Si Qing had possessed. The other jade slips contained various demonic cultivation techniques from the Heavenly Maiden sect. However, none of them included the sect's core cultivation method. Rather, they were supplementary demonic arts and abilities. After skimming through them, Wei Tu finally focused on the last jade slip. This was the one he had been waiting for, the one that contained records of the Nanhua sect relic site. The information was written from the perspective of someone in a position of power. According to its contents, the Clouds, a secret realm, was once a medicinal garden of the Nanhua sect. It was highly probable that the sect's sacred treasure, the heaven-mending bowl, had been left behind within it. Thus, Si Qing had been assigned the task of infiltrating the Hashan Huang clan in order to gain entry into the secret realm and locate this artifact. At the end of the jade slip, there was a rough map of the Nanhua sect relic site. The heaven-mending bowl. Wei Tu's eyes narrowed, and he immediately recalled the small black bowl he had just set aside. Unfortunately, this jade slip doesn't explain how to use the heaven-mending bowl. Wei Tu sighed inwardly. Right now, he was in possession of an incredibly rare treasure, but he had no idea how to utilize it. Much like a wealthy noble in a famine who, despite their riches, couldn't buy a single grain of rice. For now, I should focus on finding a way out of this relic site. Wei Tu steadied his thoughts and continued analyzing the map recorded on the jade slip. After half an incense stick's time, he finally found a marked location within the stone hall that likely housed a teleportation array leading out of the relic site. After all, Si Qing had only repaired an existing formation to teleport inside. This meant there was a high probability that an exit formation existed elsewhere within the ruins. Having confirmed his theory, Wei Tu's gaze turned toward the white jade stone gate. He was currently in the herb garden behind the stone hall. If he wanted to reach the teleportation formation, he would have to open the stone gate once more. But just a few days ago, members of the Qisong Jia clan had arrived outside. Wei Tu wasn't entirely certain whether they had left yet. Wait, Zhao Qing Luo, Qin Jinren, and Ko Hongying will eventually break free. Once they encounter the Jia clan cultivators, a battle will be inevitable. After the fight is over, I'll make my move. There are still 2 years before the Cloud, a secret realm's passage reopens. The teleportation formation is likely hidden within a secret area of the stone hall, and from what I've observed, the locking mechanism on its entrance is the same as this white jade stone gate. If they don't have the necessary token, they won't be able to open it easily. Wei Tu pondered deeply and made his decision. He chose not to take any unnecessary risks and instead remained hidden in the herb garden, waiting for the right moment. Although killing Si Qing had yielded significant rewards, it had also depleted most of his trump cards. The 3 iced Jiao swords he had prepared for the Secret Realm expedition were now reduced to just 1. All the talismans he carried had been used up in the battle against Si Qing, leaving him with only 2 defensive talismans. His geomagnetic yuan light had also been drained by 70%, leaving only 30% of its power. In his current state, he had no confidence in dealing with the late Foundation establishment cultivators of the Jia clan. From what he had observed, both Gu Xian and Zhao Pengzong carried powerful talisman treasures. It was reasonable to assume that the Jia clan cultivators also had such treasures in their possession. If Wei Tu lacked favorable terrain, fighting them now would be no different from Gu Xian easily slaughtering Zheng Xian. It wouldn't take much effort at all. Thus, considering all these factors, remaining hidden in the herb garden and waiting for the Zhao clan cultivators, Qin Jinren and Ko Hongying to clash with the Jia clan was the safest option. As for Ko Hongying's safety, there was little he could do at this point. If he had the power, he would certainly help. But since he didn't, his top priority was to ensure his own survival. Before entering the clouds, a secret realm, all cultivators, whether from the three great immortal sects or the Golden Core clans, had already accepted the possibility of perishing in this place. Ko Hongying was no exception. With his decision made, Wei Tu cast an earth element spell, forming a stone table. He then retrieved a talisman brush and spiritual ink from his storage pouch, preparing to craft new second-tier talismans to deal with future dangers in the stone hall. Time passed slowly. 1 month, 2 months. After the 3rd month, the sounds of battle echoed from within the stone hall. However, it seemed to be a small skirmish, as Wei Tu didn't hear any mention of Qin Jinren or Ko Hongying among the voices. 1 year later, the intensity of the battles increased. Wei Tu speculated that 2 opposing factions had finally converged, leading to a full-scale conflict. Another half a year passed. Having waited patiently in the herb garden, Wei Tu finally decided to follow through with his year-and-a-half-old plan. He would reopen the white jadestone gate and re-enter the stone hall. Taking precautions, he activated a protective chi shield, summoned the tortoise shell shield, and adhered several defensive talismans onto his body. Only then did he carefully activate the Yuan gravity law seal to slowly open the white jadestone gate. Crack, crack! The sound of ancient mechanisms shifting echoed. A moment later, the white jadestone gate opened. No one's here. Wei Tu exhaled in relief. After commanding Wind-Cleaving Eagle to take the lead, he cautiously stepped forward. There was a chaotic battle. I can still sense the fresh blood of the Zhao clan cultivators. Wei Tu twitched his nose, sniffing the lingering scent of blood in the air as he proceeded according to the map's guidance. Along the way, he noticed dark red bloodstains on the stone corridor and the rotting remains of several corpses. Zhao Shuyuan and 2 unknown cultivators. It seems that only 2 Jia clan cultivators are left. Wei Tu's eyes gleamed as he analyzed the situation. From what he knew, only 6 Jia clan cultivators had entered the Cloud Zhe secret realm. 2 of their juniors had already perished at the altar, leaving 4 remaining Jia clan cultivators. Now, judging by the scent of 2 unknown corpses, it was clear that these were Jia clan members. Seeing this, Wei Tu relaxed slightly. Halfway through his journey, a sudden clamor erupted from the distance. The sound of magical artifacts clashing and the roars of cultivators battling filled the air. Sticking close to the corridor walls, Wei Tu peered ahead to observe the battlefield. And what he saw was Qin Jinren, his disciple, and 3 Zhao clan cultivators had completely surrounded the last 2 remaining Jia clan cultivators. The Jia clan cultivators, wielding defensive artifacts, struggled bitterly to hold their ground. It was clear they were on the verge of collapse. Although Wei Tu had not predicted this exact scenario, upon careful thought, it actually made perfect sense. The Jia clan cultivators, like Si Qing, had no idea that their opponents had also been teleported into the stone hall. This gave the Zhao clan the element of surprise. Moreover, from a numerical standpoint, the Jia clan had only 4 members in the stone hall. Meanwhile, the Zhao clan alone had as many people as the Jia clan did, not to mention the addition of Qin Jinren and his disciple. A 6 versus 4 scenario. For the Jia clan, not to suffer casualties would have been highly unusual. Qin Jinren, Mirror Water Pavilion, has no affiliation with the Zhao clan. Why must you help them fight against us? If you're willing to switch sides, I, Jiamao, swear that once we leave the Cloud Zhe secret realm, the Jia clan will gift you a mortal shedding pill to ensure your breakthrough to the Golden Core realm. After a brief stalemate, the darker-skinned Jia clan cultivator suddenly turned to Qin Jinren and made this tempting offer. The moment mortal shedding pill was mentioned, all the Foundation establishment cultivators present visibly wavered, their eyes flickering with undeniable desire. While the three great immortal sects allowed cultivators to exchange Foundation establishment-grade spiritual herbs for mortal-shedding pills, the required price was 5 Foundation establishment-grade herbs, far more than the 2 herbs required for Foundation establishment pills. Even though they had collected some of these herbs in the Cloud's A secret realm, most of them belonged to the group collectively rather than to any single individual. If the Jia clan's offer was genuine, and they truly gifted Qin Jinren a mortal-shedding pill, then for him, this was undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Wei Tu remained still, quietly observing the battlefield. None of the cultivators present fully believed the Jia clan cultivator's words. It was clear to all that this was nothing more than desperate flattery, a final attempt to sway Qin Jinren. However, even if no one truly believed him, the Jia clan cultivators' words still had an effect. Though the Zhao clan cultivators did not voice their doubts, their eyes revealed a subtle wariness toward Qin Jinren and her disciple. At this moment, the remaining Zhao clan cultivators were all wounded. Among them, Zhao Pengzong, the last Foundation establishment expert from their side, had even lost an arm. His face was pale, and his breathing was labored. In contrast, Qin Jinren and Ko Hongying were relatively unharmed. Although both of them bore injuries, they were far less severe than those of the Zhao clan cultivators. It was immediately obvious. Qin Jinren was in a much better state than Zhao Pengzong. If at this moment, the battle ended with the Jia clan cultivators slain, Qin Jinren might very well turn against the weakened Zhao clan cultivators, tempted by the mortal-shedding pill. This scenario was not entirely impossible. Wei Tu made no move. He simply continued to observe the battlefield, carefully analyzing the unfolding situation. For half a day, the two sides remained in a tense standoff, and then the situation suddenly changed again. The black-faced Jia clan cultivator, having recovered some of his spiritual power, suddenly summoned a golden bell talisman treasure and hurled it at full force toward Zhao Pengqi. The golden bell shimmered brilliantly. In an instant, it expanded to the size of a small house, crashing down toward the Zhao clan cultivators. Yet, just as Zhao Pengqi was about to counter it, the golden bell suddenly shifted. Instead of targeting Zhao Pengqi, it veered sideways, smashing toward another mid-Foundation establishment Zhao clan cultivator standing beside Zhao Qingluo. Under the overwhelming power of the talisman treasure, the mid-Foundation establishment cultivator barely lasted a moment before he was crushed into pulp beneath the golden bell. Having executed this brutal strike, the Jia clan cultivator immediately turned his attention to Zhao Qingluo, the next target. Watching from a distance, Wei Tu instantly understood their plan. The Jia clan cultivators had deliberately sown mistrust between Qin Jinren and the Zhao clan. Now, they were using decisive attacks to further weaken the Zhao clan's strength, forcing a deeper divide between them and Qin Jinren. It was a bold and open strategy, one that even if seen through, was difficult to counter. If the Zhao clan weakened further, they would become hesitant to attack the Jia clan cultivators, fearing that Qin Jinren might betray them once their common enemy was gone. Clang! Realizing the danger, Zhao Pengqi acted immediately, summoning his dual-ring magical artifact to collide forcefully with the golden bell, preventing it from slamming down on Zhao Qingluo. At the same time, a blue light shimmered around Zhao Qingluo. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be her spiritual bracelet, activating a protective barrier. The golden bell pressed down against the barrier, pushing it several feet downward, nearly crushing Zhao Qingluo's head. However, before the golden bell could exert its full force, it stopped abruptly. Or rather, the black-faced Jia clan cultivator chose not to expend all of its power on Zhao Qingluo. With a simple hand gesture, he recalled the golden bell, turning it back into a talisman, which floated neatly into his palm. Ha! 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 The black-faced Jia clan cultivator let out a sinister laugh. Zhao Pengqi, you may stop me for now, but can you stop me forever? Even if we die today, we will drag your Zhao clan down with us. You have two choices. Either let us leave or continue fighting to the death. It's up to you." His words fell like a stone in the water, sending ripples across the battlefield. At once, Zhao Pengqi's expression darkened. With his strength combined with Qin Jinren's, it wouldn't be difficult to kill the two Jia clan cultivators. The problem was, the Jia clan cultivators had shifted all of their hatred onto the Zhao clan. Even if they died, the Zhao clan would have suffered severe losses. And the worst part? Qin Jinren and Ko Hongying would reap all the benefits, standing over the corpses of the Zhao clan cultivators. This was an unacceptable outcome. However, just as Zhao Pengqi was still weighing his options, the Jia clan cultivators suddenly changed their aura. Their faces turned red as blood. Their eyes gleamed with an eerie glow. At the same time, the Golden Bell talisman, which had just turned back into a talisman, was activated once more. Only this time, its size was even larger than before. With explosive power, it shoved back Zhao Pengqi's dual ring artifact, as well as Qin Jinren's Azure Hook Chain. "No, this is bad." Zhao Pengqi's expression shifted drastically. "They're using demonic cultivation's blood ignition technique." He was utterly shocked. In over 100 years of warfare between the Zhao and Jia clans, he had never seen a Jia clan cultivator use this kind of demonic technique. The blood ignition technique was a notorious demonic art, capable of multiplying one's strength by several times in a short period. The cost? The practitioner's lifespan and vitality would be burned away at an accelerated rate. More than 50% of practitioners who used this technique died instantly once its effects wore off. Aside from these deadly risks, the blood ignition technique also had a fatal flaw. It required a lengthy preparation time, typically taking 2 to 3 hours to fully activate. Zhao Pengqi clenched his fists in frustration. He had completely misread the Jia clan cultivators' intentions. They hadn't been trying to provoke conflict between him and Qin Jinren. Instead, they had deliberately stalled for time to fully activate the blood ignition technique. Even Wei Tu, watching from the sidelines, was caught off guard. He had expected a cunning scheme, but not this level of desperation. "I must never underestimate any cultivator again." Wei Tu made a mental note to remain vigilant in the future. Meanwhile, the battlefield erupted into chaos. Under the effects of the blood ignition technique, the Jia clan cultivators were now overpowering Zhao Pengqi and Qin Jinren. At this moment, Qin Jinren's eyes flickered with calculation. Realizing that the Jia clan cultivators had no intention of targeting her, she made a split-second decision. Without hesitation, she activated her light movement technique, turning into a streak of light and retreating from the battlefield. Ko Hongying followed closely behind. The two of them vanished into the corridors of the stone hall, leaving the Zhao clan cultivators to fend for themselves. Wei Tu remained silent, watching as the battlefield became a scene of utter carnage. Before long, Zhao Pengqi was left alone to bear the wrath of the enraged Jia clan cultivators. "Qing Luo, your uncle will hold them off. Run, don't look back. When their blood ignition technique fades, come back and avenge me." Zhao Pengqi spat out blood as he staggered forward, shielding Zhao Qing Luo from the pressure of another Jia clan cultivator's attacks. "Uncle!" Zhao Qing Luo's eyes filled with tears. She hesitated for just a moment, then clenched her teeth and fled into the corridor on the opposite side. Coincidentally, the same direction where Wei Tu was hiding. Wei Tu's mind went blank for a second when he saw Zhao Qing Luo rushing toward him. Without wasting a moment, he hurled several second-rank talismans onto the passageway, creating a defensive barrier to slow down the Jia clan cultivators. Wei Tu, Zhao Qing Luo instinctively halted when she saw the array of talismans ahead. Just as she was about to avoid them, her eyes caught sight of Wei Tu hiding nearby. She hesitated for a brief moment, her movement flickering in hesitation. "Don't stand there. Follow me." Wei Tu didn't waste time explaining. Out of their years of friendship, he called out to her, then turned and dashed toward the medicine field. The two of them moved swiftly, their light-enhanced steps carried them through the stone corridors. Only 4 or 5 breaths later, the two Jia clan cultivators, having finished off Zhao Pingqi, began pursuing Zhao Qingluo. At that moment, Wei Tu's trapped talismans exploded, delaying the pursuers for a few seconds. A moment later, Wei Tu reached the medicine field. As soon as Zhao Qingluo dashed past the white jade stone gate, he activated his Yuan gravity loss seal, slamming the gate shut behind them. They made it just in time. By the time the Jia clan cultivator arrived, the white jade stone gate was already sealed. Boom! Boom! A series of violent impacts echoed through the stone hall. From the other side of the gate, the furious voices of the Jia clan cultivators rang out, filled with rage and frustration. Yet, their attacks were useless against the white jade stone gate. The blood ignition technique only lasts for 15 minutes. They wasted their final moments chasing Zhao Qingluo here. That should have given Ko Hongying enough time to escape. Now that they were safe, Wei Tu realized this and let go of his concerns about Ko Hongying. Wei Daoist, are we safe? Zhao Qingluo, still panting from exhaustion, wiped away the lingering tears in her eyes and turned to Wei Tu. We should be. Wei Tu didn't give a definitive answer. After all, in the world of cultivation, anything was possible. Who knew if the Jia clan cultivators would find a way to force open the white jade stone gate before their technique expired? Then that means we are safe. Zhao Qingluo studied Wei Tu's expression and made her own judgment. Having known Wei Tu for decades, she understood his nature well. He was not the type to boast or exaggerate. A moment later, the booming attacks outside the white jade stone gate gradually subsided. At the same time, Zhao Qingluo slowly regained her composure. She wiped her tears, turned to Wei Tu, and looked at him with serious eyes. I have some questions for you, Wei Daoist. Will you answer them? What questions? Wei Tu's brows arched slightly. He immediately understood what this was about. Zhao Qingluo had pieced together the truth from years ago. Sure enough, her gaze turned sharp as she slowly spoke. 70 years ago, I was saved by a Foundation establishment senior. This senior left a message on the stone wall, saying, I saved your life, and in exchange, I took one Foundation establishment pill. We are now even. Afterward, I searched the surrounding Foundation establishment families, but I never found anyone who fit the description of that cultivator. But 2 years ago, when I saw your wind-cleaving eagle, I began to suspect the truth. Zhao Qingluo locked eyes with Wei Tu, her expression complicated. If they had been nothing but strangers, she wouldn't have brought up the matter. She would have simply buried it as a past event. But the problem was, Wei Tu is a long-time acquaintance, and the truth from 70 years ago was something that she couldn't ignore. Her most humiliating moment had been witnessed by someone she knew. So, Zhao Daoist, how do you plan to handle this? Wei Tu's expression remained calm as he met her gaze head-on. He continued in a flat tone. Are you planning to offer yourself in gratitude? Or do you have some other form of repayment in mind? After all, that Foundation establishment cultivator already took a Foundation establishment pill as payment. The debt has already been settled. The moment Wei Tu said, offer yourself, Zhao Qingluo's face turned red. She had indeed developed feelings for Wei Tu after he saved her twice. However, after hearing Wei Tu's words, her blush paled slightly. His tone was indifferent. It was clear rejection, a rejection that cut away all possibilities of deepening their relationship. A woman of her beauty and talent could stir the hearts of many cultivators. Even the coldest cultivators would be tempted by the idea of romance and companionship. But Wei Tu, he saw Zhao Qingluo's affection as a dangerous trap, a deadly poison. He had no intention of entangling himself with the deadly power struggles between the Zhao and Jia clans. At best, his alliance with the Zhao clan was a temporary cooperation. It was never meant to be a permanent allegiance. The booming sounds of magical artifacts outside the gate gradually faded into silence. The two Jia clan cultivators' curses and roars also disappeared. Wei Tu mentally calculated the time. He knew that the 15-minute duration of the blood ignition technique had already ended. At this moment, those Jia clan cultivators had either dropped dead on the spot or had become extremely weak. But just like before, Wei Tu did not immediately open the white jadestone gate. Instead, he continued waiting within the medicine field, patiently biding his time for the inevitable moment when the Jia clan cultivators' lifespans ran out. I understand now. After a few moments of silence, Zhao Qingluo's expression returned to normal. She straightened her robes, then bowed solemnly to Wei Tu and said, "A life for a life. This time, you saved me. I will repay this debt in the future." Cultivators live long lifespans, and although they experience emotions just as mortals do, those emotions come quickly and fade just as fast, often overshadowed by their rationality. For example, though Zhao Qingluo had grieved for Zhao Pengqi's death, she did not allow her emotions to overwhelm her. Instead, she valued the opportunity her uncle had given her and chose to escape immediately rather than dwell on sorrow. And now, when faced with matters of emotion, she made the same choice. She did not behave like a foolish girl, crying or throwing a tantrum. Instead, she remained what she was meant to be, a rational, cold-headed cultivator. The world of cultivation was not a child's game. It was a battlefield where life and death were real. When the clouds, a secret realm, had opened, 6 cultivators from the Zhao clan had entered. Now, only one remained alive. The Jia clan had fared no better. Their entire group had been wiped out. Finally, when Qin Jinren and Ko Hongying's voices echoed from outside the gate, Wei Tu activated the Yuan gravity law seal and opened the white jadestone gate. He and Zhao Qingluo stepped out together. Wei Tu didn't even bother searching the Jia clan cultivator storage pouches. After all, he was certain that before their deaths, those Jia clan cultivators had destroyed everything valuable in their pouches. They would never allow their enemies to take advantage of them. What exactly happened between Wei Shu and Princess Qingluo? Seeing Wei Tu safe and alive, Ko Hongying's face lit up with relief. But soon after, she noticed something unusual. Zhao Qingluo, who had always been close to Wei Tu, now seemed distant toward him. Her expression was subtle, but Ko Hongying saw through it instantly. After all, she had always known about the special bond between Zhao Qingluo and Wei Tu. Did Zhao Qingluo take this chance to ask Wei Shu about the past? And did Wei Shu reject her? Ko Hongying quietly analyzed the situation. For her, this was actually good news. She did not want Zhao Qingluo to become her aunt. This slight change in attitude from Zhao Qingluo could only mean one thing. Something happened between her and Wei Tu that created a distance between them. Ko Hongying set aside her thoughts and quickly questioned Wei Tu about his whereabouts over the past 2 years. Wei Shu, after you entered the stone hall, where have you been? Did you ever find any traces of Si Qing? Wei Tu had already prepared an answer long ago. He calmly recounted his fabricated story. When I entered the stone hall and broke through the corridor's maze formation, I encountered Si Qing. She was seriously injured at the time. Immediately, we engaged in battle. I miscalculated. Si Qing lured me into this medicine field and used the white jadestone gate to trap me here. If it weren't for a special secret technique I practiced, which helped me figure out how to open the white jadestone gate, I would have been trapped here for the rest of my life. Wei Tu delivered his explanation smoothly. Hearing this, Qin Jinren, Ko Hongying, and Zhao Qingluo did not suspect him at all. 2 years ago, they had personally witnessed Si Qing take on 2 Huang clan cultivators alone and slaughter them effortlessly. Her combat strength was undoubtedly far above Wei Tu's. Moreover, as a demonic cultivator from the Tian and V sect, there was no way Si Qing wouldn't have prepared powerful hidden techniques before entering the clouds, a secret realm. Given this logic, for Wei Tu to even survive an encounter with Si Qing was already a miracle. No one would even consider the possibility that Wei Tu had actually killed her. Si Qing was seriously injured? Qin Jinren muttered the words, deep in thought. If Si Qing was injured and trapped Wei Daoist here, then it explains why she abandoned the Jia clan cultivators. She must have realized that she was too weak after being injured. She feared that the Jia clan cultivators might betray her, so she abandoned them and fled alone. That's why she never appeared before us again. Of course, there's also the possibility that Si Qing is still hiding somewhere inside the stone hall, recovering from her injuries. Qin Jinren's analysis made perfect sense. This white jade stone gate is nearly indestructible. Maybe Si Qing is hiding behind one of these white jade stone gates, recovering. Ko Hongying added. The three women then began discussing how to deal with Si Qing, assuming she was still alive and lurking nearby. Hearing their discussion, Wei Tu secretly sighed in relief. Everything had gone far more smoothly than he expected. No one even considered the possibility that Si Qing was already dead. Well, that makes sense. Wei Tu thought to himself. If he hadn't spent days preparing his ambush at the medicine field, setting traps, and utilizing powerful talismans and geomagnetic yuan light, then Si Qing would have never died so easily. In fact, if Qin Jinren or Zhao Pengzong had fought Si Qing instead of him, they most likely would have died, and Si Qing would have survived. If he were in their shoes, he also wouldn't suspect that a mere foundation establishment mid-stage cultivator like himself had taken down Si Qing alone. A short while later, Wei Tu followed Qin Jinren, Ko Hongying, and Zhao Qingluo toward the teleportation array, as indicated on the jade slip. As for Zhao Pingqi's and the Jia clan cultivators' storage pouches, not a single person even mentioned them. Even Zhao Qingluo. The alliance between Qin Jinren's master-disciple duo and the Xie Zhao clan was nothing more than a fragile temporary partnership. This had already been proven during their battle against the Jia clan cultivators. At first, Zhao Pingqi and the others harbored suspicions toward Qin Jinren and her disciple, hesitating to use their strongest attacks to swiftly eliminate the Jia clan cultivators. This hesitation gave the Jia clan cultivators enough time to successfully prepare their blood ignition technique, a deadly demonic art. Later, when the Jia clan cultivators launched a desperate counterattack, Qin Jinren's master-disciple duo immediately abandoned the battlefield, showing no concern for the lives of Zhao Pingqi and Zhao Qingluo. Now, even though Qin Jinren had not eliminated Zhao Qingluo, it was merely an act of mercy, not loyalty. She would never, just because of a few words or an illusory alliance, hand over the storage pouches she had taken from the Zhao clan cultivators. Zhao Qingluo was well aware of this. She intentionally avoided mentioning the matter, ensuring that she did not provoke Qin Jinren and invite unnecessary danger upon herself. Not long after, the four of them arrived at the passageway leading to the teleportation array. Before them stood another white jadestone gate. Wei Tu did not immediately open it. Instead, he spent several days using Yuan gravity law seal to slowly force it open. When the stone gate finally parted, the three women standing nearby immediately became alert, holding their magical artifacts in a defensive stance. Only when they confirmed that Si Qing was not inside did they finally relax and put away their attacking artifacts. Unless absolutely necessary, none of them wanted to waste their strength fighting Si Qing, a formidable demonic cultivator. By now, only a handful of them remained alive inside the stone hall. This is a one-way teleportation array leading to the outside world. Qin Jinren stepped into the stone chamber and looked at the hexagonal array before her. The array bore a striking resemblance to the teleportation formation Si Qing had previously used. A six-sided magical formation, inlaid with a bronze mirror at its center. However, at this moment, the array was inactive, appearing dim and lifeless. Qin Jinren approached the spirit stone slot of the array, brushing away a layer of dust. She noticed that the slot was empty, and there was no trace of any spirit stones previously being inserted. A look of suspicion flashed across her eyes. However, she chose not to mention this minor detail to the others. With a casual flick of her sleeve, she cleared away the dust and placed several mid-grade spirit stones into the slot. Perhaps I'm just overthinking it. She subtly glanced at Wei Tu and noticed that he too seemed puzzled by this small anomaly. She shook her head. This stone hall was filled with mysteries. There could be other similar teleportation arrays hidden elsewhere. Siqing did not necessarily have to use this specific one to leave. As the teleportation array absorbed the spirit energy, a faint clicking sound echoed, similar to the mechanism that had opened the white jadestone gate earlier. A moment later, a massive surge of spiritual energy erupted from the bronze mirror, generating an oppressive force almost equivalent to a golden core grandmaster's aura. After the initial energy burst, the surface of the mirror began to shimmer, like rippling water. A thin yellow light screen slowly unfolded from within. Through this light screen, the scenery of Cloud's secret realm gradually became visible. It depicted a dense forest of red-leaf trees. It was unmistakable. This was the inner region's spirit land, known as the Red Leaf Forest. Ko Hongying hesitated. Master, should we track down Siqing first, or use this teleportation array to leave? Qin Jinren was the strongest among the four. Naturally, she would be the one to make the final decision. She did not answer immediately. Instead, she turned to Wei Tu and asked, Wei Daoist, what do you think? Wei Tu's face darkened slightly. There are still 6 months before the Cloud's secret realm completely opens. And according to what the Jia clan cultivators said earlier, after entering the stone hall, the realm's barriers weakened. This could mean that the monsters within the secret realm might start advancing to the 3rd tier. If we rush out recklessly now, I fear. Wei Tu deliberately displayed a look of worry. 3rd-tier demonic beasts aren't that easy to evolve. Qin Jinren shook her head. At most, the secret realm will spawn 1 or 2 of them. Her meaning was obvious. She had no intention of staying in the stone hall any longer. With the storage pouches she had taken from the Zhao clan cultivators, she had already collected all the core formation spiritual items she needed. There was no reason to risk further danger by lingering here. Wei Tu nodded slightly. Then let's follow Qin Dao's plan. Qin Jinren glanced at Zhao Qingluo and gestured for her to step into the teleportation array first. Whether the teleportation was safe or not, whether the other side was truly free of danger, someone had to test it. And now, Zhao Qingluo was the weakest among them. She had the fewest allies, the least influence, and even a subtle conflict with Qin Jinren. Compared to Wei Tu or Ko Hongying, she was undoubtedly the best candidate for this task. The Xie Zhao clan was powerful, but that did not scare Qin Jinren in the slightest. She was from Mirror Water Pavilion, and she had no reason to fear them. Zhao Qingluo bit her lip. Understood, Qin Daoist. She let out a soft hum, adjusted her skirts, and stepped toward the teleportation array. At this moment, Zhao Daoist, take these. Wei Tu suddenly stepped forward and handed her several defensive talismans. Although Zhao Qingluo had helped him in the past, this was not just a gesture of gratitude. Even if there was no personal history between them, he would have still given her these talismans, simply because it was in his best interest. If Zhao Qingluo survived longer after teleporting, she could provide useful information. This would only benefit them. Thank you, Wei Daoist. Zhao Qingluo tightly grasped the talismans. For a moment, she could still feel the lingering warmth of Wei Tu's hand on them. Seeing this, both Qin Jinren and Ko Hongying felt slightly uncomfortable. Qin Jinren thought to herself, I played the villain, and now Wei Tu gets to play the hero. A second later, the golden light of the teleportation array flashed. As Zhao Qingluo vanished into the teleportation array, she reappeared on the ground of the Red Leaf River's spiritual land. There's no danger on the other side. After observing Zhao Qingluo's situation for a while, Qin Jinren finally let out a sigh of relief. Next, Qin Jinren stepped into the teleportation array, followed by Wei Tu and Ko Hongying. As soon as Wei Tu set foot on the Red Leaf River spiritual land, he immediately released his Rift Sky Eagle and ordered it to scout the surrounding area for any cultivators or demonic beasts. Once the area was confirmed to be safe, Wei Tu contemplated for a moment, then clasped his hands toward Qin Jinren and bade farewell. His reason for parting ways was straightforward. Now that Qin Jinren had obtained the storage pouches of the Zhao clan cultivators, she had enough resources to form her golden core. She no longer wished to take risks and planned to wait patiently for the remaining 6 months until the Cloud Zay secret realm closed. However, Wei Tu was different. Right now, the only core formation spiritual material he had was Huang Yuan grass. If he did not continue searching for opportunities, this trip to the Cloud Zay secret realm would have been wasted. I wish Wei Daoist a smooth journey. Qin Jinren smiled slightly and returned the gesture with a respectful bow. A sharp eagle cry pierced the sky. The next moment, Wei Tu's figure disappeared, his whereabouts unknown. At the same time, outside the Cloud Zay secret realm, old demon Jia stared at his storage pouch, watching as the soul plates of every Jia clan cultivator shattered one after another. His brows furrowed deeply, and a hint of confusion flickered in his eyes. This time, the Jia clan's mission was to assist Si Qing in entering the Nanhua sect ruins. Aside from the minor risk of ambushing the Huang clan cultivators, there was supposed to be no real danger. By all logic, they should not have suffered such heavy losses, let alone a complete annihilation. Could the Huang clan have had an unexpected expert? Old demon Jia's expression turned grim. However, when he glanced at Huang Xinglie, he found that his expression was just as ugly. Not only did Huang Xinglie look solemn, but his eyes also carried a hint of killing intent. Such a scene left old demon Jia utterly baffled. After all, their most dangerous hurdle had already been crossed. There was no reason for the Jia clan cultivators to suffer this kind of disaster. Fellow Taoists, the 6 Jia clan cultivators who entered the Cloud Zay secret realm have all perished. I, Jia, have no reason to remain here any longer. I shall take my leave first. Old demon Jia cupped his hands toward the 3 great sects before turning to leave, urging his black mountain goat forward. Originally, according to their plan, Si Qing and the Jia clan cultivators would enter the Nanhua sect ruins, then exit without anyone realizing that Si Qing was a demonic cultivator or that the Qisong Jia clan had allied with the Tianyu sect. However, things had gone awry. If he lingered any longer, it was only a matter of time before the truth was exposed by the cultivators exiting the secret realm. When that happened, the Qisong Jia clan would undoubtedly be hunted down. As soon as old demon Jia finished speaking, the surrounding Golden Core Grandmasters exchanged puzzled glances. The ones most shocked were the Golden Core elders of the Heshan Huang clan and Xie Zhao clan. At first, Huang Xinglie and Zhao Jingwu assumed that only their own clan's cultivators had suffered casualties. But now, even the Jia clan had been wiped out. Could it be that Pengzong and the others killed all those Jia clan cultivators? Zhao Jingwu raised an eyebrow. His previously sullen expression suddenly brightened. Although the Zhao clan had suffered heavy losses, with only Zhao Qingluo surviving, the Jia clan had been completely annihilated. From this perspective, the Zhao clan had actually come out ahead. Jia clan. Huang Xinglie's eyes flashed with killing intent. At this point, he could not rule out the possibility that the Jia clan cultivators had ambushed the Huang clan. Otherwise, why would so many Jia clan cultivators have perished? Only 6 more months. Once the time comes, everything will be revealed. Suppressing his rising fury, Huang Xinglie remained seated atop his cloud-crowned crane, waiting for the secret realm's closure. Meanwhile, the Golden Core Grandmasters of the 3 great sects remained calm and indifferent. They cared little for the casualties within the Cloud Zay secret realm. Even though this year's mortality rate was twice as high as previous years, the total number of deaths was still insignificant in their eyes. 6 months passed in the blink of an eye. At long last, Huang Xinglie took out a formation plate. Alongside several Golden Core Grandmasters, he activated the array. Opening the exit of the Cloud Zay secret realm, a mysterious rune-covered portal emerged. One after another, streaks of light flickered out from the black vortex, descending onto the ground. As the figures landed, their appearances became visible. Among them was Qin Jinren and her disciple. Qin Jinren immediately stepped forward and bowed deeply to the Mirror Water Pavilion's Golden Core Grandmaster, before taking her place behind him. She remained silent, deliberately withholding any information about the stone hall. After all, within the stone hall, she had been the strongest cultivator. If she disclosed the secret now, she might provoke the greed of the Golden Core elders. It would be wiser to wait until after she formed her Golden Core before revealing the information. By then, she might have a chance to claim the Nanhua sect ruins for herself. Moments later, the second wave of cultivators emerged from the secret realm's exit. Once again, the majority belonged to the three great sects. Only 2 independent cultivators from the Xiefengzheng clan were among them. I should have never let those Jia clan cultivators enter the secret realm. Huang Xinglia clenched his fists. He regretted his earlier hesitation. Had he stood his ground against true monarch Wan Hai and King's Hushin, the Huang clan would have been spared this disaster. As time passed, the third wave of cultivators appeared. Among them was a seemingly ordinary man with ragged clothing and deep wounds across his body. This man was none other than Wei Tu. Having separated from Qin Jinren to seek his own opportunities, he had finally returned to the outside world. Upon stepping out of the portal, Wei Tu's gaze accidentally met Huang Xinglia's. His heart sank slightly, and he lowered his head, swiftly flying toward the Huang clan stronghold. Half a day later, the spatial gateway gradually shrank, sealing off the clouds a secret realm. Seated in the Huang clan stronghold, Wei Tu scanned his surroundings. Seeing that only he had survived, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. This time, he had only witnessed the deaths of Huang Caiyu, Huang Changkong, and Huang Wenqing. He had assumed that at least 2 or 3 Huang clan cultivators had survived. Yet now, all 7 Huang clan Foundation establishment cultivators had been wiped out. Not a single one remained alive. The deaths of the Huang family cultivators had little to do with Wei Tu, but the fact that he was the sole surviving member of the Hongshan Huang family's retinue made him stand out uncomfortably. As soon as the spatial passage closed, the Golden Core elders of the various factions ordered the returning cultivators to open their storage pouches, inspecting the treasures, spirit herbs, and artifacts they had acquired. According to the established rules, cultivators who entered Cloud's secret realm were required to turn over 30% of their spoils to their respective factions. Additionally, their factions had priority in selecting 1 spirit item from their gains. However, when it came to Foundation establishment treasures, most factions were relatively lenient and typically only claimed 1 or 2 of them, leaving the rest to the cultivators themselves. At this moment, Qin Jinren and Ko Hongying flew over to the Hongshan Huang family's encampment. Unlike the other cultivators who had entered under their sect's banners, Qin Jinren and her disciple had purchased their entry slots from the Huang family at a steep cost of 2,000 spirit stones each. Thus, rather than reporting to Mirror Water Pavilion, they were obligated to turn over their share of spoils to the Huang family instead. Seeing Qin Jinren and Ko Hongying arrive, Wei Tu took the opportunity to retrieve the corpses of Huang Changkong and Huang Wenqing, carefully placing them in spirit coffins before bowing deeply to Huang Xinglia. Then, without hesitation, he reported a shocking revelation. Si Qing was a member of the Heavenly Maiden sect, a demonic cultivator. What? It was Si Qing. Huang Xinglia's expression contorted in shock, his face instantly clouding with sorrow. The moment those words left Wei Tu's mouth, Huang Xinglia's complexion flushed a deep shade of crimson, his body trembling violently. A sharp gasp escaped his lips before he vomited a mouthful of blood. Scarlet droplets splattered through the air. Staggering backward several paces, he clutched his chest, his breathing ragged. The impact of the truth struck him hard. 2 years ago, he and Huang Changshan had already suspected an internal traitor, and Si Qing was their primary suspect. But suspicion was one thing. Confirming that the betrayal was real was another. It wasn't just that Si Qing was a traitor. What was truly terrifying was that their second elder, Huang Ju, the very Golden Core patriarch who had personally brought Si Qing into Cloud Crane Mountain, might also be a demonic cultivator. Now, with 7 Foundation establishment disciples slain, the Hongshan Huang family was left critically wounded. On top of that, If Huangju was truly a demonic cultivator, then at a time when righteous and demonic factions were at war, the implications were far more disastrous than just a few deaths. In a dazed state, Huang Xinglia felt as if he could already see the downfall of the Hongshan Huang family. Patriarch! Several Huang family cultivators rushed forward, their faces filled with anxiety as they supported the staggering elder. I'm fine. Huang Xinglia shook his head and circulated his golden core energy. The deathly pallor that had overtaken his face gradually faded, replaced with a forced hint of vitality. Then, his eyes turned sharp, sweeping across the returning cultivators. Open your storage pouches. His gaze landed on Wei Tu, Qin Jinren, Ko Hongying, as well as several other cultivators from various sects who had bought their entry slots from the Huang family. Apart from Qin Jinren and her disciple, there were 3 more cultivators from various sects who had been fortunate, or rather, powerful, enough to survive. Unlike the family-trained cultivators, the disciples of major sects had significantly higher survival rates. Wei Tu unsealed his storage pouch, spilling its contents onto the ground. Among the items lay purple cloud fruit, earth dragon flesh, and dragon bone flower, all of which he had gathered from Dragon Bone Forest. For Foundation establishment treasures, he displayed 2 key items: the Huangyuan grass, which he had obtained from slaying the flying fox demon spider, and a crimson flame fruit he had acquired later. However, there were noticeable absences. 2 extremely valuable Foundation establishment treasures he had taken from Xiqing were missing. Also missing was the Heaven-Mending Bowl, a rare spirit artifact. Wei Tu had stored these away in a separate storage pouch, carefully concealing them within his transparent cloth bag. Even though he had done nothing immoral or illegal, the sheer value of these items was enough to tempt even golden core cultivators. If Huang Xinglia discovered them, it was highly unlikely he would simply let Wei Tu keep them. At best, he would claim them for the Huang family. At worst, Wei Tu might not leave here alive. As this thought lingered, a cold sweat formed at the back of Wei Tu's neck. At that moment, Huang Xinglia's golden core realm divine sense brushed over him, scanning every inch of his body, seeking any hidden storage pouches. A tense silence stretched on for what felt like an eternity. And then, the pressure vanished. That was close. As Huang Xinglia withdrew his divine sense, his expression unchanged, Wei Tu finally exhaled in relief. He had successfully passed the first hurdle. Huang Xinglia's golden core divine sense swept over Wei Tu, scanning every inch of his body, but he found nothing suspicious. After a few moments, he retracted his sense, his expression remaining unchanged. Wei Tu finally exhaled in relief. The transparent cloth pouch from Xiqing was effective. Although it couldn't completely block his own geomagnetic yuan light, it seemed to have concealed itself perfectly from a golden core cultivator's divine sense. Well, that makes sense. Xiqing carried this item while infiltrating the Hongshan Huang family, and even Huang Xinglia never noticed. There's no reason he should suddenly discover it on me, Wei Tu reassured himself. As a demonic cultivator from the Heavenly Maiden sect, Xiqing likely had this pouch to prevent righteous cultivators from prying into her secrets. If this item were incapable of deceiving a golden core cultivator, then carrying it into Cloud Crane Mountain in the first place would have been meaningless. You were thoughtful enough to bring back Huang Changkong and Huang Wenqing's remains. Huang Xinglia let out a sigh, a flicker of appreciation flashing in his gaze. I won't take your Foundation establishment treasures. He waved his sleeve, collecting 30% of the other spirit herbs and artifacts on the ground. Under normal circumstances, the Hongshan Huang family wouldn't be so lenient when it came to Foundation establishment treasures. However, today was different. Bringing back the bodies of Huang family cultivators was a great merit. And more importantly, revealing that Xiqing was a demonic cultivator was an even greater contribution. Such merit couldn't go unrewarded. Additionally, after suffering such a severe loss, the Hongshan Huang family's strength had plummeted. Now was the time to win over their allies, especially Wei Tu, a powerful guest cultivator. It would be foolish to alienate him over something trivial. Besides, they had accumulated plenty of Foundation establishment treasures over the years. One missing item from Wei Tu wouldn't make a difference. However, Huang Xinglia was not so generous to the other cultivators. He mercilessly took the maximum amount from the remaining cultivators, including their Foundation establishment treasures. Once the tribute was paid, Qin Jinren and Ko Hongying bowed toward Wei Tu before leaving for Mirror Water Pavilion's flying boat. That Qin Jinren, Huang Xinglia watched her departing figure, his tone carrying a hint of admiration. She'll be forming her golden course soon. Moments earlier, when he saw 6 Foundation establishment treasures in her possession, he had briefly considered taking 2. However, after some thought, he decided it wasn't worth the risk of offending a soon-to-be golden core cultivator. Instead, he only took 1, ensuring that Qin Jinren still had just enough to exchange for a mortal shedding pill. Very soon, the area outside Cloud's a secret realm dispersed. One by one, the factions departed. Wei Tu boarded Huang Xinglia's Cloud Crown Crane, returning to Cloud Crane Mountain. However, upon arrival, he noticed that Cloud Crane Mountain seemed eerily empty. Compared to before, there was a noticeable decline in its liveliness. Granduncle Huang Chengfu greeted him in the courtyard. Just a few days ago, Second Elder betrayed the family and fled Cloud Crane Mountain with a number of our clan members. 2 of our Foundation establishment cultivators also left with him. They say they're going to the demonic cultivator territories to rebuild the clan. Hearing this, Wei Tu's expression shifted slightly. Second Elder betrayed the clan? Seems like he was connected to Si Qing all along. Wei Tu had suspected it before. When he first joined Hengshan Huang family, he found it strange that they hired Si Qing as a guest array master. After all, the Huang family was famous for their own formation techniques. Why would they need an outsider? Now, it all made sense. Si Qing's position in the Huang family had everything to do with the Second Elder. Doesn't concern me. Wei Tu shook his head. He stepped into Talisman Heart residence, preparing to enter seclusion to refine his gains. However, just as he reached the courtyard, he noticed a sealed letter waiting at his door. Yenner's letter? Wei Tu's brows raised in surprise. Breaking the seal, he quickly skimmed through its contents. A rare smile surfaced on his lips. The letter was brief, containing only one important message. Wei Yin had successfully reached Foundation establishment. I, Wei Tu, finally have a successor. Placing the letter down, Wei Tu sighed with emotion. One family in decline, one family on the rise. The 1,000-year-old Hengshan Huang family was falling into decay. Meanwhile, his own Wei family, a clan that had emerged from ordinary mortal roots, was slowly but surely flourishing. With Wei Yan's Foundation establishment and the treasures he had obtained, his family had a real chance at becoming a golden core clan. After all, the treasures he had taken from the secret realm weren't just 2, not even 3. He had a total of 7 Foundation establishment treasures.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.